Chapter 1. Transported. Ha, I've moved all the packaging materials. Is this all I have to do today? After moving hundreds of boxes of styrofoam packaging, I wiped off my sweat and lay down on the floor. It might seem strange to mention now, but Japan is experiencing an epidemic. This isn't about C*vid. It's an incurable disease that has been passed down from ancient times and still hasn't been eradicated. Surprisingly, it's said that this epidemic only infects retired, leisurely couples in their 50s and 60s. The transmission vectors include shows like I Am a Farmer and Return to My Hometown. I call it the farming disease. I don't know why my parents, who lived their entire lives near Tokyo and never even tried weekend farming, suddenly got the idea to set up a 13,200 square meter Shine Muscat grape farm. Well, actually, I do know. That lady who usually pushed multi-level marketing products onto my mother probably whispered strange ideas about an easy way to make money while living peacefully after retirement. With such grand aspirations and romanticism about farming, they moved to the countryside, where the air is good, the water is good, peace prevails, and people are kind. They impulsively spent a fortune on Shine Muscat farm equipment, which was supposedly so popular among young people that they can't keep up with demand. When I mentioned their bad backs weren't suitable for grape farming, they confidently claimed that modern equipment makes it manageable. And exactly 1 year and 4 months later,
Sorry, son.
Guess we're city folk after all, nervous face. With such a message, the farm was passed on to me. How convenient that their son had just lost his job due to C*vid and was drifting. How timely that my parents' backs were breaking from the harsh farm work. It was a perfect storm of factors. The annoying swarms of mosquitoes and bugs in the countryside, the more troublesome than expected pruning and fertilizing, and so on. Sigh. Now that everyone's jumping on the Shine Muscat bandwagon, the grape prices have hit rock bottom. No one's around to hear my sighs as I open a can of beer from the refrigerator. It's been about 5 years since I suddenly gave up city life in Tokyo in my early 20s and settled in this grape farm. I must be single-handedly lowering the average age of this neighborhood by at least 5 years. Normally, being a city person through and through, I should have quit this unexpected farming business after a year or two. Unfortunately, until C*vid hit, Shine Muscat really was so popular among young people that they couldn't keep up with demand. In other words, the net profit is how much? Haha. Haha. I guess I'll be growing Shine Muscat for at least 20 years. I made quite a profit too, for exactly 3 years. However, that success was too sweet for someone who had failed miserably with only 14 views on the web novel I casually tried writing after losing my job. Just like the taste of Shine Muscat grapes when the farming was going well in the beginning. Success it's a drug. A drug. Shouldn't the government prevent people from succeeding? What are the Japanese police doing? I'm still stuck in this business for 5 years because I can't forget that taste. Still, after 5 years, this work has become somewhat manageable. The neighbors who initially gave me a hard time for being a young bachelor now exchange potatoes and chickens with sympathetic looks. I've also become familiar with spraying pesticides, watering, pruning, and other tasks, making it much less burdensome to farm alone. Of course, during harvest season, there's too much work for one person to handle. But it's fine since my slightly apologetic-looking parents and their excited prospective farmer recruits come to help. Come to think of it, harvest season is coming soon. This countryside house where I live alone will become noisy again soon. The precious leisure time I've barely been enjoying will disappear. Ding dong. Ah, it's here. This means my hobby time will disappear too. Are you Mr. Kin Issei? Please sign here. Ah, yes. Thank you. But that shouldn't happen yet. I showed a friendly smile to the postal worker, then came inside and immediately opened the package. The contents were none other than the pre-order limited package of this year's fourth quarter's most anticipated open-world stealth action RPG, Immortal Order: Origin. It's the long-awaited prequel to Fansuku Software's masterpiece series about the protagonist's struggle against a secret society behind major historical events like the American Revolution, Civil War, and both World Wars. I heard that this edition finally reveals the hidden origins and truth of the secret society that has been carefully concealed throughout the series while dropping numerous hints. I haven't touched the internet for 2 days to avoid spoilers. Swoosh. Thud. The carefully crafted packaging has that special unboxing satisfaction. In the 16th century, England under Queen Elizabeth dispatched settlers to Roanoke Island to establish their first permanent colony in North America. In our world, that attempt is known to have ended in terrible failure. But what might be the truth behind it? Wow, the localization is perfect too. From today on, I'll bow 3 times toward the publisher's direction. They even included detailed maps and descriptions of the Roanoke colony and its surroundings in an antique style. Very thorough. This is a satisfying package. Just when portal sites show despicable related searches like Shine Muscat tastes bad, when you search for Shine Muscat in this grape apocalypse situation, I spent a whopping 15,840 yen. Therefore, this game cannot be boring. No, it's impossible for it to be boring. I immediately entered the CD key from the package and swallowed my saliva. The Fansuku Software logo appears with their signature big-eared Mr. Fansuku's face, and the majestic BGM makes my heart flutter. Then comes the black screen. When I select Yes to the Japanese dubbing option, text and voice rise with flames above the selection screen. You are sufficiently prepared. Yes, I'm very prepared. You have earned the right to peer beyond the secrets that have accumulated, beyond hundreds of years, to glimpse the truth. If I spent 15,840 yen, it's only natural that I should have the right even if I didn't before. O immortal one who will transcend time, a new world now calls to you. Migrate to the new world. Give up. Migrate to the new world? Strange. The Immortal Order series traditionally has a Confront the Society button on the start screen as its signature. Well, it's a prequel, so this fresh change isn't bad. That's what I thought as I moved the mouse. Crack. Somehow, an ominous thought crosses my mind. Somehow, usually in web novels, doesn't something ominous happen at times like this? Like getting sucked into the screen when I press this start button. Ah, harvest season is coming soon and I'm having strange thoughts. Click. See, nothing happened after all. Feeling stupid for having such thoughts, I got up while hitting my own head. I even did some stretching, thinking maybe blood wasn't flowing to my brain properly. When I looked back at the screen, there was only one line written on the black background. You clearly agreed. And then the computer turned off. Click, click. It wouldn't turn back on. Chapter 2. Unwitting Pioneer. I stood there staring dumbly at the darkened monitor for a long time. Ha, is this for real? I paid 15,840 yen and the computer shuts down as soon as I turn it on? What kind of optimization is this? Click. Oh, the power's out too. This house, filled with my father's dreams, hopes, and retirement money, runs on solar power. Talk about bad luck. I quickly threw on my coat and went outside. Let's see, the circuit breaker. Ah, here it is. Click. Soon the LED bulb above my head flickered and the lights came back on. Relieved, I returned to my room, turned on the computer, and clicked on the Immortal Order. Origin icon. Again, the black screen appears with Japanese subtitles and dubbed voice. You are sufficiently prepared. You have earned the right to peer beyond the secrets that have accumulated, beyond hundreds of years, to glimpse the truth. O immortal one who will transcend time, a new world now calls to you. And now it was time for the words migrate to the new world and give up to appear. Come to think of it, it is strange to have a give up button on the start screen. Immortal one, you have already migrated to the new world. There is no turning back. This migration was your choice. Endure with will and perseverance. May fortune favor your path ahead. For some reason I don't understand, the text has changed. Click, and the game turned off again. The Windows default desktop welcomes me back. Why? Did they make another crappy game that crashes? Have these bastards developed the bad habit of finishing the game after selling it? Do they think gamers are a joke? Do they think consumers are a joke? Click again. Click. Immortal One, it's futile. Bear the consequences of your choice. Crashes again with that message. Click. Immortal One, will you become a pioneer of the new world within infinite blessings? Or will you become a slave to fate? Click. Crashes again. Click. Clicks again. Immortal One, are you unable to face reality? Click. Click. Immortal One, this is the 6th time already. Clinging to vain hope will accomplish nothing. Click. What's this? Did they actually set different start messages for each crash to add to the frustration? Trembling. My hands are shaking.
15,840 yen.
A hefty sum equivalent to about 14.6 times the 2024 minimum wage. For some, it might be what they earn in a day or two of loading and unloading work. But for me, who inherited a debt-ridden business, it's not a light amount at all. Jrrrrrrrr. My 15,840 yen. Treated like this. Anger boils up against the Fansuka software developers who did such a sloppy job with optimization. Hatred overflows for the marketing team who packaged and sold an unplayable game at an insane price. I'll rip their guts out. Slap. Phew. One slap to my cheek brings me back to my senses. Get it together. What's all this fuss about just one game? To clear my head, I went to the bathroom to wash my face and looked in the mirror. Huh. And I noticed something strange. Whiteheads, blackheads, dark circles, acne, and various other skin blemishes from working hard under the blazing sun. They're all gone. My skin is as clear as when I first entered college. Even the facial wrinkles that were starting to form and the moles that had appeared here and there have all disappeared. It's like my face has returned to several years ago. No way. I wondered if this might all be an elaborate prank. But I'd read too many web novels during my unemployment period. Reincarnation, regression, possession, transported. I hurriedly felt my face and body. Since I clearly haven't returned to being a baby, it's not reincarnation. Looking at my reflection in the dark monitor, apart from the improved skin, I don't seem particularly younger, so it's not regression either. Even blinking and looking more carefully, there's no sign of change in my face. So I haven't possessed someone else's body either. Therefore, transported. Hey, no way. How could something like a transported actually exist? I deliberately whistled while putting on my hiking boots and stepped outside. And SSSSSSSP. As I breathe in, the faint salty smell makes my mental state crumble. It's the seaside. There's a sea nearby. This is strange considering my farm was originally in Ueda City, Nagano Prefecture. Because Ueda is inland. What about the salt damage? As soon as that thought hit me, I started running straight toward the grape farm. Are the shine muscat trees all safe? And those things I just recently expanded into. Huff huff, they're safe. Black sapphire. A new variety I hurriedly brought in after the Tanghulu boom hit Japan. Along with other alternatives I invested in heavily as the shine muscat trend was declining. Though they're only in their first year of grafting and haven't borne fruit yet, I can already picture the grape clusters that will hang abundantly next year. These guys are my future livelihood. At least while the Tanghulu trend lasts, they're filial products that will slowly help me pay off my debts. Huh? I don't even know what strange place I've landed in. Yet I'm worried about debt and new varieties first? Really, I can't emphasize this enough, or you shouldn't do businesses that bring in large sums of money at once. Your brain gets pickled in dopamine and you can't escape from it. Anyway, even while realizing this fact, I couldn't wipe the pleased smile off my face as I left the grape farm. Then I started walking around the approximately 13,200 square meter house and farm. Even after just a brief look, I could tell the general situation. Dense forest filled exactly everything beyond my property line. Beyond the green metal fence that separated our farm from other farms was all unknown woodland. Or more precisely, it felt like our farm had been wedged into a space that was originally filled with lush, dense forest. I felt like an uninvited guest in this space. This alien feeling, as if I'd fallen into a completely separate space and time. Transported. Trying to push away this ominous feeling that was coming back, I started exploring the farm again. First, the warehouse. Creak, creak. As I open the aluminum shutter, the interior of the warehouse comes into clear view. First, the excavator, not mine, and the used hijet van, mine, parked in that corner are safe, and similarly, the stacked pesticides, portable generator, and various materials and equipment are all in place. Then, after leaving the warehouse and carefully closing the shutter door, I head toward the modest chicken coop. Cluck, 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 cluck. I'm so anxious. But you guys are living the good life. Huh. The hens and roosters are happily pecking at feed together inside the wire mesh, enjoying their leisure. I got them from a neighbor and somehow got attached, so I couldn't bring myself to eat them and kept raising them. But their numbers have increased insanely, making them my #1 worry lately. Finally, creak, the bags of potatoes and sacks of corn stored in front of the cold storage. These are also burdens I took on from neighbors who said they had too much, but for some reason, right now they give me a sense of security. Why do they make me feel secure? Weren't these things I just stashed in front of the cold storage because I had no use for them either? Well, I wonder why. Trying hard to suppress the ominous feeling again, I return home. The tomatoes and peppers my mother grew in the garden greet me in front of the house. Thump. H.A. At least the farm is safe. But, lying on the sofa lost in thought, I could no longer maintain my mental victory. Reality only brings sighs. Where exactly is this place? While looking around the farm, I kept glancing at the forest beyond, but the tree species were unfamiliar, and I couldn't see any of the usual neighboring houses. No matter how I look at it, this isn't Japan. Then is it safe out there? In this strange place with unexplored forests stretching out and salty winds that will surely be fatal for farming? No, I still need to go check it out. Well, what if it's not safe? Shouldn't I know what dangers are out there to respond to them? What good would it do to stay cooped up here in fear just because the house is safe, not knowing what might jump out of that forest? Sighing, I changed my clothes piece by piece. I put on my work clothes, the sturdiest clothes I own, with hiking boots, and just in case, I grabbed a sickle and machete for self-defense. I almost forgot the flashlight and backpack. And as I step outside, the salty wind hits my face again. This is really scary. Somehow, muttering such things to myself helps reduce the tension. I awkwardly pull out the machete and make motions of swinging it around before swallowing hard and moving forward again. Come to think of it, why did I bring a machete? What, am I going to slice up a bear if one appears? What if I meet people? Am I going to kill them? Me? Someone who lived in Japan where they not only record the fingerprints of all 50 million citizens but even assign identification numbers to monitor them? Someone who lived in a country where I thought the public safety was beyond good. It was almost scary. My teeth chatter. Even as I lock the gate of the fence and activate the security system, I can't shake off the tension. Just one more step and I'll be in the unknown forest. I don't even know if this is Japan or somewhere else, and I can't be sure if whoever or whatever I encounter from now on will be friendly. From now on, the only things I can trust are my own physical strength and the machete in my hand. Crunch. I stepped forward, treading on unknown grass. Soon, the green shade blocks the hot sunlight and limits my vision ahead. Countless spreading trees sway in the wind, confusing me. The extreme tension I'd only experienced in adventure novels or games becomes reality, and it's hard to bear. My head feels like it's going to explode. My hand tightens on the knife handle. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After walking a few more steps like this, I was now completely in the forest. HNNNG. First, the air is clean. That means there's no pollution at all. My heart grows heavier thinking about how this is air that's hard to experience in Japan. Good Lord, to think I'd miss air full of fine dust. Moreover, the shapes of the birds flying around and squirrels scurrying about here, and they were quite different from what I used to see daily in the mountain behind my neighborhood. How many minutes had I walked through the forest like this? I still hadn't encountered any people or large animals. I'm not sure if that's fortunate or not. I felt like I could sum up my observations so far in one word. Unknown. Basically, except for the blue sky and the sun rising in the south, nothing was familiar. Well, at least being in the northern hemisphere is reassuring. Like hell it is. Slash. Swish. Now I'm swinging around the machete I was afraid to take out earlier, cutting away branches that get in my way as I walk. Thoughts like, what if all this is actually a hidden camera prank? Helped drive away some of the fear in my heart. Acting childishly, pretending to be an adventurer by crouching while walking and striking poses, whistling to myself. These silly actions helped relieve my terror. Anyway, after walking for quite a while, the salty sea smell persists and the forest shows no sign of ending, so my house must be quite deep inland. Oh, I can make such rational judgments now. I guess I'm getting somewhat used to this strange land. Help. Me. A human voice? And in Japanese? I felt my heart instantly relax at the words from somewhere. And at the same time, I became anxious realizing that voice sounded half dead. Please. Help. Me. Moreover, listening to the content, someone is clearly asking for help. I quickly held my breath and strained my ears to gauge the direction the voice was coming from. Given that I could hear it without them shouting, they can't be far away. Someone, please, save me. Left. I rushed forward, cutting down the trees in my way. My arms and legs got slightly scratched by thorns. But shouldn't saving someone come first? Where are you? Where are you? As I got closer to where the voice came from, I shouted for the first time since entering the forest. Between the sounds of startled birds taking flight at my shout, a death cry-like scream returns. Here. Over here. It's right behind. I turned around, parted the thick undergrowth with both hands, and jumped over. And, PP person. Human. I froze for a moment. The scene illuminated by my flashlight was tragic. About 30 people. People so emaciated their eyes were sunken, either writhing on the ground without the strength to stand or completely passed out. And just one person. Here. There's someone here. Just one person, a young woman barely conscious, weakly waves her arm and mumbles as she turns her head toward me. Thank heavens, I hear English. English. Finally, the rescue fleet has. And she too freezes when she sees me. What I clearly heard was natural, fluent Japanese. But the young woman now making eye contact with me is Caucasian, and she's wearing what looks like a period costume. She's definitely not some broadcast reenactment actor. Only then do I recall one passage in my mind. In the 16th century, England under Queen Elizabeth dispatched settlers to the introduction text on the back of the Immortal Order origin package. Roanoke Island to establish their first permanent colony in North America. In our world, that attempt is known to have ended in terrible failure.
Plus.
Immortal One, will you become a pioneer of the new world within infinite blessings? Or will you become a slave to fate? That enigmatic message from the game's start. I finally understood the nature of this transported. And where this is. This is North America. Chapter 3, Providence. Eleanor's memories of her mother are hazy. Her father said she was a good person, so she just accepts that. In truth, even the feeling of missing her is faint. Ironically, her first memory of her mother is her funeral, which says enough. The image is still vivid. Her mother being lowered into the coffin, gradually covered with earth, and raindrops falling on the gravestone marked with a cross. Even now, when she thinks of her mother, she remembers the gravestone more clearly than her face. And the sight of her father embracing that gravestone and crying after seeing off the mourners. Father, are you crying? Eleanor was still young then, but looking at her father's face turning toward her, she vaguely realized something. That she was the only one left to comfort her father. Because neither her deceased mother nor her brother, who died as a newborn, were there by his side. Her father's face brightened slightly upon seeing young Eleanor. Eleanor smiled back at her father then. She held back her tears and acted the part of a lively 10-year-old daughter. Responsibility. That word was engraved deep in Eleanor's heart at that moment. Even when they first set foot on the strange American soil just last year. Even when the colony fell into chaos due to lack of food. Even when her father left for England to find food right after Eleanor gave birth to her first child. Even when her husband died from a stray arrow. She never lost that sense of responsibility. That responsibility drew people to her. Though just 19 years old and a woman at that, people gathered around her. As the daughter of the governor, she made her decision. Let's go to Croton Island. We'll wait for father there. Surely, father will return, and the friendly natives there will accept us. However, at the same time, she was just 19 years old and a woman at that. People had already lost faith that her father would return. They left on their own for the land of the friendly Chesapeake tribe. They thought it better to entrust themselves to friendly natives than wait for her father's relief. All that remained were a few people who had been close to her father John White, women without husbands, and her 1-year-old daughter Virginia. Thus, including herself, just 34 people total. Only 34 out of 107 remained. No. Despite her being a woman and only 19 years old, 34 people stayed with her. Eleanor strengthened her hope in the midst of despair with this thought. So in 1588, they set sail for Croton Island. And in the process, they lost several more to a storm. That left just 32 people total. Only 32 people were able to set foot on Croton Island. They had no food. Somehow, they ended up on the coast where no natives lived. Walk. We'll cross through the forest to where the natives' village is. Soon we'll all be able to live. She spoke with a forced smile. But honestly, there was no hope. It would take quite a long walk to reach the native village, and these sick and starving people no longer had the strength to make it there. And even if they reached there, it would still be problematic. If they were lucky, they might receive food and shelter while waiting for rescue. But what if there were communication problems? Every possibility pointed to one outcome: death. Still, Eleanor walked at the front. She was the first to step into swamps where men hesitated, and she lit fires while holding her child, telling hopeful stories to her companions. And when they had walked about halfway across the island, thump, ugh, uff. Damn it all. Mr. Hewitt has twisted his ankle. Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt. I'm done here. Everyone go on. Eleanor, what should we do? The final moment had come. One of their company could no longer walk. Virginia, cradled in Eleanor's arms, now slept all day, so quietly that she could die at any moment. One by one, they collapsed. Eleanor sensed death here. She had watched her philandering husband die before her eyes. Besides him, many companions and friends had left her side. Some died, some betrayed her. These were unbearable times for a mere 19-year-old girl. But they were times she had to endure. But now it's too much. Let's camp here. Eleanor? Don't worry. Tomorrow the kind natives will save us. Everyone caught Eleanor's lie, but they all said nothing and collapsed onto the ground. This would be their end. One by one, they closed their eyes and grew quiet. Had they all departed for the Lord's kingdom? Yes. Now I too. Search. I have to leave now? Hick. I'm only 19 years old. Fear, sorrow, and directionless anger that she thought had been dulled while leading the group and weathering terrible experiences welled up. No, I don't want to die. So she clawed at her throat and spoke. Help. Me. Anyone would do. Please, just one more chance. Lord, please. And then a miracle came. Where are you? Where are you? Someone comes running, shouting in fluent English. Through her blurring vision, a person's silhouette appears. A mysterious and kind-looking man. Though he didn't seem to be European, he wore strange but obviously sturdy clothing. He held a large steel sword in one hand. Its blade glinted sharply as if prepared for righteous judgment. Also, in his other hand he held a lamp. No, the man held light in his hand. It was pure white light like the sun. He illuminated her companions with it and then began to speak in a whisper. 144,000. 144,000. 14:3. And they sang a new song before the throne and before the 4 living creatures and the elders. No one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. Ah! All starving. Must feed them quickly. Grab. Eleanor unconsciously grabbed the man's wrist, and with courage from who knows where, she spoke thus. An angel. Take me, or at least my child, to heaven. Desperately. Please. To the Lord's side. With that, Eleanor lost consciousness. 1, 2, 3, 4. 30 people. The number of people dying of starvation in front of me right now.
Haché.
Is everyone alive? They are alive. They're starved to the point where their stomachs are stuck to their backs. One is a baby, and one even seems to have injured their leg, but miraculously they're all still breathing. An angel. Please. The woman who suddenly grabbed my wrist just now seems okay too. For now. Anyone can see they're one step away from death in their current state. Eat this and open your eyes. Ah! How can I feed this to starving people? Just let it melt for now. Okay. Don't swallow. Just let it melt. Since all I have to eat is chocolate. I unwrap them and put one in each person's mouth, and they all twitch at the sudden sweetness. Yes. Just put it in your mouth and let it melt. Slowly melt it and eat it. Please live. Please. Erf. You take 15,840 yen. You take 15,840 yen and make people suffer like this, you bastards? I really feel like crying. Now I understand the unusually detailed text on the back of the game package and those meaningfully mysterious opening phrases. O immortal one who will transcend time. A new world now calls to you. You damn game narrator. These days we don't use terms like new world. Then are all the people who originally lived in the new world new humans? You bastard? Anyway, so I've been transported to a failed colony in America? And to the crazy Elizabethan era, 400 years ago at that. I'd rather be sent to 21st century America, even if it's the hood where kids play with guns and fentanyl is everywhere. Send me back to modern times. I'm saying, people can't live on grapes alone, and without great knowledge or helpers to assist. How can I survive? Wait, the game package. I thought while pouring the last chocolate milk into the mouth of the starving child the young woman was holding. There's information in the lengthy catalog included with the game package. The detailed maps of Roanoke Colony and the surrounding area with explanations of resources and terrain that were somehow written in detail. The timeline of historical events from that period with similarly detailed explanations that were somehow kindly prepared. If that was for this moment, if that information is the path for my survival from now on, I quickly grabbed my flashlight and machete and ran back toward my farm. Seeing these people stirring, they seem to have passed the immediate crisis, but I haven't given them proper food yet. If I don't want to let them die, they need medicine and food right now. And, no. First I need to memorize all the content in the game catalog. Please. Wait. She saw an angel. He disappeared swinging his great sword, just as he had arrived. And the sweet food he poured into their mouths, when they slowly melted and ate it, strength naturally welled up in their bodies. Ugh. Mrs. Dare, are you conscious? Her closing eyes open. Her stiffening limbs move again. Eleanor realized she had walked back from death's door. The others had similar expressions. Oh, Eleanor. I saw an angel. He saved us. I wasn't the only one who saw him. An angel with a sword in hazy light put sweet fruit in our mouths. Mrs. Dare, we're all alive. We're alive. Ah. Eleanor Dare still hadn't regained her senses. Everyone had awakened from the death that had been approaching like sleep after eating the sweet fruit he gave them. At first after waking, she thought she might have had a hallucination, but it was certain since most of her companions here testified to seeing it together. He was either an angel or at least a righteous person sent by the Almighty Lord. What could it mean that we saw an angel here? An angel who appeared in non-European form at that. Isn't this telling us to build a new colony on this land and spread the gospel to the savages? We are 32 people. How can we build a colony here? Well, when Mrs. Dare's father returns, won't the scattered people gather again? That's right. We'll build a church right here, till fields, and together with people. Wait a moment. But Eleanor had to calm the people gathered here. Whether they had just met an angel or some unknown righteous person, excessive excitement was forbidden. Nothing about our immediate situation has changed. We still have far to go to reach the native village, and one of our company is even injured. Yes, someone had to tell the cold truth to people lost in hopeless optimism. Did food magically appear? No. Did the injured person miraculously heal? That too? No. Nothing had changed. Sigh. She took a step back to prevent religious fervor from blinding reason and maintained a reserved attitude. So that righteous native might soon bring their tribe's people to help us. They've already given us food without reason. Then we won't need to abandon Mr. Hewitt and leave. While doing so, Eleanor breathed new hope of a different form into these people to keep their spirits from falling. The leadership she gained while overcoming her father's absence led her to make the best judgment. That's true. This worked out well. It means if we wait here, hope will appear somehow. Yes, she needed to cool their heads. Thinking about it again, it's hard to believe that someone was an angel. They must be a noble from some native tribe around here. But they could speak English, right? Pardon. Those mysterious clothes. And what was that mysterious lamp they held? And above all, talkative Margaret picked up the scattered golden wrappers and said, I don't think fruit with such shiny wrapping could exist in the New World. What is this? It seems like cloth, but golden on the outside and silver on the inside. Why is their side more logical? Come to think of it, how did they speak English? Did they learn from some passing Englishman? But we are the only passing English people in this area, and they spoke too fluently for someone who'd only studied for a few years. My head hurts. The mysterious light of that angel she saw then still seemed to ripple in Eleanor's eyes. No matter what, they couldn't really be an angel. Isn't it odd for an angel to suddenly appear in non-European form? What angel would? Just like in Revelation. In 1587, John White's pioneering group arrives at Roanoke Island. In 1588, after the Spanish Armada is defeated by England, John White, who couldn't sail during the war, finally returns to Roanoke in 1590. What? Not warning about the future. Plus, the French Queen Mother Catherine de' Medici dies in 1589. Plague strikes London from 1592 to 1593. Oh, Descartes was born in 1596? Shakespeare was from this time, right? Romeo and Juliet comes out in 1597. This kind of information isn't necessary. Oh, the French wars of religion end in 1598. I should remember that. Russell. Everyone's awake? How are you all feeling? The companions tried to get up but slumped back down. The angel had returned. Chapter 4. Infinite Blessings. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Thud. Phew. Gathering food and medicine for 30 people was beyond my physical capabilities. I barely made it here pulling a cart and carrying pole. Everyone's awake? How are you all feeling? What's this? Why is there no response from anyone? Is it because I'm too unfamiliar? Or are they discriminating against me because I'm not white? No wonder these people's descendants did Brexit. Evil English bastards. Is this how you treat someone who saved your lives? I guess you shouldn't take in dark-haired beasts after all. As my expression slightly hardened, this time the atmosphere suddenly becomes uncomfortably tense. What's really going on? The racists exchanged glances among themselves, and after sharing some hand signals and eye contact, one person stepped forward. Probably their leader. Huh? A young woman around my age. How strange. There seem to be many people older than her? Why? Is she noble? While I was looking at her in bewilderment, she suddenly bowed deeply and greeted me. Thank. Was that supposed to be a greeting? Thank you. Please calm down. Yes. Take deep breaths too. Hup. Ha. Hup. Ha. Do you have any other words to bestow upon us? Is she nervous? Well, it's understandable to be nervous meeting an armed adult male in a strange land, especially with 2 children and an injured person among their group. Plus, I'm wearing clothes that look like they're from another planet. I waved my hand to reassure the woman before me. Please relax. I have no intention of harming any of you. I merely brought some food because you looked starving. Since it wouldn't be good to suddenly eat your usual food when you're starving, I brought these for now. I handed over a bundle of ready-to-eat meals and patient food in cans to the woman before me. Huh? Ah, yes. I thought she might relax now, but no. People's eyes just lost focus. Like this, pull the ring on top to open it and you can drink the contents. Understand? Ah, why yes, I understand. For now, use that as a meal substitute. Here, I brought some light fabric that you can use to make tents. Fabric. Yes, and here are bandages and splints for the person with the injured leg. Well, that's everything. Do you have any questions? Thank. Then I'll be going. Yes. Let me say this just in case. Xing. I drew my machete. Though I helped them out of pity, there are still 30 of them. 30 starving, unfamiliar outsiders. Better to prepare in case they become raiders. We would prefer if you didn't follow us. We have our own circumstances. Farewell. Did it work? Seeing how they all basically froze, it seems to have worked. Good. I've hidden that I'm alone, and shown the message that I also have force. So immediate safety is secured. Just need to help them for about 3 more days. I am Eleanor. Eleanor Dare. HM? A sudden self-introduction? Should I reveal my name too? Nice to meet you, Eleanor. No, that probably won't be necessary. I casually acknowledged her greeting while turning around. Then I deliberately took a roundabout path home to avoid revealing the route. Thump. What was that conversation just now? It was hard to even breathe. If God were to ask about the most frightening and tense moment in my life after death, I would point to that moment just now. He said plague will strike London. That's just a few years from now. Has there ever been a time when London didn't have plague? He might have just guessed. Then what about saying the French Queen Mother will die next year? We heard a prophecy. Is that the issue? He said Governor White might not return until 90. The angel. What exactly was he foretelling? Instantly the surroundings become chaotic with people kneeling, making the sign of the cross, and praying. Though the area became noisy, honestly Eleanor wasn't concerned at all about things like plague coming to London or when France's war would end. There was only one piece of news that concerned Eleanor. Now is 1588. In 1588, after the Spanish Armada is defeated by England, John White, who couldn't sail during the war, finally returns to Roanoke in 1590. Father, who was expected to return around now, won't return for 2 more years? Because of war with Spain? Eleanor wanted to just cry, but, looking back, 30 people were staring at her. She couldn't show fear or mental collapse in this state. If she collapsed, everyone would collapse. She forced her trembling lips to rise. It's good that Father is alive, isn't it? He will definitely return. Plus, we have this friendly person who gives us food and fabric for tents. Those 2 things at least could be viewed positively. As Eleanor lifted the mood, the atmosphere of the group that was falling into panic gradually calmed, and everyone's reason returned as they started murmuring conversations. No matter how you look at it, he didn't seem like an angel, did he? But he didn't seem like a native from around here either. He spoke English better than the other natives we've lived with, didn't he? Isn't that right? Yes. That unidentified man's actions were too human-like to be an angel. Worrying about Eleanor's companions, measuring his attitude, carrying and moving each piece of luggage. None of it seemed like a transcendent angel. However, did you hear just now? People's voices naturally quieted. Since many in this group were poor, their attention automatically focused when they heard the voice of a high person. The lawyer Sir Thomas Hewitt with the twisted ankle spoke to Eleanor Dare. He referred to himself as we, like some king. He did. At that time, Eleanor was afraid to even speak to the being before her. His build was different from the natives around here. He seemed about 6 feet tall, but his face was pale, as if unaccustomed to hard labor. Ah, that's right, Mr. Hewitt. I heard Mongolians and Chinese people look like that. Perhaps he's some very, very noble person from the East, Mrs. Dare. Why such a person would be here alone? Could he be an explorer? Or maybe exiled? Just a moment. Someone interrupts. When Eleanor turned her head, it was the goldsmith William Brown. Having just received the drink from that maybe Eastern prince being. His eyes were wide and his hands were trembling. Why, what is it, Mr. Brown? Eleanor asked Brown with an inexplicable anxiety, and he answered, Take this drink container. Don't throw it away, any of them. No. Gather them all in one place. Why so suddenly? It's just an iron can. This isn't iron? Why doesn't iron rust even after holding liquid? Lighter than iron. As strong as iron. Doesn't rust. Then what on earth is this? Friendly native, X. Maybe Eastern prince being angel? Eleanor didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I prepared to visit the English people again. Just need to gather weapons, medicine, bandages, and ready-to-eat meals. I put 30 cans of ready-to-eat meals from the drawer into a box, and opened the cabinet to take out painkillers and bandages for the injured. Painkillers? Ha! Why are the painkillers all full? I definitely gave them to the English people yesterday. Did I count wrong? I stuffed what I needed into my backpack anyway. Anyway, when I returned to the English people, for some reason they all had dark circles under their eyes. These people, after I went to the trouble of bringing them food and everything, what did they do all night without sleeping? When I held out a box of ready-to-eat meals, Eleanor stepped forward like yesterday, bowing her head as she received it. Thank you. You all should stay here for now. There are some injured people, and it could be dangerous if you try to move recklessly right now. Here. What is it, Mrs. Dare? Eleanor held out a pouch to me with trembling hands. We thought about it all night, and it doesn't seem right for us to keep these empty cans. We can't dispose of them anywhere, so we thought we should return them to you first. I was surprised at their character. Thank you for saving us. Thanks for saving us, but you clean up the trash. As expected of citizens of a pirate country, they must have completely worn away even a shred of conscience. I understand for now. I sighed while accepting the cloth-wrapped empty cans. Right. These might be useful for recycling someday. Like yesterday, I returned home taking a roundabout path while giving appropriate threats and warnings. Since I erased my footprints and cleaned up other traces properly while coming back, they shouldn't be able to find this place. Is this right? Ha! This isn't something I should be doing. Working hard and sweating for 2 days to feed racist English bastards. It's pathetic. Still, unlike them, I'm a civilized person, so I can't just let people die. Bear the yellow man's burden, Kin Issei. Let's stop the nonsense. Walking toward the house entrance while looking at the farm, the grape harvest season is already approaching. I'm worried about how I'll handle all those grapes alone, and what I'll do with them after harvesting. Just full of worries. As soon as I got home, I collapsed on the bed and studied the Immortal Origin catalog intently. Here's the name Eleanor Dare. Found it. John White's daughter. gave birth to Virginia Dare, the first English person born in the New World. So that baby she was holding was her daughter? She looks so young but already has a child. Well, it's the 16th century. Not strange at all. While resting my tired body like that, I glared at the promotional text on the back of the catalog that now looked suspicious. Series, first full Japanese localization. Right, so that's why I could communicate perfectly with 16th century English people. You transport someone with their whole farm and don't give them a translation sheet? I would have changed history to prevent Fansuku software from ever being established. Immortal One, will you become a pioneer of the new world within infinite blessings? Or will you become a slave to fate? Even completely ordinary words like localization had chilling meanings hidden in them. Could there be some profound meaning in phrases like this too? Why do they keep calling me Immortal One? What are these infinite blessings? Whatever, these bastards who suddenly transported someone right before Imjin War aren't going to kindly explain everything. After struggling to examine the catalog like that, it was already past 12 and the date had changed. My morning person lifestyle pattern was ruined from carrying luggage and working hard today. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, I sighed and got up to wash my face first. Right, let's prepare what to distribute tomorrow. I immediately took out 30 cans of ready-to-eat meals from the drawer and put them in a bag, then opened the cabinet to take out new bandages and medicine. Since I usually keep and check emergency supplies, the amount should be sufficient. Huh? What? Hey, why is it full today too? The bandages are full. The medicine bottle with painkillers is the same. It should definitely be empty from yesterday and today's portions. Shia. Oops. I went crazy and didn't turn off the water after washing my face. Huh? I've been transported to 16th century North America full of wilderness. But clean water keeps coming from the faucet? The bandages and medicine I definitely took out and distributed earlier have been refilled? Infinite blessings. I checked the drawer again. The ready-to-eat meals hadn't been refilled. Come to think of it, I cooked rice and side dishes yesterday too, but the rice, vegetables, and meat weren't refilled either. Food doesn't get refilled? It was just a rough guess, but it was probably certain. The ready-to-eat meals I distributed to people then weren't refilled. Speaking of yesterday. Yesterday the batteries died, so I couldn't bring the flashlight today. My fingertips started trembling slightly. No way. Nah, no way. I opened the drawer near the shoe rack where I usually keep batteries. Energizer, strong and long-lasting, full. The next day I tried using up all the batteries. I also used up the gasoline from the warehouse by pouring it out and burning it. Besides that, I used, threw away, and wasted all kinds of resources in the house except food. I deliberately threw and broke the robot vacuum cleaner I rarely used. When midnight passed, everything was restored. Universal language cheat. And probably a resource cheat too. Now I stood in front of the bathroom mirror with uncontrollable emotions. Since I was in the middle of shaving, my chin was covered in shaving cream, infinite replication. After taking a few deep breaths, I try shouting, "Status window. System. Status." Silence. Would have been embarrassing if someone was nearby. Why give everything but the most important thing? I sighed and picked up the razor again. After shaving off the dark stubble and checking my philtrum, I saw a small cut. Aish. Why do I always make mistakes at annoying times like this? I quickly wiped the blood and put a band-aid on the small cut. The band-aid will be replicated again after midnight anyway. And then I went straight to sleep. Right? It's funny, but now I feel somewhat relieved. At least I can maintain a modern lifestyle except for internet. At least I won't ruin the grape farming from lack of agricultural water. Still, they could give at least one more cheat. Even if not a status window, couldn't they give something like mind reading or SSS rank swordsmanship? Whatever. I should be grateful for even this much. Equals. And so Kin Issei put a band-aid on the small cut on his philtrum and fell asleep. And beneath the band-aid, quietly, so quickly that the sleeping Kin Issei wouldn't notice the anomaly. The wound healed. It took less than a few seconds for the wound to disappear without leaving a scar. From the computer Kin Issei left on before falling asleep, a small voice could be heard. Immortal One, will you become a pioneer of the new world? Or will you become a slave to fate? Immortal One. Immortal One. Chapter 5. Negotiation. Waking up feels so refreshing. Why? Because I confirmed that my modern lifestyle isn't terminal? Because I won't run out of pesticides when growing grapes? Because I can use everything semi-permanently. The computer, shower, dishwasher, and even the Nintendo Switch? Swoosh. That's right. Just taking a shower alone makes me laugh and brings tears of joy to my eyes. If you ask why, it's because I've been experiencing pre-modern life despair in real time for the past few days. I still remember the sight of those English people I met yesterday. People who couldn't wash properly, trembling in fear of death from injuries without antibiotics or basic medicine, on the verge of starvation when they opened their eyes. I thought I would become like that in a few months. To be honest, between me, a fragile modern person, and the English people who survived in 16th century savage London, who would be tougher? My situation could only be worse, not better, I thought. But not anymore. I have properly sanitized tap water. I won't run short of drinking water, and I won't get skin diseases from improper washing. Plus, I have unlimited electricity and oil. When I checked yesterday, the excavator works fine, and the hijet van starts well too. In other words, I can farm with 21st century equipment. Even if they break down, they'll probably return to normal after midnight, which means I won't starve to death. I checked the potatoes in the cold storage facility first thing in the morning. They're all in good condition, not rotting. Then I checked the vegetable garden and chicken coop near the house. Tomatoes and peppers are growing, and cocoa are steadily laying eggs. You guys are now my food supply source. I definitely remember reading on Wiki that humans can survive on just milk and potatoes. If I can farm potatoes well and raise chickens, I can significantly reduce the risk of starvation. Moreover, with chickens and eggs, I won't have to risk getting shot by a blind native's arrow while recklessly hunting in this area to get protein. Thinking about this made me feel much more at ease. Since antibiotics regenerate infinitely too, I won't die from disease, and I won't starve to death, so the biggest threats of the pre-modern era are solved. So now I can just live peacefully farming. How many square meter is our farm again? Area of 13,200 square meter. Security personnel? 1 person. No, this isn't right. Even those 30 dying English people were threatening enough that I had to bluff and hide my location. Can I live like this forever? That's nonsense. It's now the late 16th century. According to the information confirmed through the catalog, it's sometime between 1588 and 1590. Looking through the historical information written in the catalog, Jamestown, famous for Pocahontas, is established nearby in 1607, and the famous Mayflower lands at Plymouth in 1620. Within 20 to 30 years at most, other white colonists will flood this place. How will they react when they see a strange Asian person owning such a farm? Will they kindly and gently respect my ownership? Those human trash who asked for recycling separation after I gave them food? Absolutely not. And white people aren't the only threat. It's just propaganda to portray North American natives as bloodthirsty murderers obsessed with scalping people. At the same time, it's also propaganda to make North American natives look like fools who were helplessly massacred by white people because they were naive and innocent. North American natives are people too. Seeds far superior to what they have. Farming tools incomparably better than theirs. Infinite clean water and all sorts of resources. These things suddenly appeared in their territory without permission, and only one person is guarding them. If it were me, I'd kill and take it. Therefore, conclusion. Everyone is a threat to me. From the threatening and strange nature to the English people and natives, everyone. Among them, the immediate danger is those 30 people. They haven't shown particularly friendly behavior towards me, nor have they shown particularly hostile behavior. Let's say they're neutral entities. However, they're currently the only group that recognizes my existence and could show collective behavior. I need to somehow reach a resolution with those people. According to the records, the colony failed, diplomacy with the natives failed, and supplies expected from the mainland didn't arrive, causing them to split into two groups. One group went north. The other group came here where they could see the sea well, looking for a friendly tribe and waiting for John White, who hurriedly returned to the mainland to request relief supplies. In other words, they're in a desperate situation with insufficient supplies and no help available. And desperation makes people capable of anything. For example, killing their benefactor who saved them and seizing their house and farm. If they lack force, they could contact the group that went north. This won't do. I need to find a means of communication. I should first figure out how that group of English people will move. At the same time, I'll shake them up in my own way. I grabbed a simple means of communication and organized my thoughts. First, I need to intimidate them, not by taking actions that might seem hostile, but by showing off our force, so they won't even think about attacking us. While doing that, it would be good to create a situation where they would take some kind of action, to check their attitude, right? England and Spain are currently at war. I should use that point. I put down the means of communication in the shoe rack for a moment, changed into the sturdiest clothes I had, and grabbed a machete too. Good. This should do it. Equals. Today. Is he not coming? Attorney Hewitt nodded solemnly at Eleanor's words. On previous days, he came around noon. Perhaps something came up today. But yesterday, he definitely said he would come today. It was already late at night. Everyone had gone to sleep since the sun set, and only Eleanor and a few others were keeping watch, guarding the surroundings. However, even those on watch duty were sitting without energy. It couldn't be helped since they hadn't eaten anything all day. They were afraid of irritating the friendly savages around if they went hunting, and they needed the food that he brought to move around freely. The night forest was dark and scary. Their nerves were on edge every time unknown birds and beasts rustled through the undergrowth. Eleanor felt her shoulders involuntarily shrinking. Hungry, thirsty, and above all, tired. As her eyes were slowly closing in the darkness and silence. What? What's happening, Mrs. Dare? Juju, just now. There was a roaring sound from over there. It didn't sound like a normal beast's cry. It was something fast, sharp, and dangerous. Due to the recent roaring sound, the group members started waking up one by one, and each time, the roaring sound changed direction and gradually grew louder. People gathered in one place at the approach of something unknown. The men held crudely carved spears, and some uselessly fiddled with already broken matchlock guns. Eleanor felt her hands getting sweaty. What is it? What could that sound be? Wong. At that moment, Eleanor, get out of the way. A familiar shout came from behind Eleanor. As Eleanor quickly moved her body at that shout, something brushed past where Eleanor had been, and the shrubs that were where it passed by were cleanly cut away. Wood and grass pieces flew everywhere, causing Eleanor to involuntarily scream. Kaiawea! Eleanor tightly closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. Phew. Sorry, Eleanor. I didn't know you were behind the shrubs. A familiar face was standing in front of her. As he moved his fingers, the buzzing roar stopped and the vibrations shaking the air ceased. Eleanor saw something in his hand. A strangely shaped saw? Are you all right? Why, yes. Words wouldn't come out properly. After falling on her bottom right where she stood, she barely managed to control her trembling body and said,
Ashashelo.
Eleanor, Attorney Hewitt, and all the other awakened people looked at the path created behind his back. Trees that seemed to be an armful thick had been cleanly cut down. The logs were sprawled like corpses. Hiccup. Eleanor hiccuped without realizing it. Was that too much? But it should have been effective, right? Kaiawea. Robert wet himself. PP, please spare us, Angel. Don't worry, everyone. It's him. It's him. The effect was excessively good. Since everyone seemed scared, I slightly lowered the chainsaw and said, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm not armed because of you. Kaya, Kaya, please calm down." Indeed, the chainsaw is an excellent means of communication. Everyone quiets down really quickly. Anyway, I should get to the point. The reason I'm armed like this is because of Spanish ships. No, there was something scarier to them than a weapon they didn't even know about. Instantly, all the English people gathered here closed their mouths and turned their heads towards me. If you mean Spanish ships," Eleanor's face turned pale. Since it seemed like all sorts of thoughts were rushing through her head, I just nodded appropriately. That's right. The Anglo-Spanish War that started in 1585. A war that broke out when England supported the rebellion of Dutch Protestants under Spanish rule and sponsored pirates to plunder Spanish ships. Spain, which exploited all of Central and South America except Brazil, and England, which exploited Spanish merchants through piracy. As befitting a war between two maritime powers, battles took place all over the Atlantic, according to what was written in the records. Anyway, since Spain actually sent warships when they heard news of an English colony being established in this area, it's not a completely groundless lie. Did they land?" Eleanor asked, squeezing out her voice. I shook my head. "The Spanish? Yes. As you know, isn't this area treacherous? They seem to have retreated to the nearby coast after losing their anchor in several approach attempts. But this is just their first attempt. They will return. What if the Spanish land here? They'll kill everyone who speaks English. Or they might take them prisoner and burn them alive." Everyone's faces gradually turned white. Just now, my statement served two functions. First, it made them afraid. Now they can't leave this island to take substantial action, because they don't know when the Spanish might come. And now they're forced to make a choice one way or another. Either flee to the safe inland or quickly make contact with the friendly natives of this island. Whichever they choose, it won't cause me any harm. And secondly, just a moment. I am Thomas Hewitt. Speak. Then, did you watch out for the Spanish? Yes. Made them think of me as one of them. Look, this Asian person knows European affairs very well. He knows your situation too. And this Asian person isn't friendly with Spain, your enemy. As if reading such messages, people's gazes at the chainsaw I held gradually softened. Because we are allies. Why? Of course, I thought some would be curious about why this Asian person is wary of the Spanish. I turned my gaze to the man who asked me the question and said, "You don't need to know that reason. Sometimes appropriate mysteriousness creates authority. There's no need for me to reveal my cards. I'm not in a position where I need to explain everything to them. I am superior to them." Realizing this fact, the man who seemed to have quite a high position here naturally lowered his head and finished speaking. I put down the convenience food on the ground and spoke casually. "Either way, you English people will have to make a decision when the time comes. Eleanor Dare, what will you do?" Her face stiffened for a moment. She seemed to feel the weight in my words. As the leader of the group, as someone standing at a crossroads of life and death, she must have many worries. She parted her lips several times, then closed them again. Unable to speak carelessly, she looked around at other people's gazes. The other English people were also now looking only at Eleanor. She bowed her head deeply and answered, "We'll need a meeting today. Whatever you decide, I hope you make a wise decision. Rest well tonight." "Thank you. Then goodbye." With those words, I turned around and started the chainsaw again. Everyone flinched this time too, but their reaction wasn't as dramatic as before. Mrs. Dare. Mrs. Dare. Yes. What will you do? Mr. Hewitt, whose ankle was gradually healing, limped over to Eleanor, the governor's daughter and a high-status lawyer. Since most others were from slums or just ordinary middle class, these two had somehow become the decision-makers. Tension filled the faces of people gathered around the fire. They watched the conversation between the two with bated breath. Eleanor felt pressured by the 60-some gazes fixed on her, then spoke while poking the firewood with kindling as if nothing was wrong. The plan remains unchanged. When everyone recovers their strength here, we need to entrust ourselves to the friendly tribe of this island and wait for the relief fleet. Didn't we accidentally attack this tribe's allies last time? They might not be exactly friendly to us. Then what should we do? Is there another way? Now there is. There is another power to rely on, a power wealthy enough to accept them and even friendly at that. We don't know anything about him, but Eleanor couldn't know if that path was right. Is he an angel? Maybe. An Eastern prince? Could be. But I'm hesitant to make a choice when we don't know the outcome. Madam, we don't know this land well either. Even Columbus thought this was India. But we came here. Have courage. Eleanor fell into thought at those words. Then she looked at the rest of the people. Among them were people who had suffered terrible lives in London slums like Southwark or Houndsditch. Most were unmarried women around Eleanor's age. Father told them there was a path other than becoming prostitutes, beggars, gambling addicts, drunkards, or beaten wives. He said a new life awaited in the New World. So they came across the Atlantic, more than 3,000 miles from London. If they entrust themselves to the savages now, can they continue the colonization project? They are neither wealthy nor comfortable. Even with their help, they can't establish a self-sufficient village among themselves and dream of a new life. But if they have another path, if there's an unknown path whose end hasn't been revealed yet, and if there's even a thread of hope there. All right, Eleanor made her decision. Equals. The next day, too, I walked to the English people carrying convenience food. I didn't even bring the chainsaw this time, but, perhaps? Could you accept us? We'll do anything. Like this, another means of communication was established. Chapter 6. First Impressions. Excuse me. Would you, possibly, accept us? We'll do anything. Perfect. I barely held back from cheering at that response. Finally, I had found a friendly force in this strange world. With just me alone, survival in this world would be nearly impossible. The natives who would want to eliminate the strange person who suddenly appeared on their land, and the white settlers who would want to eliminate the strange person who just took someone else's land. I need to maintain balance between the two while pursuing my own survival. And right now, I cannot give you an immediate answer. Let me think about it for a moment. What? This is my last chance to gain an advantage over these white settlers. The English people before me are just 30 people. Since I saved them from starving to death, if they're human, they should understand gratitude. Moreover, they approached me first, humbling themselves while their resources and weapons were in poor condition. This is the best-case scenario among the situations I had imagined. Therefore, I showed hesitation at first. I couldn't just accept eagerly, as that could expose a weakness. The longer I remained silent, the more anxious the English people became. After several minutes of thick silence had passed, when I opened my mouth, everyone's attention focused on me just from that. Very well. And when my answer came out, cheers erupted along with prayers and sobbing from all around. Eleanor, too, seemed unable to suppress her emotions as her hands trembled while she lowered her head and clenched her fists, then raised her head to speak. Her eyes were red. Thank you. However, I raised a finger in front of the excited Eleanor. Having you all come to our settlement would be burdensome. If you just let us settle nearby, that would be enough. If you could share just a little food, would that be sufficient? If you build a village near our settlement, we can help you establish yourselves. I can provide seeds and tools if you wish. In return, just keep one condition. What's the condition? We'll keep anything. To Eleanor's question, I answered while trying my best to maintain a gentle smile. I only wish for our friendship to continue. It was unbelievable. Eleanor almost pinched her cheek. Permission to come near the settlement. Help with building a village. Support with tools and seeds. And in return, nothing. She was dumbfounded by the unbelievably generous terms. She felt like a child who had received an unexpected gift. We can't just keep receiving. If there's anything we can give you, we will. Oh? What can you give me? Mr. Nichols here is a tailor. If you have any clothes that need mending, I have sufficient clothing. Ah, then. It's fine. For now, we'll need a few days to prepare, so please wait. Thank you. Not at all. If you feel bad about it, you can help with labor occasionally. After that, a few meaningless pleasantries were exchanged, and he left. No one could speak first as they looked at each other. The painful times they had endured flashed through everyone's minds. Even getting to the new world had been a series of hardships. Due to the sudden whim of the navigator, they had missed the farming season and ended up settling on Roanoke Island, full of wetlands, which wasn't even their intended destination. Several people died when they encountered hostile tribes while trying to catch fish and crabs. In retaliation, they launched a night raid but mistakenly attacked their allies. After constantly starving, several more people drowned while coming to this Croton Island, and here they had nearly starved to death again. Eleanor could imagine all sorts of horrible possibilities. They could have killed each other fighting amongst themselves, or been killed in attacks by hostile tribes. If that helping hand had been even slightly delayed, that's probably what would have happened. And now that Savior promised another opportunity. He said he would help them achieve their reason for coming here, their new life. Could this be Satan's temptation? Like maybe hell awaits if we follow him to his settlement. What kind of Satan would bring medicine and food every day to people who are dying of hunger? Well, that's true. Kindness without cost. Faced with kindness they had never experienced before, with such a huge opportunity in an unexpected situation, people spouted nonsense wondering if there was something more to it. Even while knowing there wasn't, just because it didn't make sense. Well, he said he would return tomorrow, so let's all stop talking and sleep early. We'll have to move again starting tomorrow. At Eleanor's words, people began lying down one by one. Under the tent made from cloth he gave. Sipping the mysterious drink he provided. Fiddling with the mysterious metal container he gave. They dreamed of tomorrow's hope. They couldn't fall asleep. There was no reason to sleep and dream. Tomorrow they would see their dreams come true while awake. Eleanor felt the same way. Eleanor had been nothing until now. But now somehow, she had become a leader figure, at least among their group, which consisted mostly of women and children, and was on the verge of establishing a new colony. Finding new allies they hadn't found before. Meeting new people they hadn't met before. Eleanor looked at the beautiful engravings and mysterious letters on the metal container. Those unknown characters, sometimes square and sometimes round, looked more like mathematical symbols than letters. And Eleanor couldn't read a single one of them. Going to an unknown world. Maybe that man was the king of a kingdom full of gold and pure silver. Maybe he was a wealthy and powerful monarch ruling over millions of subjects with thousands of servants. Maybe, as some said, he was an angel. Honestly, that didn't seem likely, but the mercy and devotion he had shown to the English people so far was indeed angel-like. It was understandable why some would think that. Either way, Eleanor lay awake through the night, imagining the settlement they would build starting tomorrow. She drifted off to sleep, imagining the mysterious Eastern Kingdom that would be next to it. And when she woke up the next day, when they headed there under his guidance, thud, move the injured people to the farmhouse inside that fence. Farm? What? The hut over there. And the rest of us. Let's cut down and use that forest over there. I'll help. Oh no. It's fine. There are 30 of us. One more person won't make much difference. Thud, thud, thud. There is quite a difference. All of Eleanor's imagination had been wrong. Come to think of it, maybe he really was an angel. It's now early September. The ripening period for Shine Muscat grapes is ending. In other words, right before harvest. I spray foliar fertilizer, applying specialized fertilizer to leaves for quick absorption, while continuing to add nutrients, focusing on phosphorus and potassium for flavor and storage ability. To prevent the fruit from tasting watery and bland, I reduce the water amount just enough to keep the topsoil from drying out. About 60% of the usual amount should be sufficient. After working on this for a while, I suddenly had a realization. What's the point of all this? It's not like I'm going to eat all the Shine Muscat grapes from this 13,200 square meter greenhouse by myself. Why am I doing this? By myself no less. Erg. As Confucius said in the Analects of Confucius, if you gain enlightenment in the morning, you can die content in the evening. Having gained enlightenment, I now want to die. No. There might be more special benefits. For example, maybe if the constellation Lord of Olympus buys my grapes, I'll earn coins and awaken hunter abilities. Or maybe my grapes are some incredible elixir, and if you eat them and try to cultivate qi, pure internal energy will overflow from your dantian. Yeah, right. Even though I accidentally bought the wrong game cartridge and fell back to my ancestors' time 400 years ago, it can't go that far. If that were the case, a status window should have opened by now. Therefore, my current actions preparing for the grape harvest are completely meaningless. They only contain the inertia, lingering attachment, and stubbornness from years of farming life. How could I? What farm I built? The fact that my workplace, which I spent my entire early 20s building, had become meaningless in an instant was apparently hard to bear. I sat down heavily in that spot but got up again when I heard footsteps approaching from afar. Focus, I need to focus. 30 versus 1. I need to minimize conflicts and showing weaknesses. While maintaining my advantage, I need to continue a friendly alliance relationship. The behavior pattern I decided to take for that purpose is as follows. I told you not to come in here. So sorry. Someone was injured, so I came to find you. Did you move them to the farmhouse as I said? I'll go soon. Tach, thank you. It's fine. Next time, don't come here until I call for you. Yes. Mysticism. Did the group captured on the Nautilus in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea try to take Captain Nemo hostage or escape? No. They acted as obedient passengers for years. Why is that? Because they didn't know their opponent well. Because they didn't know what the other person could do to them, how inferior they were compared to the other person. Even until the end of the novel, the protagonist never discovers Captain Nemo's true identity. My strategy is exactly the same. Mysticism. Mysticism. Is this a grape farm? I can tell from Eleanor's tense expression in front of me now. Seeing the grapevines lined up in rows, and the large grape clusters hanging from them, her eyes grow round. She seemed quite unfamiliar with the sight of me moving around on a wheeled chair spraying fertilizer. Trying my best to maintain a nonchalant and calm expression, I start spraying fertilizer on the leaves again slowly. Yes, as you can see, I've seen many grape farms when I went to Sussex or Kent, but I've never seen grapes this big. It just turned out this way as I grew them as a hobby. That's right. I must be some mysterious and powerful being, not a grape farmer drowning in debt. I sprayed fertilizer on the leaves with an expression as bored and indifferent as possible. Like Bob Ross doing his brush strokes, making it look so easy and fun, as if this was nothing at all. And casually said, "Would you like to try one?" "Oh, thank you." When I plucked off a few grapes, washed them, and handed them over, Eleanor whispered while examining them several times with curiosity. "They're like jewels." Of course they are. They were created by concentrating 20th century agricultural technology at a research institute under the Japanese Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. And as soon as she put it in her mouth, her eyes grew round. It must be delicious. I saw earlier that it was over 20 bricks. Of course it's good, it's department store quality. This tastes really goo. Ha! What's wrong? A serious look comes into Eleanor's eyes. There are no seeds. All right, I forgot. This is 400 years ago. Yes. Is seedless grapes so surprising? Don't panic. Keep it natural. Of course it is. Then how do these grapes reproduce? Through cuttings, of course. Then they can't reproduce without human help? Correct. How could something like this exist in nature? It can't. I removed the seeds by using gibberellin to promote growth. Good heavens! It's a product of my homeland. Japanese Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries Agriculture VA Food Industry Technology Research Organization. Thanks for developing this. Japanese Ministry of Agriculture. Thanks for forgetting to register the variety. Nice that no royalties are needed. Where exactly is your homeland? I just gazed distantly at the sky and said, it's in a place you can never reach. I am an honest person, so I only spoke the truth. Indeed, he must be an angel. Chapter 7, Nemo. I think he must be an angel. He laid out a map in front of me and told me about the native tribes, animals, and terrain in this area. It was far more accurate than what my father investigated over several years. How is that possible? He even seems to be alone, yet how does he manage that huge farm, the fences, all those mysterious machines? If he's not an angel, there's no explanation. Mrs. Dare, you're excited. Drink this first and think about it. Oh, thank you. It's sweet. While Eleanor was savoring the flavor of the Shine Muscat with furrowed brows, Lawyer Hewitt spoke up. It's incredibly sweet, isn't it? Yes. This must be a fruit from heaven too. Columbus probably thought the same when he first tasted pineapple. Ah, please calm down. While this grape is indeed very sweet and fragrant and, delicious. Really delicious. Yes, while it is really delicious, that alone doesn't mean its owner is an angel. But it has no seeds. Well, nature is mysterious? Mr. Hewitt seemed slightly flustered, as others around started murmuring that such delicious grapes must indeed be heavenly fruit. Mr. Hewitt quickly tried to calm everyone down. Anyway, did he ever directly say he was an angel? No. See? If we ask the barbarians around here, they probably know something about him. He couldn't have built such an impressive farm alone, overnight. That was true. Whether he received help building the farm or got permission, there must be some connection somewhere that will give us answers. But when we came here last year, none of this existed. How could such a farm appear in just 1 year? That just shows how extraordinary he is. Come to think of it, we don't even know his name. Let's not jump to conclusions. At the lawyer sir's words, everyone in the tent was nodding by now. As the governor's daughter and the lawyer seemed to have reached some conclusion, everyone focused back on eating the grapes. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. And everyone, including Eleanor, thought, even so, this must be a fruit from heaven. Bang! Everyone, and Eleanor? Ah, yes. The logging is finished. Please come out. Everyone had gathered in the tent while he was logging, partly because they were nervous about the roar of that thing called a chainsaw, and he seemed reluctant to show the process of using it. And when they stepped outside the tent, well, is this enough? Ah, yes, it is. Eleanor realized she still wasn't used to this sight. Dozens of trees cut down overnight. He who had instantly completed logging work that would take 30 people all day, looked around with a relaxed face and said, now that we have enough lumber, we can build a village in this area. That was the signal. The settlers started gathering their tools and moving. The sound of construction echoed throughout the forest. It was the sound of the first English settlement being built on Croton Island. I was slowly starting to adapt to this region's climate. North Carolina, not yet called that, didn't have dramatically different weather from Japan. It was just a bit warmer in autumn and winter, and instead of having a concentrated rainy season, rain fell evenly throughout the year. So is that bad? No, it's actually good. Why do East Asian countries like Japan, Korea, and China put so much effort into producing premium grapes like Shine Muscat and Ruby Roman? Why do they meticulously manage their vines and fruits, removing leaves and pruning branches, unlike the more casual farming in Europe and America? Because the climate is terrible. If you can't produce much anyway, might as well sell it expensive. Like other fruits, but especially with grapes, when there's a lot of water, it goes straight to the fruit. If there's too much water around, the taste becomes bland for no reason. That's why water management is so important in grape farming. It's also why I'm reducing the water now right before harvest. And in East Asia, the rainy season comes around July-August when the fruit is heavily bearing. Plus, the clay soil holds a lot of water. It means there's a lot of water. There's an old saying that you can survive 3 years of drought but not 3 months of rain. That's exactly my situation. I feel like I'm gonna die whenever it rains. Once the rainy season starts, photosynthesis is blocked, so I have to adjust fertilizer accordingly. During the rainy season, if there's too much water, the fruit splits from excess water. Then when the heat comes, they split again from the heat. The humidity brings mold and various pests and diseases as a set. All of this hits right before harvest. Should I water them to prevent leaf burn, when leaves necrotize to blackish brown in humid climate with sudden heat? Or should I reduce water if I don't want watery grapes? What is this? Why is this grape acting like a client demanding a design that's simple yet fancy, modern yet traditional? Why does this small Hel Peninsula have so many handicap factors in the first place? Was Emperor Jimmu some crazy rabbit princess who enjoyed hard mode? Compared to that, this beautiful North Carolina has no rainy season. Rainfall is even throughout the year and the weather is mild. Of course, there are terrible disasters lurking like Pierce's disease and phylloxera mites, but for now I'm relieved since my trees are resistant. Except for that, this place is a grape farmer's paradise. Oh, America! I happily sprayed fertilizer with my heart full of American pride. Eat well, grow well, and be delivered to department stores. It'll be 264 years until the first department store is built. Grape farming has now become just a hobby for me. I still can't let go because of the facility investment costs poured into 1,650 square meter greenhouses, but someday I'll have to abandon even this grape farming for survival. It brings tears to my eyes. I finally came to a grape farmer's paradise, only for the grapes to become useless. Anyway, except for about 10,000 bunches of grapes growing with no demand, everything is going according to plan. Several temporary huts for the English were built in just a few days. Thanks to my help with the logging. The English who were huddled together in the farmhouse and tents are slowly starting to move their belongings into their own houses. Not wanting to only rely on me, they soon started hunting and gathering food on their own. Some even tried to gift me crabs they caught in the valley. Of course, I didn't accept. It was bothersome to cook, and it wasn't time yet to let them repay their debt to me. Instead of accepting gifts, I offered them a few more bunches of grapes, and the English seemed so deeply moved they left with tears in their eyes. Since I still can't fully trust them, I lock all doors when sleeping and keep a machete and chainsaw beside me, but they showed no signs of hostility toward me. I had thought they might try to kill me and plunder my property. But without me, there would be no one to maintain this farm or help them. And they seemed to understand that well. This is how the mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship between the English settlers and me began. This was the situation I most wanted after falling into this land alone. As long as I have these 30 friendly English people, neither natives nor settlers would easily mess with me. But since nearly 10 of those 30 people are children, I can't let my guard down relying only on them. To ensure my safety, I need approaches from other directions. In other words, "You're back, Eleanor. How was it?" The tribes of this island said they'll accept us. They said we can settle on this island. A diplomatic approach. Eleanor returned with positive news from the natives I had sent her to. I nodded slowly while inwardly rejoicing. The reason they came here was because of the friendly tribes in this area. Through the English, I indirectly gained the freedom to stay here too. Manteo said that since they won't be staying on this land permanently anyway, they don't mind us settling here. That's good. Manteo was the first Native American to become an Anglican. But he was puzzled. He asked why we chose this narrow island full of wetlands. It might look that way, but Eleanor, don't you need to wait for your father's relief ship on this island's coast? Well, that's true. What's this? When I turned my head at the sudden silence and stared at her eyes, Eleanor turned her head away with a reddened face. Is it rude to stare at women in this era? Even after I shifted my gaze upon belatedly realizing my rudeness, Eleanor's silence continued. When I glanced at her, she was looking at me with somehow meaningful eyes. Her expression seemed to be trying to see through me. She appeared lost in thought. This man before her. What exactly is his identity? Is he a prince from Asia? An angel? Or just a handsome and wealthy Asian man? How does he know English? How does he know European affairs so well? How can he predict when my father will return? What's with this huge farm, complex machines, and all these facilities? Eleanor asked carefully. Why did you choose this narrow island full of wetlands? How did you come to settle here? And what is your identity? But the man didn't answer. He just stared at her intently. She already had many questions, but after meeting Manteo, her curiosity only doubled. Eleanor recalled her meeting with Manteo. As she approached the village, Manteo welcomed her and her group with a friendly face. When he asked if they came seeking refuge, she said no. She said they came to get permission to settle. Most of your group are women and children? How do you plan to settle? As you know, there's that huge grape farm up ahead. We've taken refuge with its owner. What? Manteo's face hardened. What grape farm? There is no such thing. But there's clearly a huge settlement in those woods. We searched those woods just about 2 weeks ago, and it was quiet then. If there was a huge settlement, we would have found it first. What? Fortunately, no other companions were present. Only Manteo, his mother the chief, and Eleanor were there. My mother doesn't know about it either. Are you sure you really saw such a farm? What are you saying? You didn't know until now that such a farm was built? In your homeland? Hearing Eleanor's words, Manteo thought for a while, then picked up a grape from Eleanor's hand. It was a grape the man had given to be presented as gifts to Manteo and the tribe members. Such grapes I've never seen in my life. Delicious. May I have another? As many as you'd like. Anyway, I've never seen anything like this anywhere. That's right. Eleanor didn't know who this man was or where he came from. She only knew that he was currently friendly. This might sound like a silly question now. What is it? Feel free to ask anything. Eleanor unconsciously opened and closed her eyes before speaking firmly. What is your name? At those words, the man was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. Nemo. What? Call me that. Ah, yes, Mr. Nemo. And then, there was something I wanted to ask but forgot. Oh, yes. Do you see these grapes? What do you think? There are very, very many. And they're very well ripened? That's exactly it. Nemo snapped his fingers and smiled at Eleanor. Please help with the harvest. And so Eleanor and the settlers found themselves picking grapes with scissors, not knowing why. How many bunches in total? Ha ha ha. It looks like a lot, but it's not that many. About 10,000 bunches. Chapter 8. Planting for the future. Our farm property is about 13,200 square meters. And of that, about 3,300 square meters is taken up by a 19th century style green-roofed country house with gardens and driveway that my mother built with great care, inspired by her memories with and of Green Gables. The exterior and roofing materials were wood, of course, meaning the exterior often falls off or gets damaged, requiring frequent repairs. And frequent repairs mean building materials like wood and bricks are always stocked in the warehouse. I decided to classify the various items I received as this farm's resource cheats into 2 categories. First, various consumables that restore to their original quantity after midnight. For example, The almost empty aluminum foil in the kitchen runs out before you can wrap a single egg, but after time passes, it recharges back to its original amount. Firewood, gasoline, basic medicines, and various other items fall into this category. Second, permanent items that repair or restore if broken or damaged after midnight. For instance, taking the chainsaw out of the storage doesn't create a new chainsaw after midnight. However, if the chainsaw gets stuck in a tree and breaks, it's restored pristinely in the storage after midnight. Cars, forklifts, various farming equipment, tools, and weapons fall into this category. What I was curious about was this: which category do house repair materials fall under? The answer is consumables. Building materials come out endlessly from the warehouse even after you take them out. Cedar boards for the roof, bricks for walls, exterior and chimney, and even white and green paint to protect the wood, everything. Is there a bricklayer among you? I thought not. Then let's use these red bricks that come from here. According to Eleanor, in their previous settlement they even made fireplaces out of wood. But goodbye to such poor conditions now. So when we added bricks, cedar, and white and green paint to the lumber I cut with the chainsaw, oh, the settlement looks so bright and cheerful. Indeed, it has become quite close to the atmosphere of the Anne of Green Gables animation, 1979 version. Mother, rejoice. Your dream has been realized here. Anyway, the settlement construction is progressing smoothly like that. Did I mention earlier that our farm property is about 13,200 square meters? Of that, our house takes up about 3,300 square meters. Add to that the cold storage, equipment warehouse, small chicken coop, and the area including a section of low hills, totaling about 4,000 square meters. So what's in the remaining 6,000 square meters? 1. Well, there's a grape farm consisting of 3 1,650 square meter smart greenhouses. If I don't emphasize that they're smart greenhouses, my father's retirement money poured into this would be sad. Anyway, 2 of them are used for growing Shine Muscat grapes, and the remaining one was just expanded to grow various new varieties. In other words, this year's grape harvest is determined by 2 1,650 square meter smart greenhouses. 1,650 times 2 is equal to 3,300 square meters. 3,300 square meters. So about 10,000 bunches of grapes come from this, right? It's done. Everyone take a break. Is it finished? We'll live. 30 free laborers. What would normally take days is somehow solved in half a day when you throw in enough manpower. We've successfully harvested 10,000 bunches of grapes. Good. How to deal with those? Let's think about that later. There's no answer right now. Even if all 33 people here ate 1 bunch per day, it would take 1 year and 8 months to eat them all. Whether to dry them into raisins or whatever, it's not something to think about now. What we need to think about now is food to eat right away. Thinking this, I turned my eyes toward the cold storage where the Shine Muscat grapes were piled up. Then near there, I saw potato sacks. Those dozens of potatoes will be our food from now on. No choice. We're not going to grow rice here anyway. But our house's rice is so cleanly polished that planting it would only produce dirt. There are other crops like tomatoes and cabbage in the vegetable garden, but not enough to be staple food. Come on, remember what Mr. Shoji next door who grew potatoes said. I took out my notebook and frantically wrote down everything that came to mind. Even seemingly trivial matters are knowledge gained through decades, no centuries of trial and error. A single problem can multiply or reduce future potato yields several times over. Light sprouting, then cutting with sterilized knife, curing. Got it. This should be fine. Fortunately, the precious knowledge passed down from Mr. Shoji, weekend farming, and farming YouTube channels still remained in my head. Wow, thank you, Mr. Shoji. I'll build you a statue later with a name like Saint of Potatoes or something. Getting unnecessarily excited, I hauled several dozen kilogram potato sacks to where the English settlers were. Seeing me sweating profusely, Eleanor, who was moving lumber, got startled and helped carry the sacks. No, why are you working so hard to bring these? Are you all right? I'm fine. Thanks to that mysticism thing, I can't even scratch when mosquito bites itch in front of these people. I wiped the sweat from my face lightly and gave Eleanor a thank you with another mysterious smile. After struggling like that to reach the edge of the settlers' village, we collapsed with our legs giving out. Ugh! What is this? It looks like a monster. And only then checking the contents, Eleanor wrinkles her expression. Even I, thinking it's not that monstrous, looked inside the sack and similarly frowned. The potatoes with long sprouts from neglect did look surprisingly similar to tentacle monsters, I had to admit. Still, I quickly picked up a potato with slightly fewer sprouts and held it out to Eleanor, who unconsciously flinched before leaning in closer at my gesture. Look, it's a potato.
Tato?
Huh? They don't know yet? It's been almost 100 years since Columbus reached America, yet they still don't know about potatoes? Is it a clump of dirt? Or animal droppings? Is it firewood? It's food. No, I'm not going to let this thing we eat expression slide. Forcing myself to shrug, I took out a boiled potato from my pocket that I'd prepared at home and took a bite. Then, trying my best to maintain a nonchalant expression, I pulled out another potato and held it out. Eleanor, who had been suspicious, put it in her mouth and her expression softened. It tastes decent. This will be our bread from now on. It'll grow better than wheat here. Is this food? Yes. Only then, showing surprise at my words, Eleanor examined the dirt-covered potato with curiosity. Then how do we eat these sprouts? Don't eat those. They're poisonous. Don't eat the leaves and stems either. Only this tuber part is edible. Though she made an even more bizarre expression hearing that. It couldn't be helped. Better than hiding it and mass-producing poisoning victims later. Anyway, they looked unsightly, and for future farming, we needed to cut off the bad sprouts, leaving only a little. I took out my MacGyver knife and quickly trimmed the long sprouts, while Eleanor, watching from the side, helped. How long should we leave the sprouts? About 1 centimeter is enough. Pardon? Like a thumbnail length? Half a thumbnail? About that. You mean between 2 lines and 1 barleycorn? Or about 0.5 digits? What? I asked if it's between 2 lines and 1 barleycorn, or about 0.5 digits. What alien language is this now? How many inches is that? 4 lines make 1 barleycorn, and 3 barleycorns make 1 inch. I see. Now I understand. And 1 digit is 3/4 inch. So 2 lines to 1 barleycorn. Just cut them about this much. Yes. Soon other settlers watching us came over one by one to help, and thanks to that, the work of cutting back the sprouts finished earlier than expected. Originally, we needed a process called light sprouting, where you expose them to indirect sunlight in bright shade to grow short sprouts, but we had to do this because the sprouts grew long without that process. Right? Originally, I didn't expect to get transported 400 years back and end up in this mess. Holding back a sigh that was about to burst out, I called the villagers. Now, everyone bring the knives you're holding. There's something we need to do first. Simply put, potato farming is the process of cutting sprouted potatoes into pieces, burying them, and letting those sprouts grow. During that process, the tuber potato grows, and you dig it up to eat after about 100 days. However, if you just cut potatoes with a knife and plant them, the wounded potatoes can rot from various bacteria, so the knives must be sterilized with bleach water. I dipped the knives the settlers brought in bleach water diluted 500:1, then handed them back. Then I started teaching them potato farming methods one by one. Here, cut into quarters centered on the crown part where the most sprouts have grown. Then bring them to me. But if there are smaller potatoes, you don't need to cut them into quarters. For example, this is about 30 to 40 grams. No, wait. How much is this? Did you say 30 drams? No. Grams, no. How much is a dram? Eleanor? Could you explain? 1 ounce is 16 drams. I see. But sometimes 1 ounce is 8 drams, like when measuring medicines. Anyway, 1 ounce is 16 drams, and 1 pound is 16 ounces and 7,000 drains. I closed my eyes, feeling a familiar kind of terrible feeling. This is that thing. How much is 1 kin? For meat it's 600 grams, but sometimes 500 grams. For fruit it's 375 grams. For medicine it's 40 rio per kin, and 1 rio is 4 monmi, and 1 monmi is about 3.8 grams, so 1 kin of medicine is about... Forgot. These days red pepper powder volume is reduced, so 1 kin comes in 540 g, and wild ginseng being precious medicine counts as 1 kin at 300 g. That familiar terrible taste. I gently closed my eyes and thought, base 3 and base 4, it sounds horrible just hearing it. Do these British people actually have 12 fingers? Dreaming of the metric system that would appear like a superhero on a white horse someday to destroy such unit systems, I kept my mouth shut. Anyway, yes, cut them slightly heavier than 1 ounce per piece. Understood. And bring them when you're done cutting. So we gathered the potatoes after cutting back their sprouts to a length between 2 lines and 1 barleycorn, and cutting them into pieces of roughly between 1 ounce and 22 drams. So can we plant these cut potatoes now? No. There are several reasons why we cut potatoes into pieces instead of planting them whole. One is to use seed potatoes efficiently. If you cut 1 potato into 3 or 4 pieces to plant, you can gain that much more benefit. Another is that giving shock and stress to the potato seed makes the sprouts grow a bit faster. There are various other reasons, but those are the 2 main ones. In other words, cutting potatoes can be much more efficient in terms of time and area. However, potatoes are vulnerable to pests and diseases. Earlier we sterilized the knives in bleach water when cutting potatoes due to concerns about virus infection, but planting them in the ground just like this, that means there's a higher chance the potatoes will rot. Therefore, we need to go through a curing process where we leave them in a well-ventilated place for 4 to 5 days to let the cut surfaces heal naturally to prevent pests and diseases. After curing the potatoes in a well-ventilated shade like that, we plant them in appropriately raised ridges. How wide should the furrows be? How many links or feet? Make them this much apart. How much is that exactly? About this much. Then what about the spacing between potatoes? Space them about that much apart. Ha 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 ha, you primitive pre-modern people. I've finally achieved enlightenment. So normally you just say, this much, that much, about this much. That's why the unit system was so terrible. I suffered unnecessarily. My weak self who lived in the modern world where even screws are standardized to millimeters was wrong. Anyway, usually fall potatoes are planted about 5 centimeters shallower, but that's also because of Japan's terrible unique rainy season, so ignoring that and planting them about 10 centimeters deep like spring potatoes is fine. Now if we just wait about 100 days to harvest, our food worries are over. Since we're not selling them anywhere anyway, just occasionally spraying fertilizer and leaving them alone is enough. Well, now that's done. With food and safety secured, I have no more worries. Though it's sad to be suddenly separated from family and relatives and dropped 400 years in the past. If I can live a happy life here where my debts have disappeared. But what should we do with all those grapes? You shouldn't have brought that up. Pardon. Feeling tears suddenly wanting to come out, I looked at the sky for a moment. The sky is clear. My grape farm that I poured my entire 20s into, with its 10,000 bunches of Shine Muscat. What am I going to do with those? Actually, it's 5,900, but I wrote 6,000 to round it and make it easier to remember. Chapter 9, Bargain Struck. Slice, slice, slice. Thud. Everyone stay back. I can handle the logging work alone. No, how can we just keep receiving help? We want to help too. I had always thought chainsaw work was very difficult, but... Screech. Creak.
Sagagagagak.
It's fine. Seeing several adults sweating profusely while holding one saw, that impression completely disappeared. This thing cuts like a butter knife through butter. Come to think of it, I remember seeing something on the internet. They said even a modern ordinary kitchen knife would be treated like a legendary sword if taken to the past. Then how big must the gap be between that half-rusted, dulled saw and this 18-inch chainsaw I'm holding? It's terrifying to think about doing this work with those axes and saws. Maybe this chainsaw could even cut through a knight's armor in this era. It can't. Chainsaws really are god tier. Thank you, X Electronics. And thanks to the village head who sold me a used engine saw for exactly 10,000 yen. I'll cleanly forget about that 100,000 yen village development fund. Come to think of it, I can't forget. You bastard. Anyway, after pushing away the settlers and finishing clearing about 3,300 square meters of forest by myself, the sun was high in the sky. That concluded several days of work. I put down the chainsaw while wiping sweat from my forehead. This must be about 3 roods of area. It's enough for us to farm. Indeed, Eleanor. Since I also use unit systems like 1 tsubo equals 3.3 square meters, I decided to just keep my mouth shut about area measurements. Next, will you bring out that like last time? Yes. I nodded and thud 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 thud. Soon brought out a 10-ton forklift and dug up all the remaining tree roots. Whoa! The machine arm is so strong. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This feeling of omnipotence is no joke. It gives me an incredible sense of superiority seeing adults watching with their mouths open and children jumping around excitedly. By the way, how do I operate a forklift over 3 tons when you need both an excavator operator's license and construction machinery operator's license? How did I get those when I must be in my mid-20s at most? I didn't. Mr. Shoji next door got them. This was originally rented by Mr. Shoji. He brought it to clear trees from the hills and forgot about it, and it got transported here with me. I knew how to operate small forklifts, so after trying a few times, it moved similarly enough. Of course, it broke a few times, and I spent several nights practicing, but well, it regenerates. Something wrong with that? Then where's the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport to regulate me? Where's the Japanese police to arrest me for unlicensed operation? Nothing can constrain me. I am free. This is America. Thud 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 thud. Woo-woo. Ha, truly America. A free and bold operation befitting the land of freedom. Just like that, 3,300 square meters of forest instantly became land for plowing fields and building huts. People immediately rushed in with shovels and potato sacks to plant potatoes the way I taught them. The settlement has grown quite large now. Originally 10 people crowded into one house, but now each household can have their own house, and everyone is enthusiastic about soon establishing buildings like a church or workshop. Plus, now that we've secured enough cultivation area for everyone to live on, food worries have lessened too. Though we can't be too relieved. The settlers are people who have never seen potatoes in their lives. It would be stranger if they succeeded from the start after just one simple farming lesson. So I was planning to create a separate potato field of about 1,650 square meters using the empty land in this farm. Any questions about it requiring a lot of labor were discarded before they could even come up. Because behind me are 21st century agricultural technology and mechanical engineering. The so-called cultivator. You can think of it as a miniaturized tractor. Because it can do everything a tractor can do. Vroom, vroom, vroom. For example, like now, instantly plowing fields, building ridges, and simultaneously doing vinyl mulching, ground covering. Labor that would take hours crouching over the ground is completed in an instant. That black vinyl spread on the ground in rural areas. This is what it is. This vinyl maintains moisture to prevent the field from drying out, suppresses weeds, and prevents soil erosion. Poof, 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 poof. When you dig holes in the vinyl laid like this with a seeder and dig into the ground, it digs exactly between 10 to 15 centimeters. Just the right depth for planting potatoes. Throw the cut seed potatoes into the seeder and cover them with soil, and just like that, potato planting is done. This too would have taken hours or days if done with just hoes and shovels. 21st century agricultural technology, what is it? It looks simple at first glance, but underneath lie countless small advances, and it took hundreds to thousands of years just to reach there. Synthetic fertilizers, herbicides, various farming tools. If only I could replicate this, it would be huge. Of course, replication is impossible. At best, it can only make life comfortable for me and the 33 people gathered around me. But couldn't they at least take it apart and study it later? If we exclude parts difficult to reproduce in this era like engines and make it run on animal or human power, that would be huge. Feeling like I'd thought of something amazing, I immediately noted it down. Right? Later, when the settlement grows bigger. When it grows bigger? What should I do when it grows bigger? In the original history, the Roanoke colony failed, and those famous Jamestown and Plymouth remain as the beginning of early American pioneering history. But in 1590, that is, in about 2 years, when I meet John White returning from England, things change from that moment, and I become its beginning. Then what should I do? Can I survive? How do I explain my resources, and how can I maintain ownership of them? Then, after all that, what happens to me? Nemo. Ah, Eleanor. Let's put aside complicated thoughts for now. The English probably don't want to create conflicts with me either. Thankfully, this era is appropriately primitive enough that there are no scientists who would want to dissect me, nor anyone who would dig up my entire farm to uncover its true nature. Frankly speaking, whether I say I'm the last resident of sunken Atlantis or an alien from the moon, they would have no choice but to believe. What if my lies are exposed? What does it matter when it would be after I die, having lived well-treated in the British Empire? Oh, immortal, will you become a pioneer of the new world in infinite blessing? Or will you become a slave to fate? Well, if I actually became immortal, that would be different. Well, let the future me deal with that. Eleanor, what is it? What we need to worry about now is food for the future. Food from hunting, gathering, and small vegetable gardens won't be enough to last until the potato harvest. We might have to eat some chickens, but considering the eggs they would lay, that would be a waste. The savage tribes. Natives. Ah, sorry. The native tribes have come. What? They say they've come with thank you gifts for those grapes from last time? Can we let them in for now? I glanced toward the gate. Dimly visible were about a dozen people standing around carrying something. Most were unclothed, instead expressing their status and identity through complex tattoos on their bodies. Should we let them in? Showing them my resources and capabilities as they are? No, they wouldn't understand even if they saw. They may enter. It was their land originally after all. All right, I'll let them in then. Eleanor, who had dirt on her face, hurriedly checked her reflection in a nearby puddle and fixed her hair as if she were an official diplomatic envoy. Then she walked with exaggerated noble steps and opened the gate. I turned off the cultivator and followed after her. Knock, knock, knock. When she tapped the iron fence with her finger, the natives who had been looking around nervously turned their attention this way. Among them, a man dressed almost like a European stepped forward as representative. It was this man Eleanor spoke to. He has permitted entry to his domain. Eleanor, why are you walking so strangely, swaying back and forth? Your voice is lower than usual too. Ah ha ha ha. Then where is he? His name is Nemo. Nice to meet you. Are you that Manteo? I heard you brought gifts. Please, come inside first. I paused briefly, seeing Manteo's expression strangely harden. What is it? Did I make some mistake? I just greeted him and offered a handshake. After thinking for a while, I finally realized. You're very fluent in our language. Which tribe are you from? Ah, I didn't just speak in English. Apparently the language cheat wasn't limited to just English. Equals. Then where is he? His name is Nemo. Nice to meet you. Are you that Manteo? I heard you brought gifts. Please, come inside first. Manteo was surprised twice in this short conversation. He had seen it directly. London, England's wealth and power. For a long time of 1 year, no less. The English built structures as massive as mountains and made clocks that detected instants while ticking away. They created stained glass where light shattered like rainbows, and assembled ships that carried over 100 strong men across the Great Sea. He saw the queen and nobles wrapped in uncomfortable clothes decorated with gold, silver, and all manner of brilliant jewels. He also saw muskets that killed not just people but fierce beasts in one breath. He saw cannons that threw huge boulders. that pure splendor, that pure power. That power came from strange people who looked completely different from him until now. People with high noses, pale faces, and sunken eyes. Yearning for that power, Manteo dressed like them. Yearning for that power, Manteo received their baptism. Then where is he? His name is Nemo. But the man before him looked more like them than those Europeans. Manteo could easily read the reverence in Eleanor's eyes. He also saw the huge house and farm spread out behind her. All of this was built in just 1 to 2 weeks? Their Manteo was surprised for the first time. And second, nice to meet you. Are you that Manteo? I heard you brought gifts. Please, come inside first. He was too fluent in Algonquin. So, Manteo had to ask, which tribe are you from? At those words, the man's demeanor suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky with somehow distant eyes and spoke as if whispering. A place you can never reach, far in the east, perhaps the west, where all traces of spirits disappear. A place I can never return to. Ah, I got lost in thoughts of home for a moment. I apologize. No, not at all. The man looked very noble in that moment, speaking of his homeland. Though his clothes were strange, they looked sturdy and well-crafted, and the sword at his waist looked heavy and solid. Eleanor, let's bring our guests inside. Ah, yes. Above all, the man skillfully wielded both English and Algonquin. He also seemed very accustomed to commanding people. Either he was a very high person, or a god. What did you just say? Ah, nothing. As Manteo entered, the wire mesh gate smoothly closed behind him. He couldn't even tell what that thing with the huge arm stopped in the distance was for. A weapon. While standing tensely, a fellow tribesman poked his waist from the side. He was so nervous he forgot to deliver their purpose. Ahem. We came to repay your kindness from last time. Repayment? There's no need. No. Such food must surely be precious. Manteo saw the man's face slightly harden, then relax. Why? Manteo didn't know that the vast farm spread behind the man was all fields of that precious thing. Ahem. Anyway, we brought welcoming gifts from our tribe to repay you. We hope this land pleases you. As Manteo said this, the tribesmen behind him put down their loads all at once. There were corn, peas, and various fruits. Though it's inadequate, we hope you'll accept our sincerity. It's not inadequate at all. Suddenly, the man's voice rose. His face noticeably brightened too. We won't have to eat the chickens. No, never mind. But this seems a bit much in exchange for just 1 grape. Actually, we have a request. Because it was quite a difficult request. Manteo hesitated for a moment. He bowed politely and asked the man before him, perhaps, could you give us more of those precious grapes? Of course. What? Again. No, this time the man's voice rose even higher, and his face brightened even more. No way to know why. Please come more often. Let's exchange like this once a week, Manteo. Thank you, but I haven't said how many we'd take. Take as much as you want. As much as you want. Then, we'll take 100 bunches. We need to share with nearby related tribes. Of course. You can take 200 bunches, 300 bunches. 300 bunches of those sweet grapes? At those words, Manteo thought he was the victor in this trade negotiation. He probably would have been greatly shocked if he knew what the other party was thinking. Equals. Finally found a buyer for these damn 10,000 bunches of grapes. Equals. And so, 13 weeks after starting the grape trade, while receiving 500 bunches of grapes, Manteo realizes something has gone wrong. Chapter 10. Calm before the storm. A lot has happened during this time. 500 bunches of grapes. Yes, you must have already told the surrounding tribes you'd share more with them, right? Well, of course the surrounding tribes are clamoring for even 1 more bunch, but then take them. Manteo walked out shaking his head as if something was wrong after seeing my relieved expression. Soon many natives began carrying out the 500 bunches of grapes in baskets. That too was quite a sight, right? This was the biggest development over the past 3 months. The Shine Muscat Gift Economy Network. During that time, many tribes tasted the Shine Muscat and couldn't recover from the shock, like Chileans seeing automatic taxi doors for the first time. That was inevitable, as the Algonkins in this area are basically farmers but also half hunter-gatherers. This was their first experience with such a highly cultivated fruit. The surrounding tribes who experienced Shine Muscat once reached out to Manteo asking if they could have just one more bunch. Eventually, Manteo's tribe established a large-scale gift economy network importing grapes from me in bulk and distributing them. Since Manteo's tribe was at the center of this, Manteo and his mother's authority rose quite a bit, they say. At this rate, Manteo's succession as chief should happen without much difficulty. Thanks to that, our village is now accumulating all sorts of pearls, coral, animal skins, and various vegetables and fruits. The settlers now spend happy days proudly swishing their fur cloaks as if they'd never worried about food. Hey, can we eat this grass? It's poisonous. Don't go near it. What about that fruit? That melon should be fine to eat. As exchanges unexpectedly increased, Manteo sent 2 or 3 people to our settlement to use as diplomats, which helped our settlers increase their knowledge of local flora and fauna. Plus one more thing. Mr. Brown, you said you were a goldsmith? That's right. I was quite successful in London. I came thinking there would be a land of gold here, but that must have been disappointing. Not at all. Haven't we gained something more precious than gold? Rather, I thank the Lord. Ha ha ha, that's right. The friendship and experience gained in such a place is more valuable than gold. No, I mean that rust-proof metal. The one you gave us then. You still have that, right? What? What? Only then did I realize that the English who always piled their drink cans in front of my house weren't racist sociopaths. Well, aluminum is more expensive than iron. But is it precious enough to be called a precious metal? A metal that seemingly never rusts. A metal terribly difficult to produce naturally. A metal stronger than iron yet lighter than iron. That night I searched until dawn for aluminum cans buried in the backyard. Pop quiz. So is aluminum foil treated as a consumable with infinite quantity in this house? Or as a permanent item with infinite durability? The answer was consumable. A metal more precious than gold comes out infinitely from my house. However, is this all the aluminum foil? It seems so, Mr. Brown. And it's aluminum. Minum. Aluminum. About 3G comes out per day. Damn. Should have bought more when the aluminum foil was running out. Anyway, goldsmith William Brown excitedly set up his workshop and got a taste for aluminum crafts. He grinned saying he was bound to become rich with this new world's gold. Thanks to that, I could place a palm-sized statue of Mr. Shoji at my bedside. Just like that, I suddenly became rich. A wave of necessities and luxuries pouring in from all over North Carolina and Virginia. Plus aluminum, which was just slightly more expensive than iron back home, became an incredibly precious metal to be. Really, you are an incredibly wealthy person. Will this really become that precious? Of course, I was worried about having nothing to do as a goldsmith, but now those worries are over. Ha ha ha. So they say anyway. And one more thing. The incredibly wealthy and comfortable settlement could now turn its eyes from survival to handle another urgent matter. We must prepare defenses before the Spanish come. Didn't we leave muskets and gunpowder on Roanoke Island? Plus iron bars and lead ingots for making guns and bullets. There should be many other weapons left there too. We should go back once. That's right. Plus my father won't even think we're here. Shouldn't we leave clearer markings? You have a point. Let's go. So the settlers organized an expedition and borrowed boats from the natives to visit their original settlement on Roanoke Island. Everyone was greatly relieved when they brought back various weapons from there. Well, of course they would be. If the Spanish attacked, everyone here would likely die. But not having the courage to say, hee hee, Just kidding. Belatedly, I just smiled warmly. The settlers who had come to see me as their village chief seemed to interpret my smile positively. And so a smithy was built next to the goldsmith's workshop, and the work of making muskets and lead bullets proceeded quickly. The endlessly expanding settlement finally slowed its growth, then began defenses by surrounding it with a large palisade of bound logs. People gradually became accustomed to a daily life of patrolling the area with muskets, watching for Spanish warships to land. By this point, I really couldn't say anything. I felt like I'd get shot if I said it was actually a joke. Lastly, it's delicious, isn't it? The Spanish say it's terribly unpalatable. Those people must have said that because they were full, Mr. Hewitt. How could those born in such a country with good weather and vast land not be picky about food? We harvested the potatoes. And sorry, but potatoes really are tasteless. While 21st century people eat sweet potatoes improved through hundreds of years of intense breeding, potatoes now are literally flavorless. Whatever the case, the potato farming was a huge success. I must have underestimated 16th century people. People of this era must have at least tended vegetable gardens. Fewer potatoes rotted underground than expected, and the yield wasn't bad either. This time, I carefully selected suitable seed potatoes without making mistakes and put them in cold storage. When it's time to plant again, I'll do the light sprouting work then to grow sprouts. Then next year we can harvest many more potatoes than this year. Anyway, successfully harvesting potatoes held an especially special meaning for us. First, Christmas, the biggest holiday for Christians, was approaching, and besides having abundant food, we succeeded in becoming self-sufficient. So, this colony has finally succeeded. The sight of settlement people having a festival, grilling meat and singing songs was enjoyable just to watch. I watched them with a genuinely warm expression, then looked to the side. Sitting close beside me was Eleanor. We succeeded in self-sufficiency, and were getting along well, exchanging gifts with the natives. Everyone tends their own fields and lives happily. I noticed Eleanor's pronunciation slipping. Just like my father promised those people. She covered her face with both hands. Tears leaked between her fingers. I thought everyone would die. My husband died like that, and others. Her husband was apparently trash with a bad reputation as a philanderer. Still, death was death. Among them were people who wanted to become gentry, and people who escaped London not wanting to become prostitutes. So many people came here with dreams, and achieved those dreams. And then she looked at me. Her face, her eyes sparkled with tears. Thank you, Nemo. It's nothing. It's thanks to everyone's efforts. No. If you hadn't saved us then, probably everyone would have. I gave her time to sort out her emotions alone. Only after sobbing sounds continued for a while did a trembling voice continue. What's the reason? Why did you save over 30 dangerous people like that without any cost? Why? I pondered my answer for a moment. What should I say? After thinking about what answer would make me seem like a mysterious helper, I answered, if we must find a reason for one person to save another, isn't that too sad? What? Let's say it was just because. I chewed over the words I'd spoken and realized they were actually true. Just because I saved them. There wasn't really any special reason. Eleanor cried again, hearing my words. She kept crying. You shouldn't cry. What? It's almost Christmas, isn't it? So I threw out a joke. You won't get presents. Of course, it was a joke no one but me could understand. Thud. Several boats finally reached land after crossing dangerous seas full of wetlands and whirlpools. They strode forward, stepping on long-grown grass and disgusting sunken swamps. Each of them carried wariness in their eyes, their bodies tense. Everyone, move inland. As the last boat touched land and their warship gently contacted the island, a fiery command fell. The soldiers began moving without further hesitation. Governor. What is it, Fernando? Excuse me, but according to the nautical charts of this area, The colonists have already withdrawn from this small island. Perhaps we should thoroughly search the Chesapeake Bay area instead. Haven't we already searched Chesapeake Bay? All sorts of strange rumors among the barbarians, talk of catching clouds. I'm already tired. Better to go to where everything started. Understood. Vicente Gonzalez, governor of Spanish Florida's Santa Elena, looked around while giving orders in a solemn tone. Over 100 soldiers were lounging around searching this barbaric land. Even after hearing rumors that the Roanoke colony had moved to Chesapeake Bay, His Majesty the King could not rest easy. The West Indies colonial government was also gripped by fear of colonies that might be used as English military bases and stopover points. Several months had already passed since Gonzales was dispatched like that. After tedious searching in Chesapeake Bay, they finally found no trace of the colony. They must have fled to escape the Spanish fleet. So, the exploration was a failure. We brought a warship, we can't end just chasing English tales. We must somehow create something to report to the colonial authorities. Thinking this, Vicente Gonzalez unconsciously chewed his thumbnail anxiously. Somehow, if they couldn't achieve results from this exploration, it was obvious those damned English pirates would suck out Great Spain's wealth like mosquitoes again. It was an infuriating possibility just to imagine. Go, Governor. Come look at this. Rustle. Deer fled startled by human footsteps, and birds flew up from pecking at broken melon pieces. That fluttering sound broke the silence, and Vicente Gonzalez jumped over the bushes toward where the soldiers' shout came from. And, oh, my God! They saw traces of about 100 people having lived there. They saw the surrounding palisade, the half-collapsed and abandoned huts. On one of the logs was written, Croton. Below it, more detailed content was written small but legibly. Settlement successful. If found, come to Croton Island. A curve drew on Vicente's lips. Soon over 100 armed men left Roanoke Island again. They had a new target location. They also had a new mission from God. The English heretics who betrayed His Holiness the Pope are all like beasts. Therefore, kill all two-legged beasts living there. It was quite a clean conclusion. Chapter 11. Christmas Invasion. 3 months was quite a long time. In an era without smartphones, TV, or internet, that period felt especially long. People didn't know what to do with their spare time even while doing embroidery and tending vegetable gardens. With food and clothing taken care of, everyone was bored with nothing to do. And that boredom soon led to energy being channeled in another direction. Do you really need to go that far? Of course. We have to stop the Spanish army. Dedicating 2 or 3 days a week entirely to military training. Whether that's reasonable. Won't we all die if the Spanish army attacks anyway? Even Nemo himself witnessed their warship. At Eleanor's rebuke, I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut. In that gap, Lawyer Hewitt continued. That's right. That's because Nemo doesn't know well about the Spanish army's brutality. I do know quite well, but there are various pamphlets, take a look. They detail how those Spanish exploited and massacred the natives called Indios. Hey, you'll do pretty much the same things later. Like, scalping, building concentration camps, spreading disease bombs. Anyway, I couldn't say such things to the serious settlers. Besides, according to documents, there were indeed reports of Spanish fleets being sent to find our colony. So it wasn't a needless worry. If the Spanish came, not only the settlers here but also our allies in Manteo's tribe would all die. No matter how annoying, I couldn't stop them. Even if seeing the Spanish warship was my little lie, I couldn't know for sure whether the Spanish army wouldn't really come here. So, what you want to prepare. We need wooden shields to block enemy bullets. We should have a plan. Like some people evacuate while others stay to fight when the Spanish come. Plus, we're terribly short on gunpowder. Moreover, wooden shields? Can those really block bullets? Isn't the gunpowder shortage an unavoidable problem anyway? What kind of specific plan do you want to make? We'll all die as soon as hand-to-hand combat starts if strong men with steel swords come. I wanted to give advice whenever I joined the settlers' meetings. They were too ignorant about future items, so their discussions went in circles. About that? What is it, Mr. Nemo? I finally had to speak up. Actually, what if gunpowder ingredients came out endlessly from nearby? We could make gunpowder. Of course we can make it. I'm a former English sailor. You have the ingredients? Yes. Of course they're overflowing. After all, nitrogen fertilizer and gunpowder share similar main ingredients. You asked how to handle hand-to-hand combat. Yes, that's right. Don't worry about that either. Come with me to the warehouse. When you live in the countryside, you need to be able to do simple repairs and maintenance on your house and nearby facilities, which means having materials to repair greenhouse walls. And phew, let's organize. You want to deal with hand-to-hand combat. Yes, that's right. Well, wouldn't it be enough if we could just trample and kill all enemies who come close? Yes, well, that's true. I took that former sailor along to the warehouse. Opening the corrugated iron door, I immediately pointed at that and said, "Let's say I drive that and charge at the enemies." Yes. Would the enemies die or not? They would die. Good. I clapped my hands and summarized all the discussion so far and, then, let's organize our defense against Spanish invasion like this. From now on, we'll train, make shields with that, and charge at enemies driving this. There were no particular objections, and we worked our butts off for 3 months. The quiet eastern coast of Croton Island was surrounded by a sea so gray it seemed about to freeze. Waves rose high as if to swallow the snow clouds before collapsing on the beach. Wind carrying unbearable cold along with saltiness savagely clawed at the coastline. And there was a solitary hut. It was an outpost guarded by several sentries, with the original English flag taken down. Here, the residents of Croton Island watched for ships sent from England. They didn't know when Eleanor's father John White would send relief ships from across that sunrise. Ha! Chaco, staring intently through the grayish-white curtain made by snow and clouds, spotted something like a dark dot. Unable to tell if it was a seabird or an illusion from the snow, he frowned and looked at the horizon again. The dot had multiplied to 4. Blinking again. Those were no longer dots, and symbols that Europeans had taught them were drawn on those ships. They were not friendly symbols. They're barbarians who burn people alive if they don't believe in their god. I definitely heard that when I was in London, chewing over what Manteo had shouted. A chill ran down Chaco's spine. There was no time to waste. Chaco rushed immediately. Running to the village where the tribe lived, he saw Manteo and village youths practicing shooting. Chaco shouted as soon as he saw Manteo. "SP Spanish." That one word. At that short word, Manteo's relaxed, smiling face turned cold. Soon tribal youths shouted to wake the villagers who were chatting leisurely. They left the village taking only the minimum belongings they could carry. Time was tight. There wasn't much time until the enemies landed. December 20th, 1588. With only 5 days left until Christmas, the villagers' movements became even busier. Though this was already their second Christmas in America since arriving here in 1587, no one thought of it that way. This was their true first Christmas here. Even those who had lost family or colleagues stopped mourning for now and picked fruits and prepared food for the festival with joyful hearts. In such an atmosphere, I couldn't help but move too. I made up my mind and put up several roosters for slaughter. Hens? Of course not. They need to lay eggs and increase the population going forward. Anyway, to put it shortly, everyone was excited. Even I, not a 16th century Puritan, got caught up in the good mood. Just liking the positive energy people emitted, I even joined when they prayed or held worship. That was the settlement now. Snow is starting to fall. Is Nemo's house all right? Why such a sudden question? No, I've never seen you bringing firewood to your house. I'm worried you might be cold, since there's a chimney, so there must be a stove. Sorry, That's fake, made of bricks and boards. Mother, who was a huge fan of, and of Green Gables, wailed that she couldn't die in peace without perfectly recreating the appearance of Green Gables where and lived. We almost gave up central heating and went with just fireplaces for heating like in the 19th century. But I barely talked her out of it, and we just made fake chimneys and fireplaces. In other words, our house runs on hot water boiler floor heating like normal Japanese homes. And the boiler runs well on its own, just like the faucet that endlessly spouts purified water. I'm fine. Of course, there was no need to explain such circumstances. I just nodded and smiled. First priority is making sure you don't run out of firewood. And if I had gathered firewood, could I have decorated all those trees? Despite being so wealthy, living frugally and giving up firewood for others, Eleanor was so moved she tried to remember Nemo's words to write in her diary. Of course, Nemo himself had no idea about such circumstances. Huh? Why is Eleanor's expression like that? Never mind. Anyway, the Christmas scenery familiar to me only takes shape in the 19th century. There's no Santa Claus and Rudolph in Christmas yet. Of course, I could understand the absence of Santa Claus. It's still the 16th century. I understand there's no gift exchange without Santa Claus to give presents. Christmas now is just a religious holiday. But it was too bleak without even trees, so I taught them that. It did look pretty with candles and aluminum decorations on the trees. Like that, aluminum pieces made by Mr. Brown hung sparkling from countless branches, and the sight was quite spectacular. Now it feels more like Christmas. Did they celebrate Christmas in Nemo's homeland too? Of course, every street was brilliantly lit with lamps, and people bought gifts for children or donated wealth for the poor on earth. That must have been beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. Especially the people dressed as Santa Claus and Rudolph. Mr. Nemo. Adam. Who's interrupting at this important moment when I was about to spread the existence of Santa Claus for the first time in world history. Looking back, the Palisade Gate was open and men with serious expressions were running toward me. Mr. Hewitt? The respected lawyer in this settlement. We sent him as an envoy to Mantio's tribe since he learned native languages quickly. But why is he suddenly back? And with dozens of native warriors? Huff huff. Looks like we're not too late. They've come. They have. They mean, surely not. At first it was a lie, and after reading some documents I thought it was a somewhat reasonable worry, but why now of all times? Looking to the side, Eleanor grasped the situation faster than me. She was already running toward the settlement with a pale face. When she shouted loudly, others stopped what they were doing and immediately headed to their positions. Right? We didn't have much to do during the past days. Food situation had become comfortable, and there was almost no worry about survival. At most, there was nothing else to do except chase away birds pecking at potatoes. And when there was nothing else to do, we didn't just play. For months, we repeatedly practiced the same behavior patterns. Eleanor repeatedly shouted one word, Spanish, and at that word, everyone moved according to their training. Mantio, how much time do we have? Probably about 3 or 4 hours. That's how long it'll take for the Spanish to land and find this place. How far have your tribe members come? Right there. They're all here. Evacuate everyone to the greenhouse and you and your warriors wait with guns at the entrance. Understood. Everyone gather at the entrance with shields and guns. Then all the adult men and women of the settlement gathered with transparent shields and muskets. The evacuation of the elderly and children was already finished. Time passed chillingly like that. I immediately moved to the warehouse to start that, then moved to the gate as well. Click, click, click. Click-clack, click. Soon metal sounds and commanding voices were heard. They soon gathered at the settlement's entrance, the only place we hadn't managed to surround with palisades. Soon shouts were heard. In the name of Philip II, rightful king ruling Spain by divine blessing. We'll give you English heretics and your Indian allies a chance to save your lives. If you sincerely swear to serve a new sovereign. Bang. Thud. Get lost! With Eleanor's shout, silence fell over the island, and that was the first death of the battle. Red-faced Vicente Gonzalez immediately shouted to his staff officers. Damn it! England's dogs killed the envoy. There will be no more mercy for those creatures. Of course, they had no reason to spare the English. They would have tortured and executed everyone regardless of man, woman, child, or elderly before plundering, with more than enough reasons. So Gonzalez's anger didn't come from having mercy rejected. It came from the process of arson, plunder, and massacre becoming somewhat longer and more troublesome. But conveying such thought processes one by one would be undignified and inefficient. So instead of paying attention to those bizarre structures inside the palisade and wire mesh, Vicente shouted one word. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Immediately, the muskets of colonial veteran soldiers who had fought countless battles with English and massacred countless Indians spat fire. Should we have brought cannon after all? No. The obstacles between them and us are terribly crude anyway. We don't need cannon if we're not conducting a siege. Ratata. Ratatata. As the Spanish army fired, the English and natives also fired their guns. However, the civilians' volley fire was somewhat crude and rough. For a while like that, gunpowder smoke tickled the soldiers' noses. Acrid smell hurt their eyes, and visibility was blocked. Both sides fired their guns again and again, waiting for the other's gunpowder to run out. And whoosh! When a clear wind swept across the battlefield where volley fire had ceased, Vicente saw an unbelievable sight. Ugh! Cough! Ugh! It wasn't surprising that about 30 of their 211 men were rolling on the ground fallen. Whether shot by a young girl, an old woman, or a strong man, a gun is a gun, and the English fired guns too. On the battlefield, death was fair like a benevolent lord. Of course, exchanging volley fire at this distance that many casualties was natural. Therefore, what surprised him wasn't because of his own forces. They're not dead. It was because of the enemy. To the naked eye, only one or two people seemed to have fallen. It was unbelievable that this was the result achieved by sailors hardened through countless acts of piracy and rebellion suppression. However, he could never resolve this question. That the shields they held were made of the same material as the greenhouse behind the farm. That the material was polycarbonate. That the walls of a Lexan Smart greenhouse that had eaten up some father's retirement money could never be penetrated by 16th century matchlocks. He couldn't know. Yes, retirement money was stronger than gunpowder weapons. Vicente's face finally turned from red to blue. Drawing his Toledo steel sword himself, he stepped forward and shouted, Charge! Charge and tear those English barbarians to pieces! You-wah! The Spanish soldiers rushing forward shouted while immediately climbing the iron fence. Though everyone couldn't comprehend what magic had just happened. Anyway, they would surely have the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. That's what they thought, but... Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat-ta! Ugh! Arf! By this point, Vicente couldn't understand the situation at all. Why? Clearly, when gathering information, they couldn't have stockpiled more gunpowder than us. How does a half-failed colony that can't even receive supplies have so much gunpowder stored after moving here? The answer to his first question could be summarized in 2 lines. Ammonium nitrate fertilizer was treated as a consumable in this farm. And ammonium nitrate is the main ingredient of black powder. Of course, like the information about polycarbonate panels, Vicente had no way of knowing this answer. That was his second question. And, vroom. What is that? Crash. Equals. What else would it be? It's a 10-ton forklift with a top speed of 37.5 kilometers per hour. Chapter 12. Oh, Immortal. The soldiers here were gathered by Spanish colonial authorities to strike at the English colony. Though not special elite troops, they were overwhelmingly superior forces compared to the civilians from London here. And their strength came from abundant combat experience. They had fought against overwhelming numbers of Indians, watched comrades die from strange poisonous plants and insects, and witnessed all sorts of bizarre beasts roaming the skies and fields. Their courage was not to be taken lightly. No, if you looked for people most accustomed to the sensation of strangeness in this world, it would be these Spanish soldiers. After all, they were the ones who left their familiar homeland and stepped into a completely new world. And when they faced that bizarre monster, they could only utter one phrase.
Dios mío.
Crash. And another one standing dumbfounded like that died. Vroom. Spain's sons hastily climbing over the wire mesh froze at the roar of the madly charging monster. Horrible metallic sounds licked past their ears. The unpleasant petroleum smell that made their heads ache numbed their sense of smell. Arf! Please spare me. Monster, monster! That yellow steel beast was frantically crushing their allies. It seemed to savor the sweetness of slaughter while thrashing its heavy body at impossible speeds. Rumble, rumble. In an instant they lost their commander, the governor. In an instant several comrades at the front became meat pieces. Ah! What is that? Someone's neck breaks with a hollow laugh. The monster's rapidly rotating arm had struck his head. The body made of bright yellow metal, strange wheels like it had belts attached, and the huge single arm threateningly hanging at its head. All of it painted with their allies' blood. Could the behemoth from the Bible have looked like that? Was it a product carefully crafted by Satan? Crack. A soldier standing in a daze accidentally gets his arm caught in the monster's joint. The frightened soldier struggles desperately, but the monster emotionlessly lifts its arm and, arf! Crunch. Crushes the arm. And, raise your guns. Fire from the front. Rat-a-tat-ta. The ragtag militia showered them with another volley of fire. I'm sorry, Mr. Shoji. Arf! The governor has been thrown. Everyone retreat. Retreat.
Mierda.
How the hell? Today, the forklift you lent will become a killing machine. A horse runs at about 60 kilometers per hour. Humans run at an average speed of about 20 kilometers when sprinting. And this forklift can rush up to 37.5 kilometers per hour. Of course, it would break if kept running like that, but who cares? It'll repair itself. Earlier, when I pushed through once, the man called governor went flying and the soldiers crushed under him. Ugh! Arg! We're pulverized. But I won't be able to eat meat for days. I barely held back the nausea trying to rise unconsciously. Averting my eyes from the horrible sight of flesh, bone and organs mixed together, I charged toward the other soldiers ahead. Eek! Don't come. You monster! You idiot! Just shoot. Shoot it. Bang. Rat-a-tat-ta. The Spanish soldiers who climbed over the wire mesh didn't dare touch anyone else and just fired bullets at me. It was an excellent attempt and excellent discipline. To attempt a counterattack in this situation. Thwip, 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 thwip. But it failed. Why? Did you think I made this crazy plan to charge into the enemies with a forklift without any preparation? Of course, I wrapped the entire cockpit in polycarbonate panels. Unless I have really bad luck, those lead bullets definitely won't hit me. Swoosh. What was that? Did something just graze me? Damn. The polycarbonate panel I fixed started rattling slightly from the impact earlier. A lead bullet must have flown through that gap. Thwack. Erg. Thud, thud, thud. Eek. While freely hitting and trampling people, I glanced at my arm and saw blood flowing hot and stinging from where the bullet grazed. Damn. If I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have made such a reckless plan. Suddenly I was running with my life on the line. These damn Spaniards, threatening me? No more guilt. I'll hit and trample and kill them to my heart's content. Rattle. Rattle. Ugh. The disgusting smell of blood closes in from all directions. While the Spanish are in confusion, our allies retreat while pouring volley fire, making more enemies fall. But we're running low on gunpowder too. While our allies who've withdrawn far back stand guard with pitchforks and spears, during that time it's my turn. Catch that thing. There's a person riding it. It's not some behemoth or mythical monster, just a somewhat complex machine. Damn it, Lord. Get your wits together. If we kill that rider and take that machine, we win. Damn it. How can anyone keep their wits in this situation? When someone who seemed to be an aide officer shouted, the Spanish army that had somehow regrouped started firing their guns at me. Though the polycarbonate panels deflected most of it, the impact was huge. Everyone draw swords and charge. It's not that fast. You can survive if you just dodge. Yuwa. Destroy the heretic's sorcery. Kill that Indian bastard riding it too. And that much impact was enough for the Spanish army to recover their morale. They were a powerful and well-trained army to begin with, enough to regain their senses even after their governor was hit by a suddenly appearing monster and their comrades were pulverized. I marveled at their discipline, though I tried to raise the speed by stepping on the accelerator somehow. As the enemy commander said, there was a big limit to the speed a forklift could achieve, and attacks became difficult once they escaped their panic state. This isn't good. This operation was designed based on the fear pre-modern people would have toward unfamiliar machinery. If the enemies break free of that fear, the basic premise of the operation is twisted. Though I killed many enemies, there are still annoyingly many left. Seeing our allies retreat, it seems they're already out of gunpowder, and if I fall here, the poorly equipped militia will have to directly clash with the armor-clad Spanish army. Then there's no chance of victory. I need to somehow corner the enemies as much as possible. Thud. Huh? Crash. 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 Ah. Crazy. CL climb up. Everyone climb up and kill the rider. Spanish soldiers in plate armor madly rushed forward and started jumping onto my forklift. Some died getting hit, some got crushed, but none gave up. With reddened eyes, they started clinging to the forklift's exterior. Urgh! Heretic devil! How dare you? Arg! Why you're? Wow! Almost died. Someone was trying to open the door, so I barely managed to cut off his arm with the chainsaw. Hurriedly locked the door and grabbed the steering wheel again, but... Huh? Crack! Don't aim for that sturdy glass. Break the connections. Ah, right. Now this is the conquistador from the textbooks. They fight damn well. Clang. Clang clang. Clang. The Spanish clinging to the front and sides start frantically jamming steel swords between the silicone and nails used to fix the polycarbonate panels. During that time, several more soldiers fell from the vehicle. Some had their heads burst getting trampled by the forklift, but the remaining ones seemed not to care and concentrated on their work with reddened eyes. Clang. Clang. Clang clang. I frantically turned the handle, curving until just before the forklift would tip over trying to shake them off. And the more I did that, the more Spanish clung to the vehicle body. Now it seemed about 10 were stuck on like bugs. I couldn't even see anything through the windshield. Oh, damn. Crash. I collided straight into the wire mesh. And that wasn't the problem. Clang clang. At the same moment the forklift hit the wire mesh. Some soldier's sword tore off the polycarbonate panel and thrust through the gap. Following inertia, my body naturally lurched forward. The two events happened simultaneously by chance. The result? I saw the sword handle protruding from my chest. Red gushes out so much I wonder if there was really this much blood in a human body. Every time I stagger, the blade shakes and tears up my insides. It was terribly painful. Like, my chest center was being branded with a hot iron. Barely raising my eyes, I saw the soldier who stabbed me was already half crushed, caught between the wire mesh and forklift. He couldn't live long. O one who will be immortal across ages. Now a new world calls you. Damn. Immortal. Consciousness blurs. The smell of oil hits my nose. For some reason, the opening line of Immortal Order echoes in my ears. Right? Stop with that immortal business already. Now it's all over. There is no end. Huh? For you, end does not exist. I unconsciously look down. The blood. Immortal. Stops. Equals. In stark contrast to the metallic sounds and shouts raging until just now, a silence heavy as lead suddenly falls over this farm. The yellow monster, that terrible death machine, finally stopped. Dozens died and were injured to finally stop that thing. Even then, dozens still survived. Cough, cough, cough. Go Governor is alive. Governor, are you all right? Don't touch me. Seems my ribs are broken. That Mo monster? At Vicente's question, the soldiers all point to one side. The sight of that monster miserably broken after hitting the wire mesh enters the governor's eyes. Smoke rises from the monster's side. Seeing that sight, color returns to Vicente's face despite his joints being twisted all over. Only the natives and English couldn't smile. The Spanish quietly approached them, with Toledo steel covering chest and back, quality swords and shields in hand. Now it was time to enjoy slaughter and plunder as victors. Time to chase easy prey instead of being hunted. The settlers and natives slowly stepped back. Some collapsed with their legs giving out. They were desperately searching for the monster's rider in the smoke. Please, angel. But there was no angel here. Now there were only slaughterers and those to be slaughtered here. The Spanish armor and shields easily deflected the arrows shot by Manteo and the natives. Only one or two fell, but that was all. Rather, their laughter grew louder. Why shoot arrows after abandoning guns? Must be because they're out of gunpowder. Now it's time for pure hand-to-hand combat. Time for veteran Spanish troops armored in steel to dance with mere militia and barbarians. That's what they thought as they walked forward drooling. When, crash, at the sudden boom, everyone's gaze turns back toward that monster. The rider was walking out of the ash and smoke, gasping for breath, with a sword still stuck in his chest. Everyone loses their minds at that sight. What superhuman willpower must it take to walk out standing so straight with a sword stuck in one's chest? Rhea arg. But the Spanish weren't ones to just watch him. A man who just lost his comrade to him runs forward swinging his sword. The man blocked the sword with his arm as if he had no strength left, or as if he didn't care, and slice. Of course the arm was cut clean off. English women screamed, and natives trembled in fear. And who has become, not according to the law of a fleshly commandment, but according to the power of an endless life. As everyone couldn't take their eyes off the man, someone among the Spanish soldiers mutters a Bible verse. As it is testified, you are a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. Hebrews chapter 7 verses 16 to 17. The man looked at his severed arm. He raised his forearm. Lets everyone see. The sight of severed bone, muscle and blood vessels growing back.
Chapitre 13. Divine intervention.
Thud, thud, thud. The man walks. He walks slowly with a sword pierced through his chest. He walks toward the frightened English settlers and natives. In the silence, the Spanish soldiers make way for him. No, they either follow him as if entranced or fall to their knees. A Spanish soldier who collapsed to his knees speaks.
Lolor.
Lord, forgive me. Forgive me. When the man's indifferent and detached gaze brushes past him, the soldier immediately trembles as if electrocuted and collapses. Lord, I have sinned greatly against you. Please forgive us sinners, these ignorant sinners. Forgive us our sins, as we have forgiven those who sin against us. Let us not into temptation. The Spanish soldiers wail and try to grab even the hem of his garment. When his recently regenerated fingers brush against his face, one man weeps like a baby. Lord, Lord, please, please, you wah. However, the man only gives them fleeting glances without adding any words. He quietly continues, step by step, toward the English. The Spanish, while trying not to interfere with his progress, desperately gather around him like children crying for their mother. But where there are believers, there are always unbelievers among them. Are you all crazy? How can some native mutt be the Lord? The Lord taking the side of the English? Mierda, that's impossible. A disbeliever staggers toward the man. Suddenly hearing that enraged shout, everyone's gaze turns cold. But the one who stopped from immediately striking down the disbeliever was, stop, the man himself. Qua af. Everyone hesitates at the man's command. In that moment, the disbeliever finally draws his sword and swings it at him. With that, the man starts up the chainsaw he was holding and immediately thrusts its blade into the disbeliever's neck. Tung. Sparks fly everywhere as the chainsaw's carbide blade grinds against the Toledo steel armor. It was just for a moment. The disbeliever's flesh and blood turn to mush, and he soon collapses. Thud. The man looks at the fallen corpse and slowly pulls out the sword that was pierced in his chest. After stabbing it into the ground, he looks around. "Are you afraid of me?" Everyone flinches at the man's words. Not just the Spanish gathered nearby, but the English and even the natives who don't believe in Christianity. And only then do they realize. Just now, everyone in this place understood what the man said. To the Spanish, it seemed like he whispered in Spanish. To the English, it seemed like he spoke calmly in English. And to the Algonquins, it seemed like he spoke gently in Algonquin. Good heavens! The last possibility that the miracle before their eyes could be false disappears. That's why the surviving Spanish cling more fervently, more desperately to the one who appeared before them. "Stop this!" And at that one word, they scatter in all directions as if light driving away darkness. Even while doing so, they sob and beg him not to abandon them. After watching this scene for a while, the man first approached Eleanor. Eleanor, who was kneeling, sees his chest through his torn clothes. His chest white and clean without a single wound. I dare ask forgiveness for my rudeness all this time. You have never been rude to me, Eleanor. His voice comes to me. Eleanor sobs looking at the ground, and the man wipes her tears and helps her up while saying, "Those people. Do you mean the Spanish? Please help them up. Gather the wounded, wash them clean, and bring them to the barn. I will take care of the rest." But just now they tried to kill you. Eleanor, I told you. If we need to find a reason for people to save people, isn't that too sad? Please save them, Eleanor. Just as I saved you all. I'll help too. Me too. While Eleanor holds the man's hand and cries, others stand up first and move toward the Spanish. They willingly lift up the arms and shoulders of enemies they were trying to kill just moments ago. And another person approaches the man's side while kneeling. "Mr. Hewitt." "Yes, it's me. A sinful lawyer before you. Be at peace." How can I be at peace now?" Lawyer Thomas Hewitt closes his mouth and gets up while trembling all over. Then he soon walks to where the excavator was billowing smoke until just now. The man follows behind him. As he walks, Hewitt carefully picks up the sword that was stuck in the ground, the sword that had pierced through the man's heart. Then he approaches the soldier still trapped between the wire mesh and excavator and asks, "What is your name?" It was a trivial question, but the soldier wept at it. "Romulo, from Seville." At those words, Hewitt solemnly nods and raises the sword from earlier. This holy sword belonged to Romulo of Seville. Then he takes the scabbard from the soldier's waist, sheathes it, and presents it to the man. "And now it is yours. What are you doing? This place is now holy ground, and this is a holy sword. Some here may become saints, and this sacred story will be endlessly recounted." Hewitt knelt again with shining eyes. "So, I will ensure that every single thing of this moment is not forgotten. Neither that sword, nor the name of he who possessed it." To Hewitt's words full of emotion, the man only wiped the tears from the dying Romulo's eyes. "Don't cry. See sin. Sin will be judged by the Lord in heaven. Are you afraid of the Lord?" Do not be afraid." The man held Romulo's hand. "I will stay by your side." Romulo soon closed his eyes while crying. He never opened those eyes again, but he looked very peaceful. Finally, I didn't know it would be like this." Manteo walks over slowly with his head bowed and falls to his knees. The other natives who followed him also cannot dare raise their heads out of fear. "I repent. Yes, I only received baptism but didn't truly believe in you. I believed we lived well for generations without believing in the great spirit the Europeans spoke of. But, bang! Manteo cries while pounding the ground. The English were all right. Please tell me, are you truly the great God they serve? Or, shoo! I am not a god, just another created being. Only then do all those kneeling raise their heads to look at the man's face. A man who was nothing, like Melchizedek from Genesis, with no father and no mother, a mysterious figure whose identity no one knows. Nemo. His name will not be forgotten. His traces will not disappear. The flame of faith ignited by him will never dim nor extinguish. Eleanor. Ah, yes. Have all the patients been moved? Yes, Lord Nemo. Then let's go. He who is furthest from the powers of death, the most noble on earth, who cares for enemies like family and cherishes wanderers like friends. He shall be immortal. Everyone here believed this without doubt. Equals. First time I've killed someone in my life. Phew. Calm down. I washed the blood off my hands thoroughly and cleaned my tattered clothes with cold water. Between the bullet holes and sword tears, it's a mess. Will the clothes repair themselves after midnight too? I grip the sink and look in the mirror for a moment. More precisely at my chest where my heart is. Really clean. The sensation of the blade piercing exactly through here is still vivid. I can't forget that feeling of all the blood draining from my body and the burning pain where I was pierced through. The internal organs squirming and touching the blade, and that cold blade moved by and cutting through the hot blood and flesh inside. Gulp. I swallow again. Damn. So that's what it really means. O thou who shall be immortal beyond ages. Now a new world calls to thee. Immortal one, wilt thou become a pioneer of the new world in infinite blessing? Or wilt thou become a slave to fate? The opening text flickers before my eyes again. Somehow it kept going on about immortality and seemed suspicious, but I didn't think it would literally mean this. It was immortality in the literal sense. Not a metaphor or implication, just straight-up immortality. I don't die. Even if my heart is pierced, my arm is cut off, I'm shot. I just realized this fact, and even experienced my first kill. What reason would there be to kill someone in 21st century Japan? In a country where violence and murder are rare, where guns are strictly controlled. I wasn't in my right mind earlier. With adrenaline coursing through my body, half numb with fear and sense of reality, I wandered here and there. I said whatever came to mind and acted however I felt like. What did I do again? First, well, I killed some soldier who was saying something to me. And when the soldier who stabbed me was crying with an expression of absolute agony, I comforted him a bit, right? Then I treated the Spanish. Though treatment was just simple stuff like setting bones, applying splints, putting alcohol on wounds for disinfection, and giving antibiotics. Literally just first aid. But when I was wrapping bandages, what did that Spanish governor or whatever say? He cried, right? Ah, the Lord's love that embraces even enemies. How truly great. Oh, our Savior. I will convert from Catholicism immediately. I, Vicente, have finally opened my eyes like the Apostle Paul. So please accept my repentance. Ah, Lord. Lord. What did I answer? I didn't attack you because you're Catholic. Weren't there even natives who don't believe in Christianity on our side? Religion isn't the issue. And why? If I had done nothing, the powerless English and natives would have died. And please stay still. Your wound will open. So the governor's response was, Awa. It wasn't in human words. I'm honestly not sure if that was a shout of ecstasy or a groan of pain from the bandaging. Others were roughly similar. For normal patients, especially those who've never experienced modern medicine, you'd think they'd question these strange practices. But they just took the terribly bitter medicine while crying as if it were honey. And while Eleanor and I were taking care of the patients, even though we told others to go rest, they all stubbornly refused to listen. Everyone kept praying outside the barn and sang hymns until their throats were raw. Even when the natives, who didn't know what was what, performed some kind of traditional ceremony, the supposed Christians watched without saying a word. This scene of racial harmony. Wait, so what I've done up until now is 1. Coming back from death. 2. Killing an unbeliever. 3. Comforting an enemy who stabbed me. 4. Treating soldiers who attacked me. Come to think of it, that's how it went. I feel cold sweat pouring down my spine as if a faucet had been turned on. What will everyone think of me now? What's going to happen to me now? What am I? Chapter 14. Growing Settlement. Now it's the late 16th century, the 1580s, about 400 years before my time. In East Asia, it's around when Toyotomi Hideyoshi was burning with the desire to conquer Joseon. In just 3 to 4 years, the Imjin War would break out and all of East Asia would be engulfed in the flames of war. But, to intervene in the Imjin War, I'd have to cross both the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. So what I should focus on right now is 16th century Europe, the age of early capitalism and colonial empires. In Europe, the Ottoman Empire held hegemony over the Eastern Mediterranean, commercial capitalism was rising in England, and colonial empires were extending their reach to America, Africa, and various parts of Asia. But that's not exactly the answer I'm looking for right now either. What happened in 16th century Europe? Not long-term trends like the rise of capitalism or growth of colonial empires, but what was the massive, instantaneous flash-like event? What else but the Protestant Reformation? By the 1580s, England, German regions, and others had all become Protestant, while in France, Protestants and Catholics were still at war. The war between England and Spain also had various causes, but religious issues played a major role. Right? This was an age of religious fervor. An age when people would set fire to both the living and dead if they were of a different denomination. Of course, even fanaticism has its positive aspects. It was Christian priests who tried to prevent the exploitation of natives in Latin America. There were aspects of social reform too. But that's not me. I'm screwed. How would the religiously fervent Christians of this era see me? No, even Europeans who weren't caught up in religious fervor would be the same. Didn't the natives bow to me? This isn't right. I can't go on like this. First, I need to give them time to calm down. If I just don't go outside for a while, that should work. I often did that anyway, tinkering with various things so it won't seem strange. Right? I hurriedly closed all the curtains in the house and shut myself in the room with boiled potatoes while thinking. Please, everyone, calm down. Calm down. Equals. It's been quite a while since he hasn't come out of the mansion. Do you think Lord Nemo will perform another miracle? You know, like last time.
Silencio.
The chattering English women closed their mouths at the words of an unnamed Spanish man. It was hard to tell that they were trying to kill each other until just recently. Now let's focus. Today is a joyous day. Isn't it the day when many men and women have walked among us of their own accord to become our brothers and sisters? At Mr. Hewitt's words, everyone sat down with joy evident on their faces. He was right. Many natives had promised to receive baptism and joined the gathering. Anyway, as Eleanor sat down, Vicente Gonzalez, the governor of Santa Elena sitting next to her, whispered in English, "By the way, is this Hewitt person a priest?" "Well, yes. He's our priest for now, I suppose." What do you mean, suppose? What do you mean by that?" "Our priest passed away last year, so we just elected a minister among ourselves. Since Mr. Hewitt is a Calvinist." For the record, I said no. But without a priest, what could we? Elected? A minister? By themselves? For a moment, Vicente's Catholic identity starts to waver. Is it really okay for me to be here? Am I going to be barred from heaven later? I didn't attack you because you're Catholic. Weren't there even natives who don't believe in Christianity on our side? Religion isn't the issue. That can't be. The angel guaranteed it. Vicente trembled again, remembering the words the angel had left while treating his wounds. The excitement that coursed through his body at that moment was indescribable. Since such a being protected this community, this gathering must be a holy church. He decided to think of it that way for now. After several sermons and songs, Thomas Hewitt raises something that somehow seems out of place in a church. Shing. Good heavens. Is that it? Is it really that? However, those gathered here rise from their seats in excitement. Hewitt quietly nods, plants it in the ground, and kneels. It was a sword. The sword stuck in the dirt looked unmistakably holy with its blade, handle, and crossguard forming the shape of a cross. Until a few days ago, this was just an ordinary sword. Just a sword carried by some ordinary Spanish soldier. But not anymore. Behold, the proof of the miracle. Hewitt shows everyone the sword with an ecstatic smile. Everyone trembles and weeps with exclamation. At this moment, there was no distinction between Catholic, Protestant, or non-Christian. When our Lord shed his precious blood on the cross to forgive our sins, we call the spear that confirmed his true death the Holy Lance, Lancea Sancta, and revere it as sacred. And when we were dying of hunger and killing each other in the New World, he saved us. So shouldn't this sword that testifies to his immortality also be rightfully called the Holy Sword, Gladius Sanctus? That's right. Lord, watch over your angel and the people he shepherds. Israel is a luxuriant vine. The more his fruit, the more altars he made. The richer his land, the better he made the sacred pillars. Hosea 10 verse 1. Everyone, ancient Israel received God's grace but was punished for falling into luxury and pleasure, increasing altars and beautifying sacred pillars with its fruits. And again he has come with the vine, and we seek to establish a new Israel in this land. Will you repeat the mistakes of the past?
No.
Never. Then repent. The Lord has sent us his angel, so follow him. Honestly, Vicente thought to himself, is this really okay? Elected, a minister, and even hold mass. In English, isn't this completely, utterly denying all common sense built up over 45 years as a Catholic? But, well, this should be fine. Also, honestly, common sense had already completely flown out the window when the angel regenerated arms, so it didn't matter. Vicente focused again on praying earnestly. Now everyone rise and receive his, Holy Communion. Time for the Eucharist now. Thinking that while rising, cup. What's wrong? Don't spill it. Of course, the Eucharist is no different from the Lord's flesh after all. Thinking this while hurriedly swallowing the Eucharist he almost spilled, Vicente asked Eleanor in confusion. Isn't this made from wheat?
No.
It's made from potatoes. Oh? We have to source all ingredients locally. Over there you can see the wine we use for his blood. We brewed that ourselves too. Are there even grapes here? Yes, of course. They're very, the taste. Is it really okay to hold mass like this? It should be. Anyway, after finishing the somewhat chaotic mass that way, Hewitt's sermon followed and the church gathering ended. Flutter. Now it was time for Eleanor to shine. As the settlement's representative, she had spent more time in contact with the angel than others, and the angel seemed to trust her. He, told us, if we need to find a reason for people to save people, isn't that too sad? Then Hewitt writes it down as is. Seek not reason in man's salvation of man, for that is the Lord's sorrow. That's done. He didn't use such an authoritative tone though. This is our new law. To me too. He spoke to me too. He said he attacked me not because I was Catholic but to save the powerless. He said religion wasn't the issue. The angel spake, saying, be not bound in seeking faith. Thus now, not long after Lord Nemo had withdrawn from public, a book was being written. Good morning. Good morning, Virginia. Did you sleep well? Yes. Where's your mother? She's ove you through picking land for the natives to live. I glanced in the direction Virginia Dare pointed. There, Eleanor was looking at sites for the new settlement with Manteo and his mother. The soil on Croton Island has sand mixed in throughout. The elevation is low, it's full of wetlands, it's small, and even the distance to the mainland is awkward. So Manteo's tribe also asked us if it would be difficult to reside here long-term. Even they, as natives who had lived here for a long time, couldn't grow enough grain and had to regularly go in and out of the area, so how could we settle here? The answer was simple. 1. Grapes are naturally resistant to salt damage and grow well even by the sea. 2. Potatoes naturally grow well in sandy soil. And what's our staple food? Tada, problem solved just like that. If the soil lacks nutrients, we can add fertilizer. And if water is scarce, we can get it from our farm where pure water gushes out endlessly. That's how our 33 people were able to settle here long-term. Piel, please, could you let us live near you? The entire tribe has received baptism for you. When exactly? While you were in seclusion. On top of that, Manteo and other tribal youths knelt and pleaded, and now the tribe members are in the process of abandoning their previous villages and moving to this area. About 200 more people will be living here. This is really absurd. Anyway, we have plenty of seed potatoes and various crops, so there shouldn't be any problem taking them in. Rather, Manteo's tribe, who had been wandering until now, will be the first to settle on this island. And the Spanish prisoners, no, those who should now be called converts, are also building their own new village nearby. The settlement has grown several times larger in an instant. If it keeps growing, what should I do? Usually protagonists in novels either hide such benefits or do something else. But with hundreds already knowing about my special privilege, can I keep everyone quiet about it? If not, how should I live here as a strange race, a strange being? Oh, Lord Nemo? Mom's coming over there. Virginia, who had just started walking a few months ago, circles around me and shouts. Thanks to that, I wake from my thoughts and pat Virginia's head while giving her a shine muscat grape and walk toward Eleanor. Eleanor. Ah, Lord Nemo. Is Manteo satisfied with the location? Yes. He's even happier saying there's enough food. Eleanor cleared her throat and answered. Since we only have about 3,000 bunches of grapes left to trade, I guess they were a bit worried about food. From next month, they plan to come and settle gradually beyond the advance party that's here now. Over there. There's the settlement the natives are building. Haha. I see. The tribe members had already built several huts, but their shape, no matter how you look at it, such native traditional houses probably didn't exist. I wonder if I'm imagining that they look similar to my house? No. We fell into thought while blankly staring at the clumsy replicas of Green Gables. What is happening to this settlement? Anyway, that's how the settlement grows. Chapter 15. Vicente's Gift. Vicente Gonzalez, governor of Spanish Santa Elena, greeted the most refreshing and clear morning of his life with the sound of birdsong. Why? Why is the air here so sweet? Why does the wind blowing through the window feel so pleasant? Because this is where I was spiritually reborn. Vicente wiped tears of emotion as he tidied his bedding. Considering his status as a prisoner and the settlement situation, the sleeping accommodations provided in the barn were quite luxurious. Moreover, his body was miraculously intact even after being rammed by that monster. He was fortunate. Anyway, after opening the door and taking in plenty of fresh morning air, he first jogged lightly to wake his body while looking around the farm. Ha! Good heavens! Everything warranted exclamation, from the cleanly plowed fields, to the well-tended garden despite winter, to the mansion that wasn't huge but had a somehow strange and mysterious atmosphere. Beautiful. There wasn't anything that wasn't beautiful. As he jogged several times, traces of the previous battle caught his eye here and there. For example, that wire mesh. Surely when that beast rammed him, and then rammed that wire mesh, it was torn and twisted beyond repair. And today, as if by magic, it's restored and once again separates the farm from the outside. Doesn't it? Next, that yellow beast that was billowing smoke and completely broken. Room. Lord Nemo. Over here. Wah-ah. It's really big. It had returned clean and pristine without even bloodstains from the soldiers who died by it. Ah! As he thought about this, Vicente's face became slightly gloomy. Lawyer Hewitt, who happened to be passing by, blinked and casually walked over to him. "Good morning, Governor Gonzales. Your expression is dark. It seems you have something troubling you." "Good morning, Mr. Hewitt. You've read me well. I have many concerns weighing on my mind." "What's the matter?" "Well, my subordinates." At that, Mr. Hewitt's face also became tinged with sadness. "Ah, he's blaming himself for his subordinates dying because of him. Don't blame yourself too much. The past battle was not your fault, Governor. The death of your subordinates is no one's fault." Ah, of course. Why would that be my fault? Who could have known Lord Nemo would be here? Of course, ordinary people might have fallen into despair or suffered from guilt, as Mr. Hewitt expected. If Vicente had been such a weak person, that is. However, Vicente Gonzales, governor of Santa Elena of the great Spanish Empire that ruled the West Indies, Philippines, and the lowlands, was not one to suffer over such trivial matters. Suffering on earth is momentary. Eternity belongs only to the Lord. What does it matter if they died in battle or choked to death eating gazpacho, a cold soup from Andalusia, as long as they go to heaven? I see. Above all, he was a devout 16th-century Catholic. If I may ask, then why were you sad? Well, the thing is, first of all, our soldiers fought against Lord Nemo, who is an angel, right? That's right. Then won't they be unable to enter heaven? Those who survived somehow got a chance to repent. But they didn't, so how is that not sad? Now that he mentions it. Mr. Hewitt thought for a moment before answering Vicente. Don't worry, they too can go to heaven. Really? Of course. It was a sin committed in ignorance, wasn't it? How heavy could a sin be that was committed without knowing it was sin? If they were devout, there's a high chance they were saved. Aha! Vicente smiled brightly at those words. Problem solved. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Not at all, Governor Gonzales. Have a good day. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Vicente starts jogging again. He completely forgot about the already trivial matter of his soldiers. Mr. Hewitt also gave Vicente a warm smile without feeling any particular guilt despite having played a part in killing those soldiers. What does it matter when whether they'll be saved or not was predetermined anyway, right? Above all, Mr. Hewitt was a devout 16th-century Calvinist. As these two very devout and somewhat unhinged people were about to start their pleasant day, Vicente begins to turn his thoughts with a clear mind that had washed away all worries. Let's see. I need to somehow seize our ships for Lord Nemo. Come to think of it, the 4 ships he brought are still anchored on the western coast of Croton Island. There are quite a few sailors on standby too. If this is handled wrong, strange reports might reach the colonial authorities and put this colony in danger. Slightly tense and twitching his mustache, Vicente began to think. For the glory of the great Lord Nemo and this Croton colony. For his true faith. Aha! And finally, a good idea comes to him. Equals. 2 galleons and 2 small paddocks, a type of small ship, a total of 4 ships, were quietly anchored with their anchors down on the western beach of Croton Island. Every time the salty ripples tapped against the sides of the warships equipped with dozens of cannons, the sailors felt unbearable boredom and anxiety. They wanted to break this silence, even if it meant firing those cannons until they burst. Their comrades who went out scouting haven't returned. If this island was enormously huge, they could understand. But didn't the governor assure them that 2 days would be enough to search this tiny island? But now more than 6 days have passed. They even spent Christmas on the anchored ship. Then there was only one answer. They're all dead, aren't they? Everyone startles at someone's words and makes them shut up. But no one denies it. Whether they met hostile Indians or were annihilated by soldiers of a powerful English colony, they must all be dead. However, leaving without any prior orders before the governor's return would be treason. They should at least show the courtesy of trying to track their whereabouts. So, who wants to go? Of course, no one wanted to enter this ominous island of death. As they were all watching each other and glancing nervously at the shadows of the Croton forest, that's when it happened. What's wrong, Josiah? Hitch there. There. At one sailor's cry, everyone runs to the railing to look toward the island. Then very small, very faint human figures were gradually getting closer. Looking at their proper clothes, they weren't Indians at first glance. And seeing how they were waving both arms and jumping up and down at the sight of the ship, they didn't seem to be hostile either. Then, touch their back. That's Pedro. Quick! Lower the rope ladder. What? Why are there only 5 of them? Just lower the rope ladder first. As the long silence and boredom broke, the sailors excitedly lowered the ladder. Then they waited for the 5 comrades who came walking through the splashing waves to deliver some news. Thud. And when the 5 comrades climbed onto the galleon's deck, everyone's expression hardened. Covered in blood and wearing completely torn clothes, they looked more like beggars than sailors. What happened? The rest of the men. When someone gathered courage to ask, one of the 5 immediately answers. This? Damn. Titch, there were no English here. No English, no colony, nothing at all. Then why did you end up like? Why do you think? Think about it. One of the 5 survivors finally bursts into tears and the rest collapse weakly. Only one person shouts with a loud voice, and everyone focused on his story. The Indians appeared and shot poison arrows, then ran away. At first, it was just that. But then, one by one they started dropping, soon coughing up blood and dying. People who touched that blood ended up the same. In the end, only we survived. Is it an epidemic? Doesn't matter if it's an epidemic or poison. Anyway, we need to get out of this hell quickly. Ugh. Blearg. You warg. All 5 suddenly start collapsing while coughing up blood. The faces of the sailors watching them turn pale with terror. How many comrades had they seen die while traversing America saying things like, well, we can endure this much. It can't be that bad. Minor itching, minor wounds, minor rashes soon led to death. They were experienced explorers and sailors of the Spanish Empire. They knew much better than those barbaric English what to do in times like this. Arg! Hurry! Set sail. First, abandon those who are going to die. Hey, you bastard! How can we sail a galleon by ourselves? Then switch to the paddocks right now. So the remaining sailors fled from the survivors. Even as those 5 begged and crawled, they ignored them and didn't look back. But they were trained Spanish soldiers, they wouldn't leave ships that might fall into enemy hands. After gathering what manpower they had to lead the 2 paddocks away from the coast. Boom! Boom boom! They sink one galleon. They left the other one. It was the ship their comrades were on, and if the English captured that ship, they could taste the plague hell. Truly meticulous planning worthy of great Spanish explorers. Thus, the 2 paddocks carrying the Spanish quietly sail away over the horizon. Excellent acting, gentlemen. It's sad that only one ship remains, but well, what can I expect from men I trained? We apologize, Governor. No need. Well, shall we go? Vicente Gonzalez smiled arrogantly as he looked out at that beautiful warship, while proudly stroking his mustache. We must bring blessed news to our new lord. A magnificent vessel armed with 32 cannons. We should be able to salvage several more cannons from the destroyed ship too. With this, the colony can effectively deal with any threat. Well, that's true. With 300 residents, 1 large warship, and dozens of cannons, unless Spain is determined, this isn't a level they can easily mess with. What do you think, Lord Nemo? Isn't it magnificent? It's as if fate is leading this colony to success. But why are you happy about that? Weren't you a Spanish colonial governor until a few days ago? That's right, Mr. Gonzalez. This is amazing. Haha. It's nothing, Mrs. Dare. You've truly made a great contribution to this settlement, Governor. Not at all, Mr. Hewitt. I'm just happy to be part of this glorious journey. Why are you all accepting this without any suspicion? Did you, develop some kind of strange bond or something? Did the spectators of the Nemo's arm-cutting and regeneration show build some camaraderie? Mantio is shedding tears of emotion in the corner, and everyone else is clapping joyfully. Anyway, the meeting continued with various discussions. How about building coastal batteries? Coastal batteries. Yes, Lord Nemo. The threats to this colony won't end with us. Surely if it becomes known that this colony is growing, other powers will do their utmost to threaten it. Right? So you know you were a threat. So I suggest we take some cannons from our ship and place them along the coast. If we guard the coast like that while building a fortress at the same time, no one will be able to invade this holy ground. Ah, hallelujah! Is that so? Yes. While we're at it, we should build port facilities and roads leading to the coast. We have a ship now, don't we? There will be many uses for it. That's right. There are still belongings we couldn't bring from Roanoke Island. Come to think of it, there were people who split off from our colony in Chesapeake Bay. We'll need a ship to find and bring them back. Before I knew it, everyone was looking at me, as if waiting for my final approval. This is burdensome. I nodded for now and were.
Tac, 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 tac.
Thus began the construction of the port and coastal batteries. Here. Move it this way. This way. Unfortunately, we couldn't use PC, polycarbonate panels as the main material, although PC panels are light and can even deflect bullets. Making them invincible material, they had one weakness. They're fire-resistant but still burn. I guess it's a material that should be used limitedly when building fortresses, especially if they don't have fire protection facilities like my house. More mortar here. Should we build the gun ports here? In the end, we had to use a mix of red bricks and stone. PC panels were used as auxiliary materials. How is it, Lord Nemo? This is the first coastal battery built on this island. Our tribe members helped too. The sight of the red structure with transparent walls here and there was quite spectacular in its own way. Chapter 16. Heavenly Unit System. New Year 1589. The remaining Shine Muscat grapes are passing their preservation period and losing flavor. I should try doing something else with them. Maybe make wine? I'm sick of pseudo-wine made from Shine Muscat. From next year, we'll have the domestic wine variety Sijui anyway. Everyone was excited since it was their first new year in the Croton colony. And cabbage, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, corn, potatoes, what else? Tomatoes. Was organizing the list of producible food. For livestock, we have chickens. Coco have already started a family. The number of hens is increasing so much that we might soon be able to distribute them to the villagers. But what I need to focus on now is crops, right? Since the colony's population suddenly increased to 300, I need to somehow feed these people with agricultural products. Well, of course, there's not much worry since most of them are natives. They were already living well in this area, so we won't face an ending where everyone starves to death if farming fails. Just the colony's centripetal force would decrease. To firmly settle 300 people here, I need to carefully plan out the year's farming schedule from now. Considering I'll need to allocate time for Shine Muscat and other grapes for 6 months from March, when frost ends, until September when harvest approaches, I need to distribute labor even more efficiently. First, we need to increase the grapes. I had forgotten until now. The fact that wine is essential for Europeans, especially Christians of this era. We can't keep drinking Shine Muscat wine without proper acidity forever. It's fortunate that I at least have wine varieties. I should start preparing the groundwork now for the land I've already picked out to grow new wine varieties. First of all, as long as the phylloxera mite, the death of grapes, the disaster of viticulture, the archenemy of grape farmers, live somewhere in this land, it's nonsense to directly plant Sijui cuttings. In the end, we'll have to plant rootstock resistant to phylloxera, the base tree for grafting, and graft onto it. So this too is a long-term project that needs time. That wraps up the grape farming matters for now. Excluding grapes, I have quite a variety of crops. This is all thanks to my mother, who focused on tending her garden instead of socializing with neighbors after moving to the countryside. Thank you, Mother. I'll bow 3 times toward the Japanese archipelago on Mother's Day. Anyway, the crops we can grow in February and March are lettuce, cabbage, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, potatoes, and so on. Among these, lettuce, cabbage, and Chinese cabbage are especially important. They require few resources and labor, and can even be double-cropped. There's a reason they're commonly grown in home gardens. Especially, we should plant more cabbage. It would be more beneficial to grow vegetables that Europeans are more familiar with. Similarly, carefully introduce still unfamiliar tomatoes, and focus on growing already well-known beets and such. After spending time like that, when frost ends and grape farming season comes, the hard work starts again. This time we'll be harvesting not just Shine Muscat, but much more diverse varieties like Sijui and Black Sapphire. Plus, with expanding the vineyard, it'll be very busy. If the available workforce hadn't increased to 300, it would have been hellishly difficult. This should do it. I stretched while saving the year 1589 farming plan.docs file with a few clicks. This is the real start. My first spring here is coming. Right? I remember things I need to sort out before farming. Goldsmith William Brown rang the doorbell at Lord Nemo's mansion with a joyful heart today too, to receive the new world's gold, aluminum. Mr. Brown, could you wait a moment? Ah, of course, Lord Nemo. I'll wait as long as needed. And only after waiting quite a while did Lord Nemo come out of the mansion. He came out carrying something strange and interesting all bundled up. Usually he only handed over aluminum cans and foil. Mr. Brown, I have a favor to ask. Ah, ask anything, as long as you don't cut off the aluminum supply. Anyway, do you remember that thing called an electronic scale you saw last time? Of course. Since seeing that, I've been praying to God every day, asking for just one such precise scale. The time has come to use that scale. Pardon. Saying that, Lord Nemo suddenly led Brown to the warehouse. When Lord Nemo opened the aluminum shutter, numerous mysterious machines and materials were lined up inside. Ah, a breathtaking sight whenever I see it. Mr. Brown, this way please. Yes, Lord Nemo. Thus the two headed to Brown's workshop, carrying another large scale from there. Villagers passing by greeted them while peeking curiously at what was happening in the morning. But Brown just rushed along with his eyebrows fluttering. It was because Lord Nemo was moving urgently today. Just how important a matter could this be? Tang. Is this right? No, this is right. Still, since there's no use regretting after starting, let me think one last time if this is right. What exactly is the matter, Lord Nemo? William Brown was a thoroughly secular person rather than religiously devout. While most English who came to this colony left on the long journey with Puritan fervor or the purpose of trying to live their own life, William Brown's purpose was simple. Gold. Shiny things. Therefore, while others called Lord Nemo the great angel and bowed their heads, Brown could still treat him relatively comfortably as he thought of him as the provider of aluminum. Because immediate wealth was more direct than faith. Mr. Brown. Gulp. However, Brown just changed that thought. Somehow, Lord Nemo's face as he called him while setting the mood now looked holy. When firm determination appeared on his already handsome face, he somehow emanated intense charisma. Ah, take that. Today, the task Mr. Brown will take on is a truly important work for our colony. Yes, Lord Nemo? Of course. It's also work that holds very important meaning for me. I hope you'll dedicate all your effort to it. Oh, of course. If it's important to Lord Nemo, I'll jump into hell itself. Saying that, Brown surprised himself. Was I such a devout person? Or was that scene from the battle with the Spanish last time so shocking and impressive? I don't know. Anyway, as Brown strengthened his resolve and pounded his chest, Nemo smiled, nodded, and patted his shoulder. Then I'll tell you what you need to do. Yes. The words that followed were quite different from Brown's expectations. First, you'll need to study. Yes, of course. What? Here, look at this scale. What's written on it? G? Read it as gram. G-gram. 1,000 of that is a kilogram. Are there other units between? We don't really use them. And 1,000th is a milligram. Milligram. From now on, only this unit. I plan to enforce using only this unit system for weight. P perhaps. Yes. Is that the Lord's will? Yes, that's roughly right. It's the Lord's will. Please make weights in this unit system. And similarly, Russell. This container's volume is 1 liter, written with capital A. Similarly, do we only use milliliter and kiloliter? Well, that's right. Please help with this. Make them as accurately as possible for distribution. The farming season is approaching. What does the farming season approaching have to do with? I want to distribute pesticides, fertilizers, and seeds to people in the most fair and accurate way. That is, because it's the Lord's will? That's roughly right. Won't it look beautiful in heaven's eyes if Mr. Brown's efforts prevent unnecessary discord and drive away confusion? Brown slowly walked to his workbench and then, clatter, dumped all the weights on the floor. Why did you do that? Brown showed a tear-stained smile and held Nemo's hand. I just drove out the products of sin. Now I'll use the Lord's scale, made by the Lord's hand, not man's. Yes, well, using duodecimal is sinful, that's true, but yes. Good work. Leave it to me. Thus Brown began working with unprecedented fervor and, is this right? Lord Nemo fell into belated regret. He would have fainted if he knew that a scripture collecting his sayings was already being made. The new unit system spread quickly. 5 liters? Of pesticide, please. Swoosh. Next person. Say seed potatoes. Need about 20 libras, Spanish weight unit. About 0.35 to 0.58 kilograms depending on region. More. Drag them out.
Pardon?
Next. We need about 10 pounds. Drag these out too. Kayak. This was because the Croton colony strictly enforced using liters and grams when distributing resources. They had no choice but to get used to the new unit system to survive. Those who grumbled at first about Brown's threats immediately became docile after hearing Nemo's order. The unified units were easier to get used to and somewhat intuitive compared to units that varied by region and item. Moreover, since the community was only 300 people to begin with and weight and volume units weren't entangled with secular authority like length units based on the king's arm length and such, there was less resistance. Thus, the heavenly unit system gradually spread regardless of whether one was Algonquin, Spanish, or English. And units that spread like this soon came to be used in other fields too. Moved 20 kilograms of stone. Then go pour it over there now. Rumbly. It was at the construction site of a massive tomb. The roughly 100 Spanish who died in the last battle were originally just hastily buried with their remains gathered. But when their Spanish comrades showed signs of discomfort, this communal cemetery was made. About 100 stone tombs were piled up, and about 100 headstones were erected in front of them. Names and status were gathered as much as possible through comrades, and the rest were reburied together in unnamed graves. The dedication ceremony for the churchyard cemetery made this way. Do I really have to give the speech, Eleanor? Of course. Who else would if not you, Lord Nemo? How about Mr. Hewitt doing it? That would be much worse than you doing it. The Spanish need to hear your speech to believe their comrades will go to heaven. Don't they? If that's the reason. Thus Nemo and Eleanor, who were whispering together, glanced at the crowd waiting for them. All 300 colonists were present. We couldn't keep them waiting any longer. I raised my head toward them while climbing onto the simple podium. Just need to say some nice words. It would be good if dozens of Spanish could integrate somewhat with this, and even better if any seeds of conflict could be cleared here. Ahem. All our island's people have gathered here. What should I say next? I don't know why everyone naturally thought I would recite something like a eulogy. I was the only one who didn't know. If I had known beforehand, I could have prepared something, but now my mind is blank. Moreover, I'm getting more nervous because they seem to think of me as some mysterious being for no reason. Phew, calm down. Whose fault was the last battle? Just need to say some nice words. Was it the Spanish soldiers' fault? Or was it the fault of the Algonkins and English? Was it the fault of the English authorities who built this colony? Or was it the fault of the Spanish colonial government who decided to attack this colony? It was no one's fault. Actually, it was Spain's fault. Why send soldiers to an already failed colony for no reason? Come to think of it, didn't England build this to use as a pirate base? That's their fault too. The only ones without fault here are the natives. Never mind. No point bringing this up. That's right. It was no one's fault. Now that we're all family, saying it's someone's fault would ruin the colony. Someone's sin and fault is too complex an issue to be handled by a few people whispering. Sometimes people are pushed to commit sins, but often those who push them had no ill intent. Say there are 5 people in front of a herd of cattle, and if you don't change direction, 5 will die, but if you change direction, 1 person on the changed path will die. Between the one who didn't change direction and let 5 die because they didn't want to kill, and the one who changed direction and caused 1 innocent death, who is the sinner? Who broke the commandment? It's difficult. It's a difficult question. The trolley dilemma. Everyone starts pondering as soon as the question is thrown, right? Should seem profound. Though people established kings and laws to regulate order between people, it's still too crude to discern all earthly sins. When even the wisest person's wisdom is not worth a speck of dust compared to the great Lord, how could we measure all of people's sins? Was it that moving? Thanking Professor Michael Sandel who taught me the trolley dilemma, I continued. Those who lie cold here now died threatening me and this colony. But who among them was good or evil is a matter for the Lord to discern. As humans we cannot know. Lord Nemo. What is it, Vicente Gonzalez? Did my soldiers go to heaven? Did you hear me properly? I said humans cannot know. I was about to snap at him, but Vicente's expression was too serious, so I shut my mouth and hurriedly made something up. I can only say that if they were truly devout, they will someday head to heaven, though they must pay for their sins. Teach then. Yes, those who were truly righteous can go to heaven after paying for their sins. Well, this should do. Some nice words. I added some things you might hear at church and came down from the podium. Repent. Hallelujah. Be kind to neighbors, honor your parents, sort your recycling properly, etc. And when I came down, SN sniff. That was so moving, Lord Nemo. Eleanor came running while crying. What is this? I still don't understand this era's sensibilities. Equals. Though I am a fervent Calvinist, now that everything has been clearly revealed, I must admit. At that day's service, Mr. Hewitt began writing down Lord Nemo's revelation in front of the congregation. Those who were truly righteous can go to heaven after paying for their sins. There is a place to pay for sins after death. Purgatory, or a similar place not directly mentioned in the Bible, exists. The claim of sola scriptura, Scripture alone, needs to be reconsidered. This means we need to reconsider how far we accept the teachings of the, great reformers. Mr. Hewitt's head was spinning. Whether one keeps the law, what is good, we cannot know by human will, then why did we burn Protestants? Conversely, Vicente was also dizzy contemplating the angel's bombshell statements. Then, perhaps, the angel's words mean, we shouldn't kill and die over obsession with minor doctrines. Hallelujah! And at those words someone threw out the faint remaining distinctions between Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist in the settlement melted away. That day Thomas Hewitt and Vicente Gonzalez hugged each other and cried. The great Angel Nemo achieved Catholic-Protestant harmony 29 years before the 30 Years' War. Though the person in question was currently drinking his last cola and eating popcorn while watching Demoness, the movie. Anyway, that's what happened. Today, too, the Croton settlement is peaceful. Chapter 17. A year passes. I understand what it means when they say time flies like an arrow. A year passed in an instant. First, in January and February, I reorganized the materials I had downloaded from the Rural Development Administration website when I was going to farm, and planted rootstock around Croton Island to expand the vineyard. The rootstock I'm planting is the 101-14 variety. The 101-14 rootstock is suitable for growing grapes in sandy loam soil with lots of sand mixed in, making it appropriate for Croton Island's environment. I was originally going to use the Teleki variety, but since this is the homeland of that damn phylloxera, I used a variety with stronger resistance to phylloxera. My plan was to cut the branches of this planted rootstock when it grows and graft Sijui or other varieties on top. It's a troublesome process, but if we don't do this, the grapevines could all die from phylloxera mites. So originally wine varieties could just be propagated by cuttings. Anyway, it's a long-term plan considering it will take 2 years after planting the rootstock for the tree to fully grow and bear fruit. Anyway, after spending those first 2 months like that, when March and April came, I got busy with sowing. Plowing the fields, sowing seeds of lettuce, cabbage, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, beets, etc. that I grew in the garden. Planting spring potatoes. First replanting and sowing a small amount of corn for seed preservation even though it doesn't suit this soil and will drain nutrients. Right? I remember this was the busiest time. Still, Easter was in between, so I took some time off then. After that hard work ended, spring gradually passed and summer came. Though North Carolina's summer was quite hot since the climate is generally milder than Japan's, it was bearable. Why? Because there's no damn monsoon season. Originally during monsoon season you have to desperately prevent soil erosion, prevent crops from rotting due to humidity, and even add organic amino acid products to grapes to promote photosynthesis. North Carolina is Briaite. Rainfall is consistent throughout the year and summer isn't especially terribly humid. In other words, the effort needed for farming was reduced quite a bit, so it was pretty comfortable. Around this time, my main job as a grape farmer began in earnest. Around May, after the flowers fully bloom, I give Shine Muscat the first gibberellin treatment to prevent seeds from forming in the grapes and help the fruit grow better. Then, during the first enlargement period, while maintaining the tree's vigor, I give it a second gibberellin treatment. After receiving gibberellin twice like this, the Shine Muscat fruit enlarges again, and around this time I put bags on them to protect the fruit from pests and diseases. Thus spending July, August, and September's summer and harvest season repeating what I did last year when I fell here completed the grape farming. Another wave of surplus stock passed by us, but this time we could handle the massive quantity without problems from the start by making wine and running a gift economy. The winemaking issue was very important. Not just for Christians' Mass, but wine is an everyday drink, and the homemade Shine Muscat wine tasted, like waste. So this time I took special care when growing Sijui. When I grew wine grapes, Europeans also started coming one by one to look. This grape looks different from the others? More ordinary. It's a variety called clear water, used for making wine. Clear water. Just as Moses struck the rock with his staff to give clear water to the Israelites, Lord Nemo gives us clear water. Pardon, right? These days, when talking with them, context often jumps without me realizing. For example, wait, clear water. Isn't that when the Israelites complained to God, so he gave them clear water and cursed them not to enter Canaan? We must have done something wrong to Lord Nemo too. It's not important that the wine tastes bad. What's important is the heart with which Lord Nemo blessed us, but we only complained. The Shine Muscat wine is tasty too. I'm fine with just drinking Shine Muscat wine. Like this, belatedly realizing the atmosphere was getting strange. I put down the pesticide sprayer and watched Eleanor and the others. Pardon, are you serious? The amateur Shine Muscat wine is fine? That's right. We're satisfied with just Shine Muscat wine, so don't worry. We don't need this clear water grape. Take your hands away. If the grapes get damaged, there will be no more wine. I'm not fine with it. There are many people who can make tasty Shine Muscat wine, but I'm not one of them. Anyway, of course, I couldn't focus only on grapes while having to feed a population that increased several times. While managing and harvesting grapes, I proceed with double cropping lettuce, cabbage, and Chinese cabbage. It was work just to set dates so the first frost wouldn't overlap with harvest season. While all the villagers tended their gardens that way, I harvested the small amount of corn I was growing and preserved those seeds in refrigeration. While managing seed potatoes to use in fall and re-educating those who failed at spring potato farming because they weren't familiar with it. While handling various administrative matters scattered around the village, wait, don't eat potato leaves.
No.
You threw it away because it looked like dirty dirt clumps? That's the potato fruit. Sai, let's look at the cabbage first. Fertilizer. You didn't apply any? I feel like a village head. Shouldn't the modern person teach pre-modern people farming when transported? Why am I teaching them? Why do they come to me for mediation when conflicts arise? You're Spanish, so go to your commander Vicente. I thought 300 people wasn't much, but with teaching farming to those 300 people, interpreting for those who couldn't communicate, managing public facilities, even 10 bodies wouldn't be enough. Plus, since I was the only one who could handle various equipment, I was also in charge of clearing weeds with the grass cutter, taking the excavator to construction sites, and managing tough fields with the cultivator. I brought in Eleanor to share all sorts of administrative work, but Eleanor collapsed and I collapsed too. After such trials and tribulations, we could spend another year. This time we had a proper Christmas and could safely greet the first day of the new year. The number of people to share that emotion with grew from about 30 to about 300. Whether Spanish, English, or Algonquin, they all set up a feast while singing songs that somehow made sense yet didn't, as if bonds had formed while living together for a year. Thus, 1,590 dawned. Equals. Birum, rattle, rattle, rattle. Woof, woo. Is it really okay for me to dare ride in such a place? Why wouldn't it be okay, Eleanor? Don't worry and fasten your seatbelt first. Ah, yes. As I drove the used hijet around, Eleanor looked around curiously. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've given anyone a ride since being transported. I couldn't even use the hijet properly for a while. The hijet is originally a vehicle type with terribly low safety, and with its high center of gravity, the body can sway and even tip over just from wind blowing from the side. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to drive around in 16th century Croton where there weren't even roads, just swamps and forests. Vicente worked hard. Of course, he managed it for weeks, staying up nights, like this until the road was made. How did it get made? The Spanish strongly argued that since we had a ship we needed a port, and since we had a port we needed a road connecting to it. It's a road made by grinding up cement, sand, and countless labor. Of course it's at a horrific level even compared to abandoned unpaved roads of the 21st century. But at this level the hijet shouldn't worry about flipping. Bump. Kaya. It'll be fine. Really? Probably. Right? Anyway, what was important was that I could now drive the hijet outside my farm and settlement. Originally, the purpose of using the hijet was to transport small orders of grapes to the delivery company, and its large cargo capacity made it useful for carrying fertilizer bags and grapes around the farm for a while. Even though it was just a motorcycle-level vehicle, the hijet's existence was truly unparalleled in this era, especially in this colony without horses. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Though its vibration sensitivity is also unparalleled. I can't tell if I'm holding a car steering wheel or a game controller. Anyway, after passing about 1 kilometer of such unstable, unpaved road, soon the surrounding forest clears and the view opens up. Then the wide, flat sandy beach comes into view. Coastal batteries built with red brick and PC panels were positioned here and there, and beyond them were simple port facilities. There our galleon lies. The ship's name, Nautilus.
Since I'm Nemo.
His previous name was already discarded. According to Vicente, since that ship was now spiritually reborn, it should use the name given by its new master. People are shouting various things while moving goods here and there. Soon Algonkins, led by Mantio, come beside the highjet to unload the cargo. Eleanor fidgeted for a moment, then turned to ask me, "Will father really come?" As you know, today is Virginia's 3rd birthday. It would be nice if Virginia could see her grandfather, if father is still alive. Virginia, I cut off Eleanor's words and said, "will definitely be able to meet her grandfather today. So go without worry. Have a safe voyage." Instead of deliberately turning my head, I checked Eleanor's expression through the rear view and side mirrors. Something dropped from her eyes, and Eleanor soon got out of the highjet. Thank you. All of this, everything." Her voice was swallowed by sobs before finishing. She ran toward the Nautilus, and soon one galleon left the coast. Not completely left. It was scheduled to return soon. August 18th, 1590. The day Eleanor's father returns. There. Roanoke Island. Drop anchor and launch the boats. Hurry! As 2 ships reached Roanoke Island's coast, boxes containing relief supplies were lined up one by one on the shore, and a group of men looked around while wading through rough waters to land. "Mr. White, is this the right place?" "Yes, though the settlement should be a bit further in. Roughly, this is the right island." John White answered in a dejected voice to the subordinate that his sponsor Sir Raleigh had attached. "I shouldn't have left Roanoke. All dreams start infinitely sweet." Everything went well from when Walter Raleigh, favored by the Queen, obtained rights to colonize America, until he trusted John White and appointed him as colonial governor. He gathered devout Puritans to form a pioneer group. He thought he had found capable colleagues and navigators while receiving all sorts of support from Sir Raleigh. But from when they actually started sailing, everything was a nightmare. The crazy navigator had no interest in building a colony. Rather, that bastard wanted to kill them all, seize the ship, and make a fortune plundering Spanish ships. Simon Fernandez, that damned bastard. It was also that bastard who arbitrarily changed the colony's planned location from Chesapeake Bay to a backwater like Roanoke Island. His teeth still ground at that bastard's atrocities. Was it smooth sailing after arriving at Roanoke Island? No. The promised supply shipments didn't arrive properly. They were attacked by hostile tribes, or ruined diplomacy by accidentally attacking allied tribes. Only misfortunes continued. Finally forced to board a ship to England at the settlers' insistence to somehow get supplies. But what was the result? Naval battle with Spain. Her Majesty the Queen requisitioned almost all ships to prevent Spanish invasion and banned private voyages. Even when the Queen's favorite Sir Raleigh begged, the Queen wouldn't even pretend to listen. Thus a year and a half was wasted. When the big battle ended and the Queen's sailing ban was lifted, White again tried everything to find a ship. However, no one was willing to fund a voyage to a colony that might not even still exist. There was also much risk of Spanish attack. Thus another year was wasted. Only after over 2.5 years had passed could White finally depart, and now nearly 3 years after leaving this place, he could finally return. Virginia, who was a newborn baby when he left, would now be 3 years old. Eleanor would now be a mature 21-year-old lady who had shed her girlishness. The settlement after 3 years would now be completely rooted. Maybe they had even moved elsewhere without that villain navigator's interference. If they were all still alive. Actually, he knew. 3 years is a very long time. When a colony that requested relief due to food shortages was abandoned for 3 years, the result was actually obvious. Especially if they had hostile relations with surrounding barbarian tribes and even their location wasn't very good. "Mr. White, why are you dawdling there? We can't waste time. Just wait a moment. What's the matter?" Nothing at all. But White tries to comfort his gloomy mood. "Right. Beyond those bushes, Surely his lovely daughter and granddaughter are waiting. His rascally wanderer son-in-law would be there, and other settlers would scold him asking why he took so long. Step. Then he would apologize. Sorry for being so late. Couldn't help it due to war and royal orders. Almost no merchants would come here. Step. Step. And this John White, exhausted in body and mind, would cry in his daughter's arms. His already too-grown granddaughter would walk over asking who that old man is. Step. 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 Then he would tell her while rubbing this bearded face, that I am your grandfather, and you are my granddaughter. That I wanted to see you for a very long time. And your mother, my daughter, oh, good heavens. Mr. White, no, how should I say this? That I wanted to see you very much. Thud. John White finally pushes through the bushes and emerges from the thicket. Then his eyes see the settlement where his lovely daughter should be waiting. No, where his lovely daughter should have been waiting. Thump. His legs suddenly lost strength and he collapsed. Mr. White, is this the right place? White couldn't answer that question in human language. Uwak. Uwa. Kaiawea. There was no colony before him. Only its half-burned remains. Here. There's some record. Some graffiti. Land. Who? Oh damn. It's Spanish. The words of Sir Raleigh's subordinates reach his ears even though he doesn't want to hear. All circumstances were clear. Spanish troops. Those damn Catholic pig bastards. He didn't want to continue his thoughts, but horrible images unfolded in his mind. People being butchered, his daughter screaming terribly, his granddaughter already dead, burning houses and furniture. As he shed tears, Sir Raleigh's subordinates could say nothing more and fell silent. They realized that whatever words they added would be no comfort to a father who lost his only daughter. The merchants who came with White returned to the ship with expressions of being in a fix. Soon only White and Sir Raleigh's subordinates remained before the ruins. Thus, after time passed with tears and silence, come back. Right now. Suddenly a shout comes from the shore. When White turned his head at the sudden call, a sailor who ran breathlessly from the shore was shouting something. A warship. A galleon is coming. You must board immediately. What? The only English colony here was just confirmed destroyed. They just found Spanish graffiti around here. Then the galleon approaching this area. Could it be? Damn! It's the Spanish. Mr. White, get up right now. Hurry! Sir Raleigh's subordinates hurriedly lift John White and start running while supporting him. But emerging from the thicket, what they see is already 2 merchant ships hastily leaving the shore. These crazy bastards, abandoning passengers and running. The ships they came on are fleeing to save themselves. Sir Raleigh's subordinates sprint toward the inland while spewing all sorts of curses. White stared at the opposite shore with half-focused eyes. As they said, one galleon was approaching the shore in a majestic figure, as if it was already too late to chase the 2 fleeing merchant ships. Those Satan's minions, after killing my daughter and granddaughter, now come to kill me too. White suppresses his desire to scream and runs following Sir Raleigh's subordinates. The splashing sounds and shouting from behind pierce his spine. Must run quickly, to not die. White's running pace with Sir Raleigh's subordinates slows. When the startled subordinates turn to look at him, White speaks as if muttering, "Can we live by running? I'll die here. You all go. Mr. White, our employer Sir Raleigh. Go." Soon as the commotion grows louder, they abandon White and run as if letting whatever happens happen. White, left alone, walks toward the burned settlement. Step over the collapsed gate of the palisade to the house where he stayed. Here, he believed he would gain a new life. He thought he could become a gentleman and nobleman of the new world from his humble commoner status and live luxuriously with his daughter. All those dreams' remains are scattered here, turned to burnt smell and ashes. He found a rope. He also found a suitable tree outside the house. Over there. The others. Already caught. Search the settlement area. Various voices are heard as if mumbling. Ha! Sir Raleigh's subordinates are already caught. Really unfortunate. Demons who killed my daughter, behold. Watch the miserable death of a father whose girl you caught and killed. Those who commit suicide cannot go to heaven, so he too would wander hell. But that much wasn't any worry to White, because this world would be more hellish to live in without his daughter. Flash. Suddenly anger at the world boils up. He glared at the noose hanging in the air that he just made and shouted. May heaven punish the one who calls herself the Queen of England. May Elizabeth, who killed my daughter with the ban on sailing, go to hell. Oh, Walter Raleigh, devil who whispered false hope to me. Lustful male prostitute who pleases the Queen in bed. Filthy demon. May curses be upon him too. And finally the Spanish bastards. You're all bound for hell. And he brought a chair, stood on it and, bang, kicked it away. My throat is constricting. Can't breathe. Ah, Daddy, I hear my daughter's voice. My daughter is waiting for me in heaven. I'm sorry. This unworthy father will go to hell. Whoosh. Slash. Huh? Bang. The rope is cut and John White's body falls to the ground. His consciousness blurs. His vision darkens from the edges. From far away, a man who looks Spanish shouts loudly and others run over. One person is Manteo. Ah, my friend, you two were waiting for me in God's kingdom. Another person is Lawyer Hewitt. That gentleman, I didn't know radical Calvinists could go to heaven too. And finally, Daddy, my daughter. He lost consciousness. And when he woke up, he was on a Spanish ship. How did this? Are you coming to? Sir Raleigh's employees are in that cabin over there. Hewitt? What is all this? Why are you on a Spanish ship? Don't worry. Thomas Hewitt told him with a somewhat insane, dreamy expression. You too will soon meet him. Him? Who is that? A most noble one, more supreme than any earthly monarch. Something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. Chapter 18. Angel of Doom. Hewitt, what do you mean? Why? Good day, Mr. Hewitt? Good day. Thanks to you we found Mr. White. Not at all. Why make such a fuss about that? We simply did our best for our neighbor. White watched with a dazed face as Hewitt exchanged friendly greetings with some Spanish man. That was indeed the galleon. He was lying unconscious in a hammock under the mast, and on the mast was painted a coat of arms he had never seen before. On a shield wrapped in grapevines was a transparent shield and an angel holding up some strange saw-like thing? Why a saw instead of a sword? Anyway, Mr. White, it's so wonderful to see you again after 3 years. Who would have thought we'd meet again like... Don't tell me you've sided with Spain? Pardon. My daughter? Is my daughter alive? Don't worry. Mrs. Dare is now serving the great one up close. Kaya arg. Why are you like this? Shut up, you bastard. How could you side with those who killed my daughter? Daddy. There, Eleanor comes running from the corner of the deck. Mr. White, you were alive. Ha ha ha. We'll pretend we didn't hear you calling our employer a male prostitute. Oh? Sir Raleigh's subordinates, who he thought were captured by Spanish troops, also come running from the other side. Mr. White, welcome aboard the Nautilus. The man who seemed to be the Spanish commander also cheerfully cuts in. John White, starting to become convinced this must be heaven, pinched his own cheek and realized he wasn't even tied up. What is this? Everyone glances at each other with troubled expressions as if finding it difficult to explain. Among them, Eleanor steps forward and speaks. The? I'm not sure if you can believe what I'm about to say. Oh, my daughter. I'm already overjoyed just that you're alive. What could you possibly say? Then, you won't think I'm a witch or anything? Witch? Nonsense. Come, tell me anything. Your father will listen to it all. Mrs. Dare. Yes. Since he probably won't believe it, let's start by showing him first. Show him? Ah, you mean the holy ground and holy relics. Yes. Didn't he give permission for this? Well, that's true. Then let's go talk more on the island, Daddy. John White still couldn't understand what was going on. Soon the galleon reached a port, and White headed somewhere along a cleanly paved road. Eleanor felt like she was becoming childish again upon seeing her father after so long. Daddy, look! Bang! 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 Good heavens! The transparent wall deflects bullets. Oh! Daddy, look! Flash! Flash! I'm impossible! Tremendous light suddenly coming from hands. Ooh-hoo! Daddy, look! Munch, munch, munch. Unbelievable. How can grapes have no seeds? Ooh-hoo. Daddy, look. Would cuts like butter? A carriage door automatically opening and closing would make more sense. Ooh-hoo. Thus Eleanor showed off to her father by operating simple electronic devices, imitating Lord Nemo as he had permitted. Ah, you see? These are all the angel's tools. He saved us and built this colony. Oh, amazing. She liked seeing her father's amazed face. She also liked smiling excitedly like a spoiled child in front of the father she hadn't seen for 3 years. Right? I was so surprised at first too. Yes, truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of heaven's products. But White raised his finger toward the western fields while trembling with awe. As Eleanor followed his finger's direction, she saw a familiar machine. A powerful machine that slaughtered enemies, dug up tree roots, and scooped up enormous amounts of earth. That cart-like thing with arms? How does it move? Ah, that's called an excavator. Eleanor boasted needlessly. Only Lord Nemo can operate that complicated thing. I see. If it's not too presumptuous, could I see it move? I'm very curious. At her father's explorer-like curiosity in his words, Eleanor pondered for a moment. She didn't want to bother Lord Nemo, but she wanted to do anything for her father, whom she met again at death's doorstep after years. Then, shall I go ask Lord Nemo if he can operate it? Yes, I'd like to meet this Lord Nemo too. Eleanor walks ahead, slightly tense. She wanted to show her father how amazing Lord Nemo was, how incredible his powers were. As his daughter, she could tell. In White's eyes that poured out amazement was a strange disbelief. Of course everyone would feel such disbelief upon suddenly hearing that an angel appeared and saved their daughter. Because he hadn't witnessed the moment of miracle himself. He could reasonably feel that way. Just goodwill toward the benefactor who saved his daughter and granddaughter. Whether he was truly an angel was a separate matter. Thus the devout daughter and skeptical father walked straight to Nemo's green-roofed mansion and rang the doorbell. Ding-dong. But today there was no answer. Huh? Lord Nemo? Lord Nemo. Strange. I definitely saw him inside. Perhaps he went out meanwhile? No. This door definitely. Creak. When Eleanor absently pulled the front door, it opened with a creaking sound. Of course, Eleanor startled. It wasn't polite to enter someone else's house, especially a holy angel's house, without permission. As she hurriedly tried to close the door again. To hell! What? Just now, she heard a word she thought she would never hear in this holy place. She heard the word hell. Soon a terrible sound like scratching the air rings through the door crack. At that unfamiliar voice, unfamiliar sound, Eleanor's whole body freezes in terror for a moment. Through the cold wind that blew in, the front door slowly opens. Then the father and daughter's eyes widen at once. Ah! Aff! A terrible demon's hymn was coming from beyond the dark hallway. And, damn! Lord Nemo's voice. A voice half mixed with groans, seeming out of breath. Could it be demons trying to harm Lord Nemo? When that thought reached her, Eleanor clenches her fists and rushes into Nemo's house regardless of danger. Lord Nemo is in danger. Daughter! Daddy! Stay there! What father would let his daughter go alone into such a place? As the two people entered deep into the mansion, the terrible sounds ringing from all around become clearer. Hey Satan, paying my dues. I'm on my way to the promised land, woo. Someone was spewing out words with spine-chilling content just from hearing them. And finally, I'm on the highway to hell. No! Lord Nemo's scream rings out. Startled Eleanor finally opens the hallway door and enters the living room with John White following behind. Kaya! Kiaruk! Kiri Rick! They saw a horrific sight there. Lord Nemo sat in a chair staring straight ahead with bloodshot eyes while holding a black object, as if possessed by something. And that terrible curse song they just heard echoed from all around. That alone was a frightening sight enough to make one collapse. But that wasn't the end. The real thing was still left. As Eleanor Dare and John White carefully turned their heads following Nemo's gaze, there was a frame there. The picture inside moved continuously. It seemed to depict scenes from someone's point of view. Since the scenery moved whenever click sounds came from Lord Nemo's hands, it wasn't hard to tell these were the scenes Lord Nemo was seeing. In that frame Lord Nemo, continuously cuts and kills demons risen from hell with a saw. And every time he killed demons, words like, ha, damn, flowed from Lord Nemo's mouth that was always gentle. Those eyes were drunk with excitement for slaughter. His curled lips sent cold sneers toward the corpses. So different from the Lord Nemo that Eleanor knew. After quite some time passed like that and demons rushed at Lord Nemo, he falls. Soon the scene in the frame goes dark and only one word appears on the frame. Doom. The two people backed out of Nemo's house with pale faces, unable to even scream. Lord Nemo didn't even notice their presence, perhaps using all his energy to slaughter demons. Thus, as they left the garden sweating coldly, they silently looked at each other. Daughter. It's nothing. Lord Nemo was doing some other work that's hard for us to understand. Yes, he was killing demons. John White speaks with unfocused eyes looking at his daughter. To demons, he was killing them. He really was an angel. Thump. In White's eyes were terror, awe, and tears. Lord, good heavens, what was that sight? To daughter, I must go back to see Virginia. Seeing that hellish sight was too terrifying. It was enough to completely shake faith held for decades. John White whispered, still unable to recover his strength. You too. Rest. Yes. Eleanor stood there like a statue watching her departing father. And, Eleanor,
Kya.
she screamed at Nemo's voice suddenly coming from behind. Equals. Seems you were quite startled. I apologize. I'll make my presence known next time. And no. It's fine. What's this? Why is the atmosphere like this? Earlier father wanted to see the excavator, so we rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. I apologize. I was briefly, enjoying a small hobby then. A small hobby? Yes. Though small, it's quite challenging, like homework. Well, since I couldn't clear the challenge objectives. Do you enjoy that?
Pardon?
Of course, it's a hobby after all. Why would I do it if it wasn't enjoyable? Though it can be tiring and painful sometimes. Well, that's how it goes. What is it really? Why are you looking at me so meaningfully? Unable to bear this awkward and unfamiliar atmosphere, I changed the subject. So what happens now? Have you made contact with England? Eleanor's awkward and stiff expression finally softens a bit. No. We met father for now, but it seems others just ran away thinking we were Spanish troops. Oh, I see. But now that we've made contact with father, everything will be fine. Reports about our colony will follow, and now that we have a galleon we can somehow contact the homeland. But what's wrong? Suddenly Eleanor's face becomes serious again, looking at me. Somehow I could guess why she was making a serious expression. What should we do? What do you mean? How should we report about Lord Nemo to England? I closed my mouth, recalling this era's execution methods for heretics written in game catalogs. How to report, right? Thus I fell into contemplation, and Eleanor did too. However, there was one strange point. For some reason Eleanor seemed more serious than me. Equals. 1.5 months. That's how long it took for the Hopewell and Moonlight carrying John White to reach Plymouth, the port city in Devon, England. From there they rushed urgently to London to deliver news to their employer and patron. The colony was destroyed, and White is missing. Queen Elizabeth's foremost paramour and smoking enthusiast, explorer, poet, soldier, Protestant, to Sir Walter Raleigh. He slightly raised one eyebrow and spoke to the captains trembling before him. They were so afraid of standing before such a powerful figure that they couldn't even raise their heads as they spoke. Thus, the Virginia Roanoke Island colony was mostly burned and full of Spanish graffiti. To anyone looking, it was clearly destroyed by the Spanish fleet. Not saving Mr. White was, well, an unavoidable misfortune, since Spanish warships were patrolling right nearby. So, you lost your passenger to a Spanish attack and I lost my colony. You didn't even think to investigate whether my colony's subjects migrated elsewhere and built a new colony, whether that colony succeeded. Like mice with their tails on fire. Sigh. Well, since the colony is in ruins, instead of the promised tax-free trading rights, perhaps some other compensation. Get out. Yes, understood. As the captains left the library of the luxurious Durham House, soon Thomas Heriot, Raleigh's friend and dependent, slowly walked over and offered him tobacco leaves. Raleigh nervously struck Flint while holding it in his mouth, but when the tobacco wouldn't light properly, he angrily threw away the tobacco and Flint and banged his head on the desk. Bang! Please, Thomas, tell me you've brought good news. You know well, sir, I tell good news ahead of time when I have it. So? The Steelyard bankers refused investment. Damn it! What reason did they give? Thomas slightly frowned at Raleigh's curse before elegantly raising his notebook to recite the contents he had written beforehand. First, they cited the failure of the Irish colony as their primary reason. Seems they estimate low chances of the colony turning profitable since Catholic farmers haven't become docile. Tell them not to talk nonsense. I can repay such losses just by leading a few privateering fleets. There must be another reason. Right, Thomas? Yes. I knew it. Well, what's the reason? As Raleigh raised his head, Thomas met his eyes directly and spoke. Information about the Virginia colony has leaked. Everyone knows about John White's failure. Damn it! Bang! Bang! Raleigh kept pounding the desk as he spoke. Looks like some bastard let a rat loose. Who was it? Walsingham? Or the Earl of Essex? It must be Walsingham, that bastard. Who it is doesn't matter. There are so many people who dislike you, aren't there? Anyway, with rumors that Virginia, the only investment target, has failed too, they say loans are now impossible. What will you do? The gifts for Her Majesty the Queen are running low too. Shoo! Be quiet for a moment. Raleigh quietly silenced Thomas Heriot and slightly pulled out a letter from his desk drawer. It was a letter from the Queen to him. My beloved, are you not in want? Is your fortune sufficient to maintain your beauty and dignity? Ah, my Queen. Fold. And Raleigh thinks as he folds and puts away the Queen's letter again. Seems she hasn't found out about my affairs yet. Love is good, more love is better. However, the more you love, the more money flows out. Recently buying the jewel that Beth wanted made a small hole in his wallet. Moreover, The vast Irish colony of 40,000 acres had become a money-eating hippo strangling his neck. At this rate, bankruptcy. If he goes bankrupt at this point, he'll have to perform in the Queen's bed again to squeeze out money. And when financial calculations enter love, many things tend to break. If that delicate emotional push and pull balance with the Queen breaks, Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, who shares the same bed, won't leave him alone. He will whisper to the Queen, "The vulgar Walter Raleigh doesn't truly love your Majesty. Withdraw your favor from him and eternally with me." Then, having lost the Queen's support, he will be even more financially damn. Bang, 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 bang. May I offer one opinion? Speak, Thomas. Hitting the desk with your head will only increase medical bills and desk repair costs. Growling, "I'm dying." If only that damn Virginia colony hadn't failed, he wouldn't be so financially and politically squeezed. Wait, Walter Raleigh lay limp then, swallowed. Say, Thomas, what is it? Has the Virginia colony failed? Well, if the colony is burned and the residents are missing, it's usually considered a failure. That's it. Raleigh lifts his head and exclaims, "Missing, you say? That means we don't know yet whether it failed or succeeded. That's an irrational judgment." No. Think about it. For example, what if some of the colony's settlers, while fleeing from threats to a safe place,
met een angel,
and the angel helped develop the colony? Just a simple example. Anyway, the important thing is no one knows yet whether the Virginia colony succeeded or not. Jump up. Raleigh spoke to Harriet, having regained his earlier dignity and authority. So we must verify properly. Wasn't that why we sent John White? And now John White is missing too. That's because we entrusted it to unreliable fellows. If we entrust it to an explorer who is very reliable, brave, fulfills his duties, and will carry out his employer's demands to the end, it will be more certain. Do you know such an explorer? Me. Prepare for sailing immediately. We'll soon cross the Atlantic. Oh, good heavens! It's to appease poor John White's soul. Thus Sir Raleigh begins to gather a fleet to save his Virginia colony. At that time, poor John White was equals. Go good heavens! Gr. Grapes. Grapes can become this delicious. Tasting his first black sapphire Tonghulu while recovering from the recent shock. It was Lord Nemo's gift. Chapter 19, Greenhouse Plans. Thomas Hewitt bid farewell to people leaving the church after finishing another fulfilling service and sermon today. Then looking around, there was still one person remaining. Sometimes people with worries would stay behind like this to seek counsel from Hewitt. "Mrs. Dare, what's wrong? Your face looks dark." Today that person just happened to be Eleanor Dare. Mr. Hewitt? There's something I wanted to ask. What is it? She must have mixed feelings about meeting her father after so long, both resentful and happy. Hewitt presumed it would be concerns about that. Do angels and demons fight each other? This was unexpected. Suddenly such a theological question. Well, of course. Even in Ezekiel there are descriptions of battles between angels and demons, and many other theologians say angels and demons will continue fighting until Judgment Day. Then, do angels invade hell to kill demons?
Pardon?
Well, that I don't know. You don't know? Yes. Calvin said not to concern ourselves with the hierarchy of angels. Silence. A heavy silence like ice. Mr. Hewitt couldn't understand Eleanor's reaction. All he could do was leave, saying things like, "If you have more questions, please ask during the next service." As Mr. Hewitt left the church muttering things like, "How strange." Now only Eleanor remained in the church. Left alone, Eleanor kept replaying that scene in her mind and thinking, the terrible hellish landscape, Lord Nemo's unfamiliar appearance looking half-ruined. Even the horrible demon's song echoing everywhere. What I saw, what was it? I don't know. I don't know at all. Hey Satan, paying my dues. I'm on my way to the promised land, woo. I'm on the highway to hell. She finally shook off those evil verses that had been ringing in her ears. Highway to hell. Somehow, it was addictive. It really did seem like a demon's song. Equals equals. Crunch. Crunch. Crack. I'm on the highway to hell. Highway to hell. Don't stop me. Ooh. Click. Oh, highway to hell. Indeed a masterpiece by AC/DC. Especially when playing violent and gory games. Listening to this makes you feel so refreshed. I put away my phone and turned off the music with a much refreshed feeling. No matter how I think about it, playing a song titled Highway to Hell would be too much psychological shock for people of this era. Indeed, 20th century music is still too early for this era. Looking around again, there was still no one around me, right? When playing these games and listening to this music, no one should be around. Over there in the distance, John White is diligently drawing pictures in his notebook alone. They were pictures of our farm. This is the new grape farm under development. Specifically, the place with the greenhouse for growing rootstock. After Eleanor introduced her father John White and left as if fleeing, I was showing him around various parts of the farm and settlement. But why did she really leave like she was fleeing? Eleanor suddenly became strange. She makes somewhat sad expressions looking at me, or suddenly startles terribly just from being called. Anyway, according to the game catalog, John White was originally a miniature painter by profession. Having trained in watercolors, he developed the specialty of making quick sketches and accompanied explorers, serving as a kind of camera. Using that skill, he was now quickly sketching various scenes around our colony. When the sketching seemed roughly finished, he slowly walked over to me and asked, could I know the purpose of that transparent structure over there? Ah, that is. How do you normally propagate grapevines? By planting leftover seeds from eaten grapes? That won't work. You can't preserve the traits of carefully cultivated wine and fruit varieties that way. Therefore, they normally used cutting methods for propagation. Since trees are roughly similar to planaria, if you cut off a part and plant it in the ground, it grows as a clone. But a problem arose in the 19th century. The grape growers' disaster, the death of grapes, it's no exaggeration to call phylloxera mites that. Phylloxera, also called grape root louse, literally a pest that attaches to grape leaves and roots, creates galls, and sucks up all the nutrients meant for the grapevine. European grape varieties were extremely vulnerable to this phylloxera newly introduced from America. When Europeans cut and planted branches, the phylloxera attached to roots and leaves sucked up all nutrients going to the trees, killing them through malnutrition. Because of that, European grapes almost dried up then, and wine history became divided into pre-phylloxera and post-phylloxera. Anyway, eventually after phylloxera, they started using a different method to propagate grapevines, grafting. They would propagate phylloxera-resistant grapevines by cuttings. These trees are called rootstock. Then graft existing grape varieties onto that rootstock to produce grapes. Of course, this is before the 19th century, and globally they still use cutting methods to propagate grapes. But I'm growing grapes in North America, the homeland of that phylloxera. I alone have to use the troublesome method of planting rootstock and grafting branches onto it. Anyway, the population has increased, and proportionally the number of Christians has increased too, so wine demand is exploding. Plus, the gift economy network is growing day by day. So, we're building this greenhouse. Green house, you said? What's that? John White, listening to my explanation, asks back. Were greenhouses not around yet? It's a space kept warm inside so plants can grow regardless of season. I see. This is the first time I've seen such a structure. Living in the countryside basically means having some stock of items and materials needed for living. Of course, we have extra PC panels that wrap our farm smart house. Here's a question. Are PC panels considered consumables? The answer is yes. Thanks to that, it wasn't difficult to build the greenhouse by assembling PC panels with steel frames here and there. The difficult part was keeping the temperature warm inside. Though North Caro, no. Virginia is mild year-round and the ground temperature rarely goes below zero. No, rarely gets cold enough for water to freeze, If we're not careful, the rootstock could still freeze to death. I see. I understand. After looking around various parts of the greenhouse under construction for quite a while, White looked at the stove in the middle and asked, "Is that the device that maintains the temperature?" "That's right. It's called a rocket stove. It allows efficient use of resources while minimizing production of carbon monoxide and other toxic gases." While wait, greenhouse, rocket stove, carbon, there are too many difficult words. Perhaps, are these things used in Lord Nemo's homeland? Something like that. Ah, indeed. Amazing. Building such facilities while fighting various great evils. I don't know why he's so fixated on the homeland part, and I don't understand why he gets so excited when I agree. And what great evils? Spain? More precisely, I didn't want to know. I quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Anyway, soon we'll be able to produce rootstock year-round in that greenhouse. Thanks to that, I expect the grape farm expansion will happen much faster than anticipated. I understand well. Thump. John White closed his notebook and spoke to me with clear eyes similar to his daughter's. I think I can roughly understand how this colony operates. Really? Isn't that just from looking around for 2 days? It's a village of about 300 people living scattered around. And I am a skilled explorer, aren't I? John White spoke while giving a few dry coughs. You're planting a lot of grapes. Ah, I involuntarily flinched as if struck somewhere. Ah, since settlers demand a lot of wine, it couldn't be helped. This was only half true. If that were the case, I would have planted only wine varieties in the new vineyard too. Ah, grapes. My parents' romance, my desire. The culprit that put me in debt and the scent of success I can't help but chase. The day I give up grape farming will probably be the day I die. I tried hard to keep my face from showing any wavering. Seeing this, White smiled questioningly and continued speaking. Well, anyway, the most cultivated crops in this colony are grapes and potatoes, right? That's right. Neither keeps long, and one isn't even long-term food. If a famine hits, this colony is finished right away, since you can't stock food and seeds. Huh? That's right. Moreover, this colony is economically inefficient. Simply put, does this settlement have any proper products to export to Europe? Not many, right? Even if communication with England opens, you can't properly trade like this. Meaning you can't make economic profits. Stability, low. Profitability, low. A painful report card. Sigh. What should we do about this? But there's a way to solve all these problems at once. Really? Yes. White said with a bright smile. Just grow wheat. There are wheat seeds in the relief supplies I brought, aren't there? Wheat is food that can be preserved long-term, so it adds stability to the colony. Plus England is constantly short on food now, so we could export there. Oh, then we should start right away. Of course, but Croton Island isn't good for growing wheat. The soil has lots of sand, the elevation is low, and it's barren from salt. It might work for grapes but not wheat. Then, yes, we need to go to Chesapeake Bay. Chesapeake Bay, where White originally tried to colonize. If we additionally colonize Chesapeake Bay and grow wheat there, most of this colony's problems will be solved. However, we're too short on craftsmen, and livestock too. That's true. Originally, since 70% of the English who landed on Roanoke Island flew off somewhere, goldsmith William Brown is even serving as blacksmith. Plus, in this era, livestock were like tractors plus food plus cars plus textile factories combined. Since we only have chickens, it seems the colony would collapse right away without my help. But this seems like a difficult problem to solve. White bowed his head dejectedly. Why do you say that? Well, isn't it obvious? If you need profits for investment, and need investment for profits, what can you do with a colony that doesn't make profits right now? If only it were a place overflowing with jewels and all sorts of luxury goods. Wait a minute. John? Could you come over here for a moment? Ah, yes, understood. What is it? What is it, you ask? What would you think if this colony actually had profitability? Let's suppose this island produces various jewels, animal furs, gold dust, pearls, and coral. Is this perhaps about your homeland too? Of course not. My homeland is a crappy land with not a drop of oil. Yellow dust in spring, monsoons in summer, typhoons in fall, and severe cold in winter. Anyway, without answering, I walked ahead. I positioned the still puzzled White in front of the new warehouse. Actually, you know the grapes. You mean those seedless grapes with soft skin and incomparable fragrance? Or those strangely long black grapes with excellent harmony between crisp texture and sweetness? Seems the black sapphire Tonghulu left quite an impression. Yes, both are right. Is there some problem with those beautiful grapes? No, there's no problem at all. They're perfect grapes. And we're not the only ones who want those perfect grapes. Among the natives here, there's a custom of exchanging gifts to show off wealth. Ah, right. I know that too. Then will we eat all those many grapes ourselves? Or share them? Share them, right? Yes. Then, creak. Won't we receive something in return? I threw open the warehouse door. At that moment, John White's mouth opens wide. In one corner was a display case made from cut microfiber blankets. Why make such a thing? Those? Surely not all. They are indeed pearls. To store pearls and coral there. And opening another door reveals all sorts of animal furs spread everywhere. And opening yet another door reveals uncut gems filling the space. All things Manteo traded for grapes. John White collapsed sitting right there. How about it? Can we get livestock and craftsmen with this? White nodded silently like a madman. This feels like some dark desire being fulfilled. Something like a desire for ostentation being satisfied. Equals. Currently, November 4th, preparing for sailing and departing in just 2 weeks is a first in my life. Is this a new form of suicide attempt, or a great undertaking? I don't know. Does Sir Walter Raleigh know? Thomas, what are you doing there? Probably not. Thomas Harriot, mathematician, linguist, and naturalist, anxiously closed his diary, then climbed onto the deck with unsteady steps. Looking around, his employer Walter Raleigh's face was nowhere to be seen. As Harriot tilted his head in confusion, far away Raleigh poked his head out from the cabin and beckoned to him. When he hurriedly ran over, Raleigh was kneeling in the middle of the cabin with his hands clasped. What are you doing? Can't you tell by looking? I kneel only before God and my lover. Ah, I see. Thomas Harriot, thinking that meant Raleigh had too many people to kneel before, soon found himself unconsciously kneeling beside him at Raleigh's glaring eyes and closed his eyes. The prayer of devout Protestant Raleigh quietly echoes in the cabin. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Up to here it seemed like a normal prayer. Please, if this colony fails too, I'll die too. Ah, Father, please. It was basically a prayer in the same form as countless stock investors responsible for the Sumida River's water temperature in the 21st century. Of course, Thomas Harriot, living in a world where the 21st century was an unimaginably distant future, not knowing of the existence of the Sumida River, and joint stock companies not even existing yet, couldn't think such thoughts. His head became quite dizzy. Though in the 21st century they would call that hitting the wall. He didn't know that fact either. Thus they begin their Atlantic crossing. Chapter 20, Expedition 1. So many jewels. John White stroked a ruby crystal with his gloved hand while holding back tears. He holds the blood-red ruby under the bright LED light. The blood-red ruby scatters brilliant flashes of light everywhere. How about it? Is this enough to attract more investment in this settlement? Asking while knowing the answer. Some might call it manipulation, but the satisfaction is no joke. John White shook his head vigorously and said, "Oh, of course, Lord Nemo. This is more than enough to buy the livestock I mentioned." "Is that so? Then would purchasing dairy cows be possible? Of course. But it would be good to bring in horses and other useful livestock too. Like pack horses for farming. Yes, but it would be good to focus on dairy cows. If that's the case, I'll remember it. Must bring in livestock focused on dairy cows. Yes, I've written it down. White put down his notebook and began focusing on admiring the jewels again, stimulating my dark satisfaction. Anyway, oh, good heavens. If the settlement just connects with England, tremendous wealth would pour in. Brown wiped his tears with joy. Then, with just one more thing solved, this settlement would have no problems. Well, that's right. We add stability to the colony by growing food that can be preserved long-term. Plus, add economic independence to the colony by exporting surplus wheat. When White's analysis was presented to others, everyone seemed to agree. Then, as Lord Nemo says, we should provide friendship gifts to surrounding tribes while going to Chesapeake Bay. Yes, Mr. Hewitt. That's why I plan to provide various items to Mr. White. As I took out the whiteboard, Mr. Hewitt wrote with the board marker. Shakespearean-era English sentences are written quickly. 1. Send various luxury goods with John White to Chesapeake Bay. 2. By the favor of friendly tribes there with those luxury goods and purchase ownership of surrounding land. 3. Build a new settlement and endure until it's time to plant and harvest wheat. 4. Send harvested wheat to Croton and export wheat etc. when contact with England is made. 5. Receive more investment to attract craftsmen and livestock and grow the colony. That's the plan. Right. We should also check on the rest of our colony survivors who headed to Chesapeake Bay. The last words were added by Eleanor. At her words, Hewitt wrote 3-1. Find missing English people newly on the board. Then everyone nodded in agreement, but only one person frowns. Find survivors? TSK. That will be difficult. Why, Mr. Gonzalez? It's not really important. But didn't we search Chesapeake Bay trying to kill you all? When we looked then, Chesapeake Bay was almost empty. They might have fled inland after hearing rumors of our coming. Then we should divide roles. Mr. Hewitt spoke while splitting the list of the native English expedition that John White would lead in half. One side focuses on building the settlement and growing wheat, while the other side searches around Chesapeake Bay. How about it? We'll need interpreters, so take some of our tribe people, John White. No one raised any objections. And, Russell. Everyone turns their heads toward me again, and they stay quiet focusing as if I'm about to say something important. Why do they always look at me with eyes expecting something amazing? Mr. White. Why yes. Congratulations. Go to where you originally intended to go. Go and obtain what rightfully should be yours. I pray you will be able to fulfill your duty. There, that was appropriate well-wishing, right? Now let's wrap up and leave. Good work, everyone. A voyage awaits in a few days, so rest early today. Thus I left the meeting hall. Sneef, Sobi. Daddy. Don't cry. Sneef, Sobi. What is this? Did I do something wrong? == John White, age 51, December 10th, 1590. Lord of Chesapeake Bay, acknowledged by the Lord's angel. His lifelong dream just came true. White couldn't sleep properly that night, but even without sleep he was full of energy and his body felt refreshed. Next, they selected volunteers to board the Nautilus. Though White was a governor who had already experienced bitter failure, no one distrusted him this time, because he was the Lord-acknowledged ruler of Chesapeake. Once the crew was filled, preparations after that went smoothly. Countless treasures came out of the treasure warehouse, and more grapes were loaded onto the ship in mysterious white boxes, which the angel called styrofoam, from the cold storage. Thus holding new hope, John White climbed onto the sea again. This time, there was no personality-broken navigator to interfere. no patron to mock his failure, and no fear that he might have lost his entire family. Just one thing. Lord Nemo, protect us. Only true faith to believe and follow. Thus the ship slowly departed for Chesapeake Bay under everyone's farewell. The voyage didn't take long either. After about 2 days, familiar scenery begins to appear beyond the Nautilus's railing. Again stepping on the familiar sandbar of Chesapeake Bay. Planting England's flag and Croton's grapevine flag there. Around when everyone was building the first tents and huts while praying to God. Huh? There's a ship coming. What? What ship? Spanish.
No.
It's an English flag. Seems to be a ship coming to help us. Ha. Strange. Wasn't John White himself definitely the last to send a relief fleet? Moreover, Sir Raleigh was too squeezed to have any reason to send ships all the way here just to save one person. Then why on earth? Who would send a ship here unless they were crazy? Everyone grab muskets first. Whatever that ship is, we should check after arming ourselves. At those words, natives and English all raised their guns. While dozens were tense, a not too large fast ship proudly enters Chesapeake Bay. And, look people! They're English! With shouts from the ship, rope ladders come down and dozens of people were walking toward White while splashing seawater. Among them was a face familiar to White. Ha! John White! I knew you were alive. I believed it. Damn it! Your success. Never doubted it for a moment. Calm yourself, Sir Raleigh. Everyone is watching. Right? Is everyone watching? Does the Virginia colony still look failed? I'm asking if it looks failed. Ah, that crazy bastard came. John. My old friend. Sir Raleigh? Walter Raleigh ran to White while reeking of sea all over his body. With the expression of someone who found 150 bitcoins they had playfully bought on a forgotten hard drive right before bankruptcy. Actually, it made sense that he looked crazy. Walter Raleigh was pushed to the brink of a Thames bungee show. Surely they must all be alive. If they're just alive, with our support, they can surely make this strange continent into the Lord's land. You're scared, aren't you? Very much. Do you think everyone's alive? What probability do you estimate? Less than 10%. It was a situation with 90% probability of bankruptcy waiting. The weather is too bad. If we go to Chesapeake Bay like this, the mast might break. Plus bad weather. The rough waves around here could constantly torment the ship Sir Raleigh had worked hard to prepare. If they drifted, it would be all over. I'll cover all ship repair costs. I can cover it all. Okay? Just go north once. Please, just once. You need to get paid too. At this rate, I can't give you a penny. Not one. But he stubbornly overrode the captain's opinions. They thought everything was finished watching half-mad Sir Raleigh running around the deck reciting prayers. And at this moment, White, I believed in you. Walter Raleigh was happy. John White is alive. Whatever happened, over there England's flag was flying, and over there several huts were built. Though it was too shabby to call a colony, just them being alive was enough to satisfy him. Raleigh pounded White's shoulders almost like a half-mad person.